I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again. Ooh, got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. I know that you. I know that you want me back. I know that you want me. Know that you want me. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big tongue status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was stuck in a place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize in the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Football again, as को knock करेगा, trigger को game से बाहर करेगा. And the champions, they paying the price with the blood.
Fun days are now done. It's about time to take things serious. We're in the week 3 of the challenge season of the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI, and I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Fixness. And Fixness, we know, still latter half of the board, stacked up with so many big names. But slowly and steadily, we did see that sign of improvement.
We certainly did, especially from the other big names like Cincinnati Kids. They did have a ball. But like you said, if anybody was not even being serious, now is the time to pull up your socks, because if you do not play well this particular week, maybe there's nothing left for week 4.
we're not exactly sure what's going on with the players of 8-Bit, but now is going to be the time where they need to pull up their sleeves and get things done as seriously as possible. Even Phoenix Esports, they might just be on the same train. Phoenix Esports, it's one of those teams that likes to take things super aggressively, and so far they've been doing the same thing as well. They've been taking fights in quite a rash manner, but now maybe it's time to add on that defensive nature as well and play things for a bit of the placement point sake.
Of course, we did have a conversation with the IGL of Phoenix Esports, who was of the opinion that he's going through a really tough time. And anything and everything that he strategizes does not really work onto. So that's that mental block that we were discussing about. But yes, apart from a few insights from Phoenix Esports, really looking forward, like you said, for 8-Bit to make that comeback, because it's long time and we've already seen teams crossing over that 150 mark. In fact, 3 teams have already done so. And this is one of those weeks where we will be touching upon the cutoffs, which I'm assuming, like I said, for around 200, you've been saying a little bit below that. But before we get into all of that, we've got a lot of those new viewers tuning in every single day. So quick look at the format. We had teams coming in from the Open Finals, and from which 16 teams deserved, or rather earned, their spot inside of the challenge season. And they are going to go up against the invited teams. So from here onwards, they will be battling it out across 4 weeks, from which the top 16 make it to the grand finals.
Exactly. And what are they fighting for? That's going to be the prize pool. That's on the screen. 1 crore rupees on the line for this BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series, from which the first placing team will be getting 50 lakhs. The second one will be getting 20. The third one will be getting 8. And it's going to keep on descending downwards. We've also got a few individual accolades, of course, the bragging rights as well for the players and even for the teams. But moving the conversation on once again towards the entire storyline. As we mentioned, week 3 is going to be all about the comeback times. Even in the previous week, we were having the same conversation about the week 3 and how it's going to be super difficult for the teams as they keep on moving forward. Because if you look at the bottom half of the board, there's so many deserving names just still sitting over there. And one of them is also Genix FM and Team Tamilas. And speaking of Team Tamilas, quite the experienced bunch, but still struggling so much. I mean, the names can keep on going on, Fixes.
Yeah, it does continue with the likes of Medical Esports also, but we will touch upon them, in fact, dive in deep. But before that, quick look at the point system. Hasn't really changed for a long time. For getting a chicken dinner, you earn yourselves 10 points, but what really sets this point system apart is that for every single finish you get 1 point rewarded inside your wallet. So now that's going to make things a lot more exciting. But like you said, right, there's so many of those bigger names out there, a lot of those big fishes in really deep waters. But that's the thing with these bigger fishes, or in the bigger animals, or rather, what do you call them, reptiles, amphibians, whatever it is in the ocean, that they can make their way back. So this is the hope that we go ahead with, considering the fact there's still so much to go. And then again, let's not forget, when we took a look at the overall standings, we will, of course, once again, you'll see there's not a huge difference. Anybody from 10th to 16th can go down even to the red zone. Somebody from maybe even 24th, 25th position, just by having one good day, could bounce back. You need to have a day like God's Rain, or maybe something like what Aiku Soul did pull off.
Might just be a bit too much to ask what Aiku Soul and God's Rain pulled off, but even if you get a consistent amount of points in every single game, that's still going to do the deed, right? 7 to 8 points per game. You're still going to keep yourself in a really good spot in the overall standings. Now, the real concern really start from 12th till 16th, and on the 12th spot is Team Empire. Let's be honest about Team Empire's performance. Yes, on week 1, they were on point. They were doing so good, getting the average in their hands, but then in week 2, we saw that slow and steady dip in the performance, and that's where Team Empire is now really catching my eye, because somewhere down the line we've got a feeling that Team Empire, they might just slip out of that top 16 if they keep on playing the same way.
Funnily enough, the data says otherwise, because I was just taking a quick gander at the data sheet over here. And it says that they earned 50 points in the first week and went off to 66 in week 2. So
well,
I think those early days of week 2 really did help them out. I get it, considering where you're coming from is the fact that day number 3 did not really go well for Team Empire. But that being put aside, this team has been slowly progressing, and it's good that, in comparison to your first week, you're earning yourself more points. But likewise, when you take a look at Team Empire, you've got Red Ross. boy, oh boy, they are pulling in a lot of attention towards themselves. The way they've been performing right now, sitting at the 5th spot, and I'm pretty sure the way they are continuing to play like this, it's going to get even more fierce. And moving on ahead, I think this time we might get to see them in the grand finals.
The amount of teams that made a comeback in the week 2 were a lot. Let's be honest, right? Cincinnati Kid as well. They started initiating that comeback. We've also got Wingard Esports climbing on the leaderboards even more. You've also got OG making that major leap. Even Gods, Reinaiku, Soul. So many teams made a comeback. So just getting the average point, at least in the week 2, was not enough. And that's why Team Empire dropped down so many places in the overall standings. You've got the overall standings on the screen right now. The top 4, top 5, in my opinion, pretty much safe. The real concerns really do begin when you flip the page.
I'm still under the impression that maybe even Team Jelly might not be safe, considering that so many teams are breathing right under their noses over here. As you take a look, Reckoning, Revenant X Park, all set to march their comeback, and even for the likes of Carnival Gaming, they've taken a little bit of a hit, and K9 otherwise have been improving themselves with every single game. But Wildfangs, come on, man. I think they are an absolute delight to watch, especially at times where we are in awe. And then there are times where we are absolutely in shock with what they come out to do. But even for Gujarat Tigers, like you said, right, the competition has intensified so much that GT from the first week where they were in the top 3 have really taken quite a heavy dip now at 15, and they have to hold on to this position. While Medal, they are also trying to solidify and cement their spot. But Cincinnati Kids, Necro, this is one of those teams that has been quite impressive in week 2, perhaps.
They got so many points secured in the week 2. And now look at them in the overall standings. On the 17th spot with 99 points. Right next to Bot Army Esports. You cannot take the limelight away even from the side of Bot Army Esports. In week 2, they got some heavy climbing done as well. Hidden Ones, a little bit of a mixed performance on 19th spot, getting 92 points. But as you mentioned, all it takes is one good game to instantly bring you back in this marathon and easily be there in the top 16. Vasista Esports, a big name in quite a concerning spot. You would not want to see a team like Vasista Esports on the latter half of the board sitting on 20th spot. The same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports as well. We had a conversation about this at the start of the entire show as well. 89 points from Phoenix Esports on 21st spot. It's really concerning. Same thing can be said for Team Tamilas as well. And the last page, it's pretty much a do or die for these guys. They need big games in their hands.
Especially 8-bit. We do not know what's going wrong, but nothing's really gone right so far. So if there was anything that they were hiding, any aces up their sleeves, now is the right time. And I believe these lads can do it because they've got all that experience. They know how not to choke under pressure. At the same time, you know, it is sort of poetic considering the fact you've got Ash, and Ash did have a great 24 season, but the seasons before that did not really go his way. So I think 8-bit at this time, they need to fix any sort of leaks that they have, and they need to bounce back and at least cross over that 120 mark by the end of week 3. Otherwise, I don't think there would be any hope left for them.
Honestly speaking, asking for that many amount of points from a team that is struggling too much. I do understand some of the teams are not taking the competition seriously, but at least they're there on the 3rd page. Being on the 4th page after the week 2, that's a genuine concern. And looking at the way 8-bit is playing, it does not feel like they're forcing those mistakes. Instead, it feels like it's happening naturally. And that's a big problem. It's not like we're seeing 8-bit push out of their comfort zone and go for those fights. No, 8-bit is still trying to play the same way they were playing back in the day. That's the traditional way that they like to play. But they're still struggling a bit too much. And now that's a real concern. It feels like 8-bit, they haven't really gone into the arena with the proper research.
I don't know if it's just the research or if it's the same issues that even Venom was facing. Surely the shot callings have not been there from their side, and even the assaulters haven't really gotten online. There have been many instances where you expect bigger things from the likes of Mafia, Omega. Heck, you even have Termi in your roster. So this is a team that is supposed to be succeeding, excelling in those team fights, but that has been completely missing. 8-bit did make a couple of adjustments. They have started to avoid all the drop collisions, especially the ones against Gujarat Tigers and even against Orangutan. They've gone off their own defensive ways, but still they haven't succeeded in securing enough points. So 8-bit, they have to come up with new ways of trying to win games. I think the best way approach would be what Godstrain did. Do not go all the way racking up the doors, just taking a lot of fights. Rather, have a slower approach, get a chicken dinner, and start building up.
Here's the thing, they're in such a bad spot to the point where they need a decent amount of elimination points in every single game they get.
Yeah.
Because of course you're not going to get chicken dinner in every single game you play, so at least you got to make sure you're taking an outing with a decent amount of elimination points. The teams on the third page, you can't see even if they get 8 to 9 points per game, they can still make that slow and steady climb. But the teams on the last page, they at least need 15 points per game to be over there in a comfortable spot in the top 16, because keep this thing in mind, the top 16 is going to constantly keep on shuffling the same way it happened in week 2. In week 2, Team Empire was doing really great, as you mentioned, but still they're there on the 12th spot, and that should be a prime example. Just getting that many amount of points is not going to do the deed. Now you need at least 70 to 80 points in this 1 week at least.
And this is also going to be such a test for even Team Empire, if they can really hold on. Because when you look at the outliers that are outside the top 16, there's so many big names who have in the past also staged that comeback. Now, Team Empire find themselves in such a vulnerable spot where even a tiny little slip up would cost them that top 16 position. And this is where Team Empire will have to hit the bullseye. And I'm not just talking about Team Empire over here. Even for the likes of Wild Fangs, Josh Shelley, so many of those names who have always been erratic, I must say, in their performance, right? So they somehow need to solidify, need to cement that spot. Otherwise, that could be up for grabs.
I'm pretty sure, Fixes, you've got a lot to say, but I need to cut you off right there because we've got an interview lined up on the Hindi desk. So let's move on over there.
हाल ही में आपने ट्रॉफी उठाई थी, मतलब टीम एक अच्छे नाम पुश पे थी, मोमेंटम था और लोग एक्सपेक्ट बहुत कर रहे हैं, बट क्या हो रहा है? स्ट्रगल ही दिख रहा है और मतलब वो प्लस पॉजिटिविटी गेम के अंदर सुधार क्यों नहीं आ पा रहा अभी?
अभी मेन ऐसे ही है कि थोड़ा सब लोग घर वर पे गए हुए थे और जो रिजल्ट आया था वो बहुत मेहनत करके आया था, तो अभी थोड़ी मेहनत कम हो रही थी, तो रिजल्ट भी ऑब्वियसली खराब ही आएगा उसके बाद. लेकिन अब हम सब बैक ऑन ट्रैक है. अभी आज ही सब लोग बूट कैंप आ गए हैं, तो शायद से आज से परफॉर्मेंस आपको देखने को मिल सकती है.
व्हाट अबाउट यू फैंटम, आपका क्या हो रहा है? ये टीम तो काफी टाइम से साथ में है और तुम्हें तो बिना बूट कैंप में खेलने की आदत भी है.
हाँ, बिना बूट कैंप के खेलने की आदत है. थोड़े टाइम से सबका थोड़ा डाउन डाउन सा चल रहा है, मतलब रिसेंटली सब लोग इधर उधर भी है. सिनर्जी वगैरह, कभी कभार सिली मिस्टेक्स की वजह से भी थोड़े थोड़े ऐसे मतलब सिली चोक्स हो रहे हैं ना, जिस वजह से पूरा मैच कॉस्ट हो जा रहा है, 0 पॉइंटर्स आ रहे हैं. तो फिर से आज से ट्राई करेंगे कि अब कमबैक हो जाए.
पुकार, मतलब ओवरऑल देखिए टीम में बहुत पावर है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं मिरामार का मैच स्पेशली मैं देख रहा हूँ, जो कि सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप, वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप जो आपका था, उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा वो गलतियाँ देखने को मिली इन टर्म्स ऑफ रोटेशन. ये कभी नहीं देखने को मिलता था. ऐसी क्या गलतियाँ हुई लाइनअप के अंदर जो इतना स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा अभी तक?
थोड़ा VXT की वजह से मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि उन लोगों ने हमें चैलेंज दिया है बहुत अच्छा मिरामार में, एल्पोजो के अंदर, उस वजह से हमें दिक्कत हो रही है.
मैं तो पुकार आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, जब आपकी वशिष्ठा से पहले दूसरा कार्पेडियम आपने नाम ले रखा था अपनी टीम के साथ, तब यार आप चैलेंज करते थे लोगों को, मैप पे उतर उतर के मारते थे, क्या वो फिर से देखने को मिलेगा इस बार?
हाँ, देखने को मिल सकता है, लेकिन हमें एक थोड़ा कंफर्टेबल स्पॉट में जाना होगा उसके लिए. हमारी स्टार्ट थोड़ी खराब हो गई, इसलिए थोड़ा बैक एंड पे जा चुके हैं, लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमें सही करना होगा इसको.
फिनिक्स, आपके फैंटम भाई, रिमेंबर लास्ट एसपीएस में मिले थे तो मैंने बोला था तेरा इंटरव्यू क्रेजी होता हमेशा. आई विश ब्रो, चैलेंज फाइनल्स की तैयारी कर रहे हो, कुछ एक्सपेक्ट करें वीक 3 वीक 4 में हम कुछ अलग से?
हाँ, आपको इंटरव्यू इस बार भी दूंगा मैं.
ऑलराइट, दैट्स क्रैड खुश हो गए एकदम से, उनकी लिस्ट तैयार हो रही है.
मेरी पूरी लिस्ट में आईजीएल थे और अकेला ये था, ये फिल्टर था, और जैसे बोला ना मैंने कहा यही चाहिए, यही बोलेगा, यही जवाब देगा मेरे सारे.
अच्छा, चलिए अभी हम लोग सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला यहीं तक का रखते हैं, बिकॉज़ उनके मैचेस भी स्टार्ट हो जा रहे हैं. सो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द स्मॉल लिटिल इंटरव्यू एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर मैचेस फॉर द डे.
थैंक यू.
बाय.
Well, it was quite a great interview. Got a lot of answers as well. And once again, the Phoenix Esports' boys and even Wasista Esports' players, it feels like they're not too confident in what exactly is going on within their team.
Yeah, I think for Wasista Esports, the issue is the players were basically partying away from their boot camps. Now they're back once again, reunited. So they're expecting to play better. But for Phoenix Esports, yes, even the last week we did have an interview with Venom himself, and I think the same sort of a persona was exuded even coming in over there from Fuse. So at this point, I don't know, like, how do they redeem themselves from over here? It's all about them talking about those small mistakes in those fights, and so for which we did make a suggestion, rather not to take those early fights, rather be more systematic, be more methodical in your approach. And if Phoenix Esports can do that, if they can avoid taking those early drop fights, maybe they're good to go.
That's the funny part, right? Phoenix Esports, they're pretty much playing the same way that they did in the officials as well. The only difference is that back in the time, all the mistakes that they were made sort of were not being punished at the same level that they're being punished right now. It's because all the other teams, they seem a bit more refined. They seem a bit more ready. We've got a head-to-head ready between Phoenix Esports and Vasista Esports. You look at the placement points, it's not a big of a difference. Even the finish points, they're super close. Both these teams, you can say, when it comes to that heat level, pretty much match each other. And that's why it's also one of the main reasons why they're on the latter half of the board right now.
And even those two winner chicken dinner coming in from Vasista Esports does not take away from the fact that Phoenix Esports were very close to getting at least 2 or 3 chickens last week itself. One in Vikendi, I very well remember. Then there was one Miramar also. So I think for Phoenix Esports, they have been getting ever so close. It's all about trying to get that final nail put in. So I think for Phoenix Esports, they'll have to work a lot more on that. And you can even see, right, Vasista Esports, despite having 2 chicken dinners, are languishing in the bottom order, which clearly goes on to say that there has been that consistency gone missing from their side. So they'll have to work on that. And if they do, I think both of these teams have to first be consistent, especially the ones that are struggling. Again, goes back to what I said initially. Start building up slow. Get that momentum. Get yourself in the groove, and then you can look forward for having those bigger games. Because no wonder, even if you get like a 15 finish chicken dinner and the next game you drop down, you're basically averaging it out. So it makes no sense, right?
Exactly. I mean, speaking of Vasista Esports, it's one of those banners that was also known as Carpadium in the past. And if you remember, Fixes, their firepower was a force to be reckoned with. And now that transition towards the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's not been that fluid. I would love to see the same Vasista Esports. I would love to see that same Carpadium back in full form, because so far they're on the struggling side of things, and we're not really accustomed to seeing that. We've got the schedule off the week 3 day 1 on the screen. Group A and B is going to be the one to kick things off on the map of Erangel. Fixes, any speculations, any predictions?
I mean, whenever it's Group A and B, you're sure that there will be a lot of sparks in the air. Now, when you're taking a look at the names over here, of course, 2 biggest names in the community, Hero Extreme Godlike and Aiku Soul going up against each other. That would be funny. That would be nice, because it's always exciting to see these teams duke it out. But, you know, our attention will be on the likes of Carnival Gaming. You've got K9, you've got Wingod, you've got Phoenix into the mix. And Wingod is also one of those teams that we have to talk about, Necro, considering they've also sort of been one of those surprising elements inside this tournament, that there have been games, especially that first week they came into play. They secured 72 points, then there has been a little bit of a decline. Now, Wingod Esports, this is a team that has been made with a lot of those youngsters. And with youngsters, sometimes you do not find that perfect balance. Now, they're not a little bit of a spiraling down. If they can somehow manage to avoid that, then this week would be much better. They could climb further up in the standings.
One thing we've noticed about Wingod Esports, and that is going to be the survival instinct. It's always on point. Even if there's just a 2-man squad alive, Wingod Esports, they still stand a big chance to take that chicken dinner home. And we've seen it happen time and time in the past. At least 2 times where Wingod Esports snatched a chicken dinner away. Once against Wildfangs, and the second I don't exactly remember, but it has happened. But the Wildfang one was definitely one of the most remarkable moments that happened, because a 2-on-4, and then in the end, taking down that solo player to get that chicken dinner secured. So Wingod Esports, in the current standing, they're in a really comfortable spot on the 7th spot, right? Yes, slow and steady climb should be there from their side as well. Be consistent on the board. Just get yourself in the top 5 to be on the safer side of things. That's it for Wingod Esports, because everything's been looking on point. The firepower synergy has been looking pretty good. The real concern, as I mentioned, is from 12th till 16th, because that is going to be a heavy shuffle zone. Teams from that spot either will be kicked out or either can take a big leap directly in the top 5. Maybe K9 Esports can be the one to pop off this week. It can be Wildfangs as well, who can do super good, but I have heavy expectations from GT and Metal Esports.
and also Carnival Gaming, because I feel like Carnival Gaming is also one of those teams that could stage a comeback and in a big fashion, considering how they started week one off, right? Especially that game of Miramar, an impossible chicken dinner was pulled off, and goes on to say that they've got so much depth inside of their rosters. But quick head-to-head, once again, Phoenix Esports against Gen X FM. And here also, we do see a lot of those similarities coming in. Gen X FM, the Fearless Marathas, one of their biggest issues, what I feel like, Necro, the chicken dinner games are really good. They're very sound with their circles, but their 4v4 fights, that have been quite horrendous. I think I can't really put any filters around it, especially in those bridge circles. We've seen time and again going up against so many teams. I think Bot Army Esports, sometimes God's Reign, and then you've got Cincinnati Kids. Even 8-Bit has posed quite a lot of threat to them. And those early fights where they tend to go for those huge spread outs, that has been a huge problem for them. So I hope they've come up with tweaks around that. And if they can pull it off, who knows? I mean, Gen X FM, they could also make it in the top 16.
It is quite a known banner, right? Gen X FM has been competing in the officials. They've been competing even in the third-party tournaments. The performance has always been mid-pack, but now it's time for Gen X FM to amp the things up. Being in the mid-pack every single time is something that's not going to sort of justify the banner. They need to be at the top. And as you mentioned, yes, the 4-on-4 fights have been there on the struggling side, but considering it is the week 3, they've gotten enough time to research, know exactly how the lobby functions. Maybe now Gen X FM can be back to their old glory. And without wasting any time, we straight up jump in the first game off the day as the plane fly pad starts all the way from the right side of the map towards the left Georgia pool.
It's going to be an exciting one nonetheless. Like you said, right? New Year parties done and dusted, Christmas already long gone, and it is time now to secure your berth inside of that top 16. Before we head into the final week, here goes week 3. So as the flight path trajectory suggests, a lot of those teams going down south, they will have to face a lot of turbulence, will have to eventually make choice with gliding down or securing those vehicles. We know going for those vehicles is quite risky. Opens you up to a lot of those fights. You could see around Lipovka, a lot of splash of colors there. At least 3 or 4 teams into the mix. This is going to get exciting, Necro.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the head of Hero Extreme Godlike, but this time around, here to take care of a few rookies. And I love to see it. Hidden once, caught off guard completely by the presence of the Godlike. And right now, do hear a few gunshots. A little bit of scratches as well on the players of Hidden Ones, but nothing critical happening just yet. And as soon as I say so, it's going to be a quick push on the Executor as he gets executed from the game. Still 3 more players standing in the front. And Hero Extreme Godlike, of course, pushing themselves to the extremities in this fight as well, putting themselves in as much of the uncomfortable spots as possible, and still somehow coming out on top. The utility utilization as well from Punk, it's been on point. Might just catch Mortis off guard as well, but Daniel's already taken down super low, and here comes the push on the upper side as well. Punk, he's got a lot to worry about, instantly takes an eject from that side, and we'll move on to the second building, but Punk gets caught in return, and that's not going to be a great trade for Hero Extreme Godlike. But eventually, they also find the second player. As long as they're going to be able to get the revival onto Punk, it's all going to be good in the hood for Hero Extreme Godlike.
It certainly will be. But look at this. A new addition to Hero Extreme Godlike. And finally, here he is to make his mark. Zap has finally made an entry and playing stuff Simp. And Punk did not have a lot of options to work around. Did not have the best of weaponry there with an M16. But finally, out of harm's way as Hero Extreme Godlike just blitzing through the forces of Hidden Ones as slowly but surely they've declined their numbers. And now Daniel does not have a lot of meds to work around with. And you could see both these teams dropping down pretty early, going up against each other. And Hero Extreme Godlike, constantly that paranoia is starting to hit in. They need to exterminate this squad very soon, as now Mortis has a DBS to work things around. Does get that first knock though, but instantly traded off. Good stuff coming out from Hero Extreme Godlike as Daniel, last member alive, and he's got no choices, Necro, over here.
Yeah.
No healings, nothing to work with, and eventually it's all about trying to go a little bit greedy over there. Maybe salvage a finish off from Hero Extreme Godlike.
A team that could have stood a big chance to make the comeback Hidden Once off the rip. they get taken down. It's such a bad start to the week 3 as well. As we know, it holds so much value. And Hero Extreme Godlike already taking care of the rookies. Daniel against the 4-man stack of Godlike. It sounds a bit too much. And we pretty much know what's going to be the course of action as well. Daniel is not going to be able to stand against the entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike. But if it does happen, it will be a miracle.
Look at this. This is going to be quite lovely. Especially considering right off the hook, we've been given or served this Southern Circle. And Carnival Gaming and even the likes of Gen X FM very close to each other. And there you have it. Hector opening things up. Gets Vishu down already. And this has been that prolonging problem that Gen X FM had to face ever since they've come to play in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And Carnival Gaming just mowing through. And one after the other, already 2 players down on their knees. And it doesn't get easier from here.
Big blow. Gen X FM can't afford this. But even CG needs the points. CG's there in the top 16, but Gen X FM a bit more desperate. And even somewhere else on the map, it's Wildfangs facing off against Daiku Reckoning. Even for Wildfangs on the verge of being kicked out of that top 16. So they know they need to survive this fight whatsoever. Reckoning Esports, they've already found themselves on a big advantage of shoes as even Seth falls down. And Seth is being a big sign of concern in Wildfangs, let's be honest. His performance hasn't exactly been there on the board. Seth needs to step things up. Daiku Reckoning once again dismantling Wildfangs. We just saw 3 fights in a quick burst. And all those 3 fights not panning out well for the teams that want to make a climb.
Especially very disastrous for Wildfangs considering their position in the overall standings. And Reckoning you could see, right? They made some quick work around getting south to the circle pretty early. And Wildfangs were completely caught with their pants down. Had no response whatsoever. Given that certain circle really threw them off. And now, with Reckoning doing so well for themselves, Wildfangs, it's such limited options. What do they do from here on? As we can take a look at some other teams, they're also planning on making that move. As Gen X FM, with just 2 members, they have backed down. Even Wingod, they're in the Southern Island, at a very comfortable spot. They're going to have that abundance of loot now, all to themselves, with that entire western area. And for Reckoning, considering the fact that they rotated early on, look at this. Aiku Soul out of nowhere. This is something we have not seen them execute in the past. But here they are. Viper anticipating could be somebody from the mainland, especially considering he's on an hovercraft. Now things are starting to look so exciting.
This is going to happen. Teams in the comfort zone will try to take care of the teams on the edge. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Wildfangs, they get wiped out of the face of the earth. As they've been eliminated from this game as well. With just 1 point backed up, Wildfangs, a bad performance off the rip. Recovering from this will be tough. They've only got 2 more games to go in today's day. So let's see how that one seems like. Looking at the map so far, I mean, we've got the map feed available. 5 teams have made it across on the military base. We're looking on the safer side. Team Empire's on the way as well. Swimming across, or maybe they're taking the boatation. Team Empire's going to be looking safe as well. There's no issues on that regard. M40 as well, making the rotation down south using a boat. So M42 should have a smooth sailing. And speaking of M40, it's one of those teams all the way on the last page of the overall standings. And for M40, the performance has been on a major decline.
It has. And we have never really seen M40 leave its mark. And at this point, the flight path trajectory causing so much chaos already in the beginning phases of this game goes on to show that these teams have been hurted, especially Wildfangs. They tend to drop down around that Milta area this time, opted for an oversplit, and clearly they were unprepared for that. But taking a look at Team Jelly, they're going to take their own sweet time. Might be possibly the last ones to get inside the zone, or could even be outsmarted by the likes of Genesis Esports, who are still struggling around the blue, around Zaki's. As do or die, spot down the players of Hero Extreme Godlike in the far off fray, and they want to pick a bone against them. Considering how they're hovering their vehicles around, Reaper has got some good angle to play around with, and DOD. if they blow this vehicle up, this could be catastrophic for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Which won't happen. It's really tough to blow this vehicle up. Because Hero Extreme Godlike are not someone who are just going to let that happen. They're taking quite the wide rotation. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for Hero Extreme Godlike. They're moving all the way from the edges and now moving in the direction of K9 Esports. But I highly doubt even that clash is going to happen. Team Empire finally making their way towards the military base, looking pretty safe for now. Genix FM in the front lines, a team that is already quite hurt in the C buildings. If I'm not wrong, there are just 2 players of Genix FM alive so far. And Hero Extreme Godlike, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but once again, hitting a team that is on the struggling side. And unfortunately for Omega, he just never saw this coming. Hero Extreme Godlike, beautiful stuff.
He stared into their eyes as the Grim Reapers did strike over there, with Omega posing no answers for that blitzkrieg force from Hero Extreme Godlike. As the history dictates, Omega, he has been exterminated once again. And K9, with their heads chopped off, they have to play their game. Just 3 men alive, with even Phoenix Esports still lurking around Yasnaya. Quite a late rotation at that. As K9, they are completely scattered apart from each other. Hero Extreme Godlike, what I feel, Necro, at this point is maybe they're running out of supplies. They've taken a little bit of a stoppage around Kameshki. Maybe look for a few more meds for them, or is it just them hunting down K9? At this point, it's so difficult to really say what's going on in Punk's head.
I'm not exactly sure as well. It feels like Hero Extreme Godlike, knowing the fact that the zone's moved down south, they just want to take as many fights as possible, secure as many points as possible before getting taken down themselves. Taking the rotation down south right now, Hero Extreme Godlike knows it's going to be an invitation to your own death. Already all the good spots are going to be accumulated by the teams. It will be tough. And looking at how Hero Extreme Godlike is positioning themselves, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe it's a pit stop to get your loot up. Maybe it's a pit stop to get some information in the game. But K9 Esports, down a man, I'm pretty accustomed to seeing that. That's pretty much how K9 Esports likes to play. And it's usually Omega as well who gets taken down. So once again, I'm not surprised.
But still, you know, despite that, K9 have been pretty impressive in terms of their gunfights. 3 of these players, they've been tried and tested, and we know that they can hold their own. At this point, for Phoenix Esports, definitely eyes will be on them this particular week. Really excited to see what do they come up with, as finally this shift somehow make it concrete that we're looking forward to a certain circle. And Haiku Soul, they have been quite stellar with such a quick rotation. Not seen them pull off in the past, and this has worked out. Even for Carnival Gaming, they've got a really nice spot to hold around the northwestern edges of the circle, leaving their backlines absolutely clear. For Vanguard, things are also looking quite dandy. Southern areas for their control, and at this point, you could see a couple of those substitutions being made, one of which Zap has to be one of the biggest headliners, replacing Simp coming into play. And I feel like he really could be that final missing piece to Hero Extreme Godlike's puzzle. Such an amazing player.
I don't think anything was missing in the first place. Even Simp was doing a great job. Simp has been there in the forefront of the action, getting so many elimination points. Hero Extreme Godlike has been perfect, just the way they've been playing. They're doing really good in the overall standings, even when Zap was not playing. I just think that Godlike, considering they know they're already on the safer shoes, on the second spot in the overall standings, they're like, you know what? Now is the time where we start testing things out.
Well, this is one of the conversations I had with Admino back when he was here in Delhi. And he used to speak very highly of Zap, having played with him in the past under ORE Sports. And these were his words, mind you. But we'll talk about that a little later, because Sahil OP, he has been such a phenom against his foes. Never really shies away. Did take a lot of damage, falling down. But now he's got his eyes set on Maxi. Another man being taken down, and Vanguard on the verge of dismantling Team Tamilas right now, with Rico being that final player alive. I think he's just taking his final breath. There you go. Done and dusted. But coming back, Admino was of the opinion that he's a very sound player. Positions himself, something quite synonymous with what Knuckle does for Iku Soul. Now, given that he's playing under such a big banner, I think finally he'll get that exposure. And I hope Sap sort of lives up to the name. And for Hero Extreme Godlike, of course. I mean, this could be really making sense considering they want to make sure that they've got a nice roster there.
Exactly. All 5 players super stacked. What else do you want? For Hero Extreme Godlike right now, they seem at the top, definitely. But moving the conversation on towards the fight that just happened a while ago, Team Tumulas, they were super free. They just gave those points away to WinGod Esports. I mean, WinGod Esports camping the edge lines at this point in time. Team Tumula should have expected someone to be there. It's not the first time this is happening. So many teams usually get caught off guard on that same spot the way Team Tumulas got caught. They should have been a bit more aware, maybe take the rotation much more earlier, or just try and do something better. But unfortunately, Team Tumulas once again fell down to that same trap, which majority of the teams do. Right now, Iku Reckoning in a really good spot as well. They've got the high ground to play with. As long as there's no one really stacking next to him, it's all good in the hood. But as soon as teams do start to attract around that same vicinity, that's where Iku Reckoning can start to struggle as well. K9 Esports on the northern side towards Milta, just camping that bridge. At this point, K9 Esports knows there's going to be a lot of teams funneling downwards. And that's where K9 Esports is going to activate themselves and try to get as many eliminations as possible.
At this point, I'm still trying to wrap my heads around what on earth are Phoenix Esports and Hero Extreme Godlike up to. Still lurking around. They've got so many meds to work with. Still going for that loot. And hence trying to delay their entry inside the circle. Of course, with this shift, the circle damage is going to start hurting.
Oh, I understand what they're doing. They're going for a super late game rotation. They're trying to get as many meds as possible for all the 4 players and then go for an intensely late game rotation. So they need to tank a lot of damage for that, and that's why they're getting their loot up, specifically meds up. Right now,
I
CG.
hope so. That really works out because at this point, Carnival Gaming, they are fighting till death against DOD. And DOD have been such a menace initially, causing trouble for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, now under heavy fire. Hector just empties that mag over there without finding any success. Did not have the best of scopes to work around as Carnival Gaming. They were also the early ones. Be making a rotation down the south. And at this point, they must be wondering where to hold up next. And have decided to take an aerial position up the hills. And way too scattered apart from each other. It's going to be really interesting to see what can they pull off, because they're not really giving away the bridge. They still want to hold it, and now this poses so much threat, especially for the ones around the sidelines. As we speak, Kyoya, he gets a knock on towards Ninze. I'm pretty sure Reckoning they're going to follow suit.
They should. It's an exact knock they were looking for. But they're going up against just Jelly. For Reckoning as well, they need to be a little bit wary of the fact that it's also one of those teams that is quite venomous. And so far, they've already struck down 2 players. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with just Jelly. Players falling down. Sam is right there in the front lines as well, and Sam is way too isolated. Sam can be taken down within an instant, and that's what exactly happens. Sam gets wrapped up in his sheet as well. And now Just Jelly is handicapped big time. They can't do anything. With just 2 players standing, Just Jelly surviving this onslaught seems even tougher.
Yeah, especially considering Jelly is far from home. He's at Novoripnoi. At this point, really out of options, but only resort to a healing battle. And for Just Jelly, things did not really pan down well, considering again that flight path trajectory. They were supposed to be dropping down on Novoripnoi. That completely thwarted them off. All the rotation, everything thrown out of the window. As Iku Soul comfortably warming themselves up inside of that military base. A lot of spread, a lot of area control. As even the circle necro has shifted on them.
The zone, with the way it's been shifting so far, it does seem like it's going to be shifting right on top of those bunkers where Iku Soul is holding. And if it does happen, a date with Destiny for the boys. they can funnel in so many elimination points. It will be a crazy game for them. But if it does move down south, a little bit on the edge lines of the base, then that's where so many teams will be pushed outside of their comfort zone, and there will be an absolute mayhem. Reckoning Esports right now moving pretty close next to the players of M40. And that fight as well soon to erupt. K9 Esports, once again, this field trap that's being set up might just catch the players of Phoenix Esports, which are approaching slowly and steadily. And honestly speaking, with the way K9 Esports is playing, if I'm on the receiving end of things, I would be super pissed.
You know, at this point, they need to act quick. Because look at that. They're running out of supplies. Not have enough meds to work around with. And Phoenix Esports delays it a little bit longer than K9 Esports. They will have to get inside the circle. Because the fourth damage circle will be too high.
There we go.
And at this point, K9, they will have to get in the zone. And this is where I think Phoenix Esports might just spot them out. And if they are a little reckless, they might lose out on one of their players.
The only reason why the player moved is to get his hands on the meds as well. And look at Shiro, driving his weapon in a zigzag manner, but the vehicle still gets caught. Oh boy, he tried his best. If there was someone on the street, he would have tried to run him over, but unfortunately, that could never happen, because CG, as I mentioned, is a field trap, and that vehicle instantly gets caught. Carnival Gaming, with that one elimination that they've gotten, it really puts the players of Genix FM in a really uncomfortable spot, or maybe you can't say Genesis. But right now, Aiku Soul towards the same vicinity. Team Empire's on the move, and I'm not exactly sure how Team Empire can play this one out. They've got no clue that there's Aiku Soul as well on the opposite side. This is going to be an interesting fight. Aiku Soul, on paper, should have the striking advantage.
They should. Given the fact that they're the ones holding the door. Team Empire quite oblivious of Aiku Soul's presence. Just roaming around freely. The point where Aiku Soul can excel in hurting them. Finally, I've heard the footsteps. They know there's somebody hiding over here. With that trigger being pulled off. At this point, Knuckle, he's just waiting, hoping that one grenade connects and he gets that opener. Smart moves from this young man. Instantly deploys that smoke grenade. Just trying to keep his position anonymous as Team Empire just flooding through. As Knuckle really out of options over here. He has to leave this compound. Give it away to Team Empire as they storm through. And from the backlines, they are of course getting that cover fire. But a lot of action over here around the bridges as K9. They're going after another team. Genesis also against Hero Extreme Godlike as finally Aiku Soul's Knuckle finds an opener. Predator down on his knees and Ace running for his life.
Too many fights happening at the same time. K9 Esports facing off against Phoenix. And for Phoenix Esports as well, that fight means a lot. 3 fights happening at the same time, and this was ought to happen. Hero Extreme Godlike wanted to go for a late game rotation, but there was Genesis sitting on the edge of the bridge who were trying to camp out the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. But Hero Extreme Godlike as well, they're quite the foes to be feared. And that's where Genesis, they might just start a struggle. But Aiku Soul, as they wipe out the entirety of Team Empire, they're also going to have those evil smirks on their faces. And speaking of Team Empire, even they were on a major decline. So now this is going to be a bad start.
Look at the circle shift, Necro. And look at who are right at the smack center. It is going to be K9. I do not know how they pull this one off, but this is there. And now Genesis, they have been also exterminated from the lobby as Reckoning. They're still alive, still kicking with all their 4 players alive in front of them. They've got Phoenix Esports to deal with. Also Aiku Soul in the nearby vicinity as Phoenix Esports go for a slam in onto it. Some. And K9 right underneath the foothills of where Reckoning are as Venom and R2 exposed pretty much as they get rattled down. And Kyoya, he does not miss his mark. Instantly gets that connection and will get those eliminations. Reckoning off to a flying start into week number 3 with 7 finishes without any casualty.
The thing that happened to Phoenix Esports, at that point, they were just hoping. They were just praying to the god that hopefully they were going to get a good spot in the circle. But that was not the case. Reckoning Esports, they had the clear line of sight. Even Aiku Soul was in the front lines. So they could go nowhere. Phoenix Esports as well ripped apart. Reckoning Esports. The backline's not so secured. But at least they've got the advantage in that fight now. It's M40 that they're going up against. M40's already fighting too many demons in their head. They've got a Herculean task to try and overcome. Sounds too tough. K9 Esports, from being in the worst possible spot, now being in the best one. But still the surroundings, they don't seem that safe.
Oh, Jelly. All right, he was baited. Completely caught off guard as Manya also exposed from the backlines. And Dionysus, he's gonna get the deed done as Manya cannot escape the fate as Reckoning. They are just hammering down blows on their opposition. All four players still alive. They've got really good spaces to work things around with. All they've got to do, Necro, like you said, deal against -40, who pretty much have been on the receiving end of things.
Yeah.
Have been facing so much struggle as now Reckoning inching in a little bit closer, and they are aware of -40's presence as Wingot's trying to circle around Carnival Gaming. And Carnival Gaming, they're also having quite a ball over here.
CG is not a team you can underestimate like that, but Wingot Esports, they've been proving themselves time and time in this tournament as well. Silo P2 gets taken down, and within a flash, the entirety of Wingot, they come crashing down, but now it's time for M40 to go for a third party. M40 wanting to get a little bit of the piece of the pie as well in their hands, but will they be denied? That's my question. Trades happening back and forth, but CG, they drop down even more, but eventually, Viper, he nails the last player down as M40, they take an exit from the game, but CG is also quite exposed to a lot of threat across the map, and that's where Do or Die finds the major advantage.
They do, but look at K9, they're somehow still alive, somehow still inside the game, and somehow at the smack center of the circle. They've got a little bit of a security outpost to play around with. And they've got their vehicles also intact. I do not know how that ghillie suit did come upon Slug, but it's all right. Hell semblance of cover to work around with. Their position completely exposed. And they have to defend it with all their might. They've got a couple of smoke grenades to work around with. They've got so many foes beside them. You've got the two surviving members of Gen X FM. Still breathing and reckoning. The prime contenders to get this chicken dinner, considering they're wrecking havoc from up top.
Man.
As now Kyoya down on his knees, couple of smokes invested, and he'll also be back on his feet.
This is supposed to be a Reckoning Esports game. They've got so much information to play with. At this point, they probably have got a virtual heat map as well in their head, knowing exactly how much heat is there on the map on what specific parts. Reckoning Esports, they seem tactically sound with the way they're moving as well, slowly and steadily. Gravity's already secured a great spot in the circle. Reckoning Esports, they've got a lot of the lay of the land, and they're constantly going to keep on moving across that same vicinity as well. Aiku Soul, they leave that comfort zone. It's time to move out in the open. The smokes are the only thing that's going to save the day, but Ninja Boy overextends, and that's where once again Reckoning Esports strikes.
Now things aren't really looking good for K9 as one after the other. The forces are falling apart as Gen X FM making quick work of Aiku Soul, but Reckoning, like you said, raining death and destruction from above. One after the other, any given body in front of them, it's just dismantling them, taking them down to the abyss. As K9, they have managed to somehow recuperate in this situation. Players being brought back up, same goes for Aiku Soul, but look at the circle shift. Completely favoring Reckoning as they have already racked up finishes up for the numbers of 15. Now this is going to be really exciting to see if they can cross over that 20 marker.
Indeed. Utils tossed over. It's going to be tough to find any sort of values with those utilities because, I mean, it's pretty much threading a needle. Will be tough. They're constantly tossing it though, in the hopes of maybe finding a re-knock. That will be tough. Even Slug is there on the opposite side. Aiku Soul's going to try to disrupt that revival as much as possible. K9 Esports, two players looking good and dandy, but to dismantle the entirety of Reckoning Esports has got the circle advantage. Yeah, it sounds a bit too much. It's impossible. At least on paper it is. IQ Soul's Ronnie can play a major spoiler in the position that he's gotten. If he finds even one player of Reckoning Esports, that can definitely disrupt the flow of Reckoning Esports and maybe give a lifeline to the players of K9 Esports. Ronnie's going to be an instrumental and a key player, but Ronnie has a clear line of sight on the players of K9 Esports, and slowly and steadily K9 Esports' ball is dropping down low.
But his position has been compromised, Necro. Viper knows exactly where Ronnie is, as a result of which they are gonna bombard him. Beast already being bought down, K9 dealt with, and there you go, the final player, Ronnie, spotted out. He'll be lured out. He's still not refusing to get out of that situation.
Oh my God.
Trying to patch himself up. It is gonna be Reckoning who will be storming through week 3 with getting that first chicken dinner in the bag, and the number of finishes they have gathered for themselves is going to be enormous. I do not know if their hunger has been satiated, but whatever the case is, Reckoning Esports, they are just balling, man.
They indeed are. What a position that was on top of the hill. They had so much intel to play with. And then in the final few moments, being a problem for a majority of the teams in the military base, IQ Soul, Phoenix Esports, Genix FM, even K9 Esports, no one could move freely. A fight that happened between the players, even that was disrupted. M40, unfortunately, were also third-partied. So there were a lot of those third parties as well that happened in general. CG had a lot of expectations from them, but as I mentioned, they were third-party by the players of M40 when they clashed against WinGod Esports. So in general, in the final few moments, this is what happens in the military base. Hero Extreme Godlike went for quite the extreme rotation. They tried to pull something new off, but it did not work out. That late-game rotation was a bit too late to the point where they got camped out by the players of Genesis and did not have enough time to rotate.
And what is really baffling is the fact that K9 somehow made it inside the circle and right were at the smack center, especially after losing out on Omega. And that was pretty much a death trap, right? There was no means of escape. They did not have a lot of spaces to play around. They were just hoping they could gather as many position points as they can, which they rightfully did. And for Carnival Gaming, I felt like they wanted to really go hammering down on their enemies, take a lot of those fights. And don't get me wrong, they still had a really good game, getting 10 plus points in the first game itself. I mean, right way to make a comeback inside of week 3. And even for Hero Extreme Godlike, after having such a good start, taking down 3 of the players of Hidden Ones, eventually had to succumb to their injuries. And I don't know, really have to think upon that real, very late rotation coming in from Punk. I don't know if that really worked out for them or not.
As I mentioned, trying something new on the board, right? Just the way they're trying to zap right now in the playing floor. And it's completely fine. Here at Extreme Godlike, they still secured so many elimination points to the place where they can try things like this. It's completely fine. Still, they've gotten a consistent amount of points, right? But you move the conversation on towards the entire previous game. It really did feel like all the teams on the struggling side were being targeted off the rip. I mean, Hero Extreme Godlike taking down Hidden Ones, then we also did see Phoenix Esports getting camped out. All the struggling names were getting taken down. Genix FM 2B were camped up. So yeah, it was definitely quite a bad game for the teams that wanted to make the comeback.
But you know, we have to talk about how good Reckoning were with their shot callings. Everything down to their T was covered. Providing perfect cover fire to each other, being there, having so much information, and also the circle really favoring them towards the end. Really goes on to show that Reckoning, they mean business and making good work out of every other opposition there. And there you have it, that final death blow on towards Ronnie. I think that is going to be quite a statement. And Reckoning, they've got this thing on social media, right? Every time they take down IQ Soul, there is a post that awaits. I'm pretty sure there will be one on X pretty soon. But that being put aside, it was a great start to week 3.
The entire banner is known for shenanigans like that, right? And now you've got the match MVP too, with 6 finishes racked up from Dinosis and 32% of finish contribution with the map impact of 11%. Reckoning Esports, they were already doing really good in the overall standings. They were on the 9th spot at the start of the day with 120 points, but after this game, they're going to be in the top 5 without any struggles.
I think Reckoning, if they continue playing like this, they might secure qualification by the end of day number 2.
Hands down.
And after that, I'm starting to tremble with Reckoning inside the lobby and the extreme amount of aggression they possess inside of their roster. Imagine their support player getting 6 finishes over here goes on to speak volumes about how Reckoning is ready to take over 2025 and make it theirs.
Indeed. I mean, you've got the stars of the match. You also do see Gravity right there. One of the young IGLs doing so good so far, driving this entire force. Reckoning Esports, yes, the previous game was quite nice, but somewhere down the line, I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports is not someone who would try to go and ball the entire day, right? They're definitely going to take a bit of that backseat, maybe try new stuff out, but that's where the other teams will also get a chance to try and get something done. Now, in the upcoming games, I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports will start taking those reckless fights that they're known for, which is completely fine. Once again, securing such a good game off the rip, it really gives you that leeway to do such things. But that's where other teams can definitely try and step things up. As I mentioned, Hidden Ones off the rip getting capitalized like that by Hero Extreme Godlike really put them in a bad spot. Phoenix Esports too, no points accumulated from that previous game. Definitely were doing pretty bad as well. Team Temeles, I'm not exactly sure what they were hoping. In the waterways, still getting caught by the same trap by so many teams that get caught right there. At this point, teams should learn a lesson, knowing that yes, the edge lines will be camped if you're trying to go that late in the zone. But you know what? There's so much more to talk about, and those talkings will be done after a short break.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
सो नीरज स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 3 and Day number 1. My name is Shannon and I have got a new face on the desk this time. It is going to be Scared. Scared, you just came on the desk and Reckoning got a beautiful winner chicken dinner. Seems like they're again back in the form.
I mean, I could possibly say that maybe I'm a lucky charm for the sides of Reckoning because yes, indeed, they played absolutely best. Specifically talking about Dinosaurs, right? The man was really on point. He was going rampage with those 5 extra finishes as well, and having something over 30% finish contribution, that's exactly what you need from your own team. Because I'll be honest, back when I was looking at the finish leaderboards as well, we saw quite a lot of names who've been performing really well, but eventually teams and players like from the side of Reckoning and Dinosaurs, them stepping up would definitely mean that they can get a solid hand in the top 3.
And speaking of top 3, seems like Reckoning in this match, they were in the top with 29 points. And like you said, maybe in the overall, they can be in the top 3. Aiku Soul having a good outing with total of 11 points. Carnival Gaming on the 3rd spot with total of 11 points. Placement points are a bit of concern for CG. But hey, the circle itself was a big problem for so many teams. K9, they also fared off really well with total of 10 points. Wingod with 6 points. Gen FM. In fact, this was the team which was super aggressive in the Open Finals. Scared, and this time they are still struggling with 5 points. I think Gen FM need more than that.
I 100% agree, and it's not just that one team, right? Even Phoenix Esports, if we talk about, this is a team that have been struggling a lot, and the ones that you mentioned who qualified from the Open Finals, the teams like Genesis, M40, even Team Empire. Team Empire is the only other team that was actually performing really well, but again, it probably is just a hiccup start for this one day, and that's why they're struggling onto that one part too. But I was really hoping for big names, specifically like Gen XFM, to step up and show some good amount of gameplay and get those at least an average of 7 to 8 points, which even Necro has been mentioning for quite a while, because that's what you need to slowly and steadily build up to try and take care of your positioning, specifically when you enter the week 4.
There's one more team I want to talk about, the players of Wild Fangs. In the overall ranking, they were on the 14th spot, and this early elimination in week number 3 is definitely going to hurt the players of Wild Fangs. Yes, they were struggling, but in week 2, I thought they have recovered from the mistakes. They have rectified all the mistakes, but seems like Wild Fangs are still struggling because, Scared, let's be honest, in the previous one, Wild Fangs was the first team to go for the early rotation and go towards the side of Novo Ripnoi. If they had won that 4v4 fight, Wild Fangs could have been the one to get a winner chicken dinner than this one.
Yeah, that was an important duel for them, and they eventually succumbed to the pressure during that one part itself. But you know what? We've been talking about quite a few games, but let's quickly have a look at the schedule as well, ladies and gentlemen, because this was just the first map over, and that was the map of Erangel. And again, it was Reckoning who secured that big chicken dinner for themselves. And now I'm just probably opening up my social media as well on both my laptop screen as well as my phone to see if there's any kind of fun update on their socials.
Soon it will be there. Don't worry about that. We'll find out. But speaking about the map of Miramar, there have been few teams which have been performing really good, but there's still one team which was performing really good in Open Finals in Miramar, and that was -40. We have been talking about -40 struggles since quite some time. So maybe this time they have rectified, they have figured out what's really happening wrong, because -40 was one of those teams which is going for a very good rotation in Miramar. But that thing has been missing completely in the challenge season.
I agree. -40 was again a very solid team in terms of the teams that I really thought would perform very well after the open qualifiers commenced. I thought -40 would be one of them, but I mean, let's see. Maybe third time's a charm, so this week 3 is going to help them out slowly and steadily after this game too. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about that, we've been yapping a lot, so let's quickly move into the map of Miramar as the plane fly paths yet again hitting in all the way from down south of Los Leones going up to Torre Ahumada.
Definitely, the flight path is definitely interesting, but I'm still waiting for those drop clashes. If in case there will be any, but -40, we were talking about them, seems like they are going towards the complete southern side. Then we have the players of Jerix FM also going towards the southern side. Team Empire, they have also dropped towards the south. Wingod Esports, maybe heading towards the side of Chumasera, but to ask you, I'll throw you under the bus on the very first day.
Oh my
Which
God.
team you think is going to get a winner chicken dinner in this one?
Hey yo, I know that there's a lot of people out there who are thinking that I should say some big names like Godlike, but let's be brutally honest. Teams like Godlike right now, specifically for week 3, are now on that experimental phase. They are in a very comfortable spot in the leaderboard in the top 3, so I don't really feel that they're going to try and target a few more chicken dinners, because that would just mean that they might eventually get the bounty on their back, the invisible bounty that we always talk about, you know, the table bottomers team who, when they know they've got no chance, they try to target some teams that are up on high in that table to maybe get a bit of that limelight. But on the other end of the spectrum, there are still a few teams that I kind of want to see on that aggressive end, right? Specifically talking about teams like Just Jelly as well. This was a very solid team in the top 10, but eventually after that previous game, are now going to struggle to keep that one position for themselves. But hold on a second, we're talking about that, and there's already an early skirmish happening all the way down south.
And I hate to say it, it is the players of Team Gen X FM who are at the bottom of the leaderboard. They are in the 23rd spot with total of 85 points. So this game is very important. Not just this game, this entire week is really important for the players of Team Gen X FM. Yes, they are in the close proximity to the players of Team Hidden Ones, and we also have got the players of -40 in the previous one. Hidden Ones also had a drop clash. They also lost few of the players at the very early start of the game. So this time Hidden Ones, they need to be very cautious, because the bounty which you are talking about, I think Hidden Ones has got behind their back, because they are on the 19th spot.
I agree, I 100% agree. And it's been a struggling start for the entire evening, right, for the Hidden Ones, because on the map of Erangel, they dropped class against Godlike themselves, eventually succumbed to the pressure, and now they're drop clashing against the members of Gen. So it's definitely a struggling phase for them, but it's absolutely fine. It's going to be passing off quickly. In order to make your name big, you have to move through these kind of struggling phases. That's what makes your team a great team. And I know that all of these players have got that potential, but in the meantime, if we're having a look at the other parts of the map, right, Los Leones, it's going to be pretty even out as well. Team Tamilas out there with the members of WF. Just down south of them, we've got EE. Up towards the northern part, we've got the Reckoning Esports. They're kind of spread out in a 2-and-2 spread towards Torre Hamada and Campo Militar as well. And just down south of them, we've got Godlike in the very similar split, who are slowly and steadily moving up north too.
Of course, they are going a little north. Godlike, Team Reckoning, they all have the northern control towards them, but the circle is towards the southern western side, so they also need to make the rotation. Maybe the late rotation could be the key for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike and Team Reckoning. But speaking about the performance, in week number 1, Hero Extreme Godlike in the map of Miramar just got 7 points. So that's something concerning. Miramar has never been one of the strongest map for Hero Extreme Godlike. It's always been Erangel. Even they have rectified Sanhok and Weekend because they had decent points in week number 1. So Miramar is something where Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to be a bit cautious.
They indeed have to be, considering even the first one did not really go super well in their favor. We expected them to have a pretty solid game, specifically after their explosive start against Hidden Ones and then also catching Omega from K9. But it did not really roll out that well for them. They, let's be honest, spent a little too much time all the way towards that main island, could not rotate, and then were eventually caught during their rotation towards that bridge. If I'm not wrong, it was by the side of Team Genesis, who themselves were being stopped by the members of Carnival Gaming from towards the Ferry Pier military base bridge, right? But it's absolutely fine. Just as we mentioned, they're the ones who are just having a bit of the testing phase, and it is important so that you have got a few extra utilities in your bag in terms of the strategies which you want to use once you move to that week 4, and also possibly towards the challenge finals itself, which quite a few of these teams are still struggling to make, and Team Empire was one such team, Shadow, which I really wanted to talk about as well, coming from the open qualifiers. When most of the teams from open qualifiers are struggling to be in the top 16, this team has been in there, but not at a very comfortable place.
Yeah, Team Empire, they had their fair share of up and then downs. So, going don't have much complaints from the side of Team Empire because the way they have improvised their game as compared to week number 1, they did get the winner chicken dinners, either through heal battle, they always make sure to get those average points. So I think Team Empire is definitely impressing me at this point. Yes, the consistency is something which they need to bring in because they are right at the 13th spot. Even if you keep getting those average points, I think Team Empire can easily sail through and stay in the top 16 and qualify for the challenge finals. But Aiko Soul, speaking about the performance as compared to week number 1, I think week number 2 looked really good for this particular team.
Yeah, it looked absolutely crazy, right? If I'm not wrong, the only other team apart from God's Reign getting that hat-trick chicken dinners for themselves and also getting the 4th straight one, if not for finishing off at that 2nd place. Sometimes it feels a bit of a heartbreak when you don't really see these kinds of records being made, but considering that we've reached those hat-trick chicken dinners, that too by 2 different teams in the exact same week, it kind of becomes inevitable that slowly and steadily we're going to have that 4th one itself. But yes, this team definitely made a humongous comeback, and I kind of expected that from, to be honest, Aiku Soul, because considering the amount of experience this team has, it is inevitable that they will eventually qualify and then showcase their class, which we normally see. But fires a few shots, and Daniel will be caught out there. Gen X FM now finally returning the favor to the members of Hidden Ones, who eventually took Shogun down out early on once we saw that drop clash. So can never be too careful out there in the lands of Miramar. And after hearing those few shots, even Team Empire is making the rotation in the similar direction, by the way, Shadow.
Yeah, even -40, they're also towards the southern side of Miramar. So there is a possibility for all these 4 teams going up against each other. Gen X FM, they had to face an early casualty. Shogun was eliminated pretty early. And after that, they were just waiting for the players of Hidden Ones. And seems like the revenge has been served to the players of Hidden Ones as Daniel has been eliminated. But speaking about this team, the player which has impressed me the most is going to be Executor and along with that Mortis. Because these 2 players are definitely doing the majority of the heavy lifting. But for now, Hidden Ones, they have opted for the bridge rotation. But seems like Alien is not aware that towards the southern island, we have the players of -40.
Yeah, they're kind of in a spread out situation though, so I don't really feel that Nishi is going to fire in a few more shots. He's just out there to gather as much intel as possible. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's noted down the position of Alien already. Now, of course, they do not know which team it is on the opposing end, but this clearly gives them out the information that there are a few finished points that they can eventually accumulate. But slowly and steadily, since we're talking about accumulation, right, there's a lot of teams who are now finally accumulating into that circle itself. But considering how it's the map of Miramar, pretty big one, and the blue does not really deal a lot of damage, there are still a few teams who like to play in the blue, and that too probably towards the stage 2 or maybe sometimes even the stage 3, and then take that very late entry into the circle. And Godlike and Reckoning, both of them have got the similar ideology. Just Jelly as well, they're in the blue right now, but they're making their rotation all the way towards down south, probably towards the southeastern part of the Lost Leonis city to basically barge in, or maybe they can go all the way down south, even south of Wildfang. And considering and talking about Wildfang themselves, Shadow, this is a team who's got some insane names. If we talk about experience, Scout and Sensei are the first 2 players that always come in mind. Yet, they have been on that receiving end of the spectrum too, on the 14th place, which is not comfortable.
I don't want to be harsh, but to be honest, statistically speaking, Sensei and Scout, they are the bottom fraggers of the team. I think Trace God is doing the majority of the heavy lifting. We also had an interview where he talked about the team is trying to build the synergy. So definitely I think Wildfangs will recover, and the remaining players will also start stepping up, because there were a few moments where we did see the players making few mistakes, where Scout was trying to cross over the bridge. That was a rookie mistake which came from his side. But nevertheless, I think in the overall ranking, Wildfangs, they are sitting comfortably on the 14th spot. They just need to get those average points every single day, because day number 3 was really in the favor of Wildfangs with accumulated 26 points. And after that, they have been getting those average points. Second, we have Team Empire and Gen FM locking horns with each other, as Matrix is a confirmation point onto Empire, goes for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. But Gen FM and Team Empire, what just happened? Empire lost 2 players.
Yeah, it was a big problem coming in for the side of Empire, as again they were quite kind of in a spread out situation, plus over towards that edge. You don't really have a lot of places to run away, and that's not the best place to face up against a foe who's got the shotgun in his hand. Yes, it eventually was pretty sad, but for Gen X FM, they did a very solid job. Yet again, losing an early member down to hidden ones over down south in that map, still getting that one frag in return, and then eventually now getting a 2. That's a pretty solid one for them, but for now, Team Empire, they're taking the fight on the other end as well. Team Tamila's Mr. IGL. Why does he always find himself in similar spots? This kind of gives me the flashbacks of one of the previous BGMI tournaments that I casted, and that time I was with Necro as well. But that's all in the past right now, Team Tamila's. This is a team who we always saw in that top 16, if not in the top 10, who are now struggling on the position of 23, and now Mr. IGL will be taken down itself. Hunter noting down that position, firing a few more shots in all that smoke wall which was created by the members of Team Tamila's to try and save their IGL, which just now seems impossible as he'll be picked off. Hunter finds some perfect shots and was it behind that solid cover as well and towards those window area.
And mind you, Scared, Team Empire is taking an outnumbered fight against the plus of Team Tamilas. Tamilas do have the numbers advantage. It's a 2v4 situation, and seems like the situation is going in the favor of Team Empire. An experienced lineup such as Team Tamilas can't afford to lose a fight where they have the numbers advantage. On the other side of the map, we have the players of Gen X FM also locking horns with the players of Team Wild Fangs. Gen X FM, they also had an early casualty, but they need to be careful. But looks like Vishu is trying to open things up as he takes down Scout.
That's a big pick coming in. Wild Fang now, as you mentioned about the man himself, Scout, has got a lot of experience on the table, but in terms of that firing power, he is still struggling a bit. And same is the case with Sensei. So Wild Fangs, they're also struggling, but for now we're going to be looking at the stalemate that's between Team Empire and Team Tamilas. I personally feel that they kind of want to take out a few more players, but in the meantime, Vingod now taking the fight against the members of Carnival Gaming themselves, as Carnival finally finding another pick. This team, even from the previous match, was unstoppable, and they're continuing the same pace in the map of Miramar.
They both want to have the control of the center. They want the epicenter control of the circle. As Carnival Gaming, Vingod Esports, they are locking horns with each other. I love that linear split which was coming from the side of Vingod Esports, but seems like the split didn't work entirely in their favor as they lost on to one of the crucial player, which was Sahil. Because we have seen Sahil do the majority of the heavy lifting, get those 4v4 fights converted in the favor of Vingod Esports, but seems like even the players of Aiko Soul and Team K9 are also trying to lock horns with each other. As Team Aiko Soul, they are being the king of the hill. They do have a certain height advantage. And talking about K9 also, they were struggling at the start of the challenge season, but seems like they have recovered, because in the last day, even Omega was also performing really good.
Yeah. Today though, he's not had a very solid start, let's be honest. In the previous one, he was the first person to be picked off, but as you mentioned, he has been a pillar for the side of K9 Esports. Oh, Manya, almost landing that 3-pointer right on the head of Omega, who will eventually have to give up on that position. So no more information to be gathered by that man. As Aiko Soul, they're constantly bombarding that one compound, trying to catch in that one knock, and guess what? This makes Omega's position even more crucial. He needs to stay alive, and he needs to make sure that he does not get taken down, though Beast fires in some few long shots. And by the way, a fun fact about Beast. If I'm not wrong, he's probably one of the only person who is in the top 10 finished leaderboards from the side of K9. And that's also one of the reasons why this team made that epic comeback in week number 2, which we always talk about.
And not only Beast, I think Slug is also doing really good, because it's always the dynamic duo of Slug and Beast, where Slug is dishing out a lot of damage. Yes, the finish point usually goes toward the side of Beast because of the position, but every single time, I think Beast and Slug, both these lads are in a perfect spot to get those finish points. But seems like Aiko Soul, they have decided to prioritize the circle and make a quick escape from this situation, because even they have got the plus of Team Reckoning right on their tails, not just K9. So I think the mature and wise decision coming from the side of IGL, but even Kyoya is peppering few bullets towards the side of Ronnie, as Ronnie gets taken down from the moving vehicle. This is not looking good for the plus of Aiko Soul at this point.
Absolutely, they're kind of on that receiving end of the spectrum, considering the fact that Reckoning won the previous one. They're kind of now having that confidence boost for themselves. So definitely is not going to be a fight that they would really want to take. But on the other end of the spectrum, though, now since we're already talking about Reckoning Esports, right, Shadow? So we have seen this team struggle, but we have also seen this team's full potential when they go fearless. And in the previous one, we saw exactly that. Everyone had their eyes focused on some teams who were on some flashy part of the map, and then came Reckoning. They're always playing in the shadows and strike when the time is best for them.
Just now we also saw the circle shift, and if you notice, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Team Just Jelly, Gen XFM, Team Empire, they all want to have the southern control of the circle. This is not really looking good. In all this commotion, I think Carnival Gaming, they do have a very good spot for themselves, as they've got a city of Montenegro, they have got the hard compounds, hard cover for themselves. So Carnival Gaming are definitely looking good. Even the plus of Vanguard Esports, because they have the control of the center at this point. As Aiku Soul, they're trying to move from the western side, but Reckoning and K9, they're still taking the brunt of the blue, and so are the plus of Hidden Ones. And unfortunately, Mortis is trying to pop the last first hit. So Hidden Ones, the journey inside the circle itself is going to be a bit of a problem for them.
I 100% agree. This team has been struggling to keep their position, or rather to make it into the top 16 itself, and now are struggling to make it into the safe circle, or rather keep that position for themselves. So kind of reminisces of what's happening to them in the leaderboard. But at the same time, since we've been on the topic of how many teams are slowly and steadily trying to take control of the central part of the map, look at the southern part. Shadow, we'll talk about that in a while though, as Nishu, some shots being fired onto him as he was the first one to open some shots on the other side, but was not in that very solid cover, has to move back a bit. But now you really know a couple of positions that are being held by your opponents, so that could potentially help you out in that macro game when we talk about. Because there are certain fights that you need to take and there are certain fights that you need to avoid. And this is probably one of those fights which is not necessary for you.
Agreed 100%. Minus 40, they need those points because they are at the right bottom of the leaderboard and they need to be very cautious, which they are trying to do so. But even Necro and Fixes also pointed out that minus 40 in the previous week, they should have gone for those 4v4 fights. They should have gone for the aggressive approach because that was the week where they could have experimented and built that confidence, which is lacking certainly at this point. But look at the screen, we have Team Empire and Team Tamilas.
Yeah,
In kind of a stalemate situation, which is a good decision, Scared, let's be honest, because the circle is definitely favoring both these teams and they are on the struggling side. They need those points. So that could be the reason that Team Empire and Team Tamila, they're just sticking to their own compounds.
But that stalemate is not going to last long enough because, again, considering the fact how many teams are there on towards the southern part of the circle, there's teams Just Jelly, Hidden Ones, even Godlike a bit more. Yeah, they're kind of transversing towards the southeastern edge, but they're still in the vicinity to come in and hop in for that fun third party, few extra finishes for themselves. So I don't really feel that it is a very solid spot to hold on for a long game because eventually the circle's going to shift away from you, probably in the next few seconds itself. And as I say, it's Carnival Gaming right now who find themselves in the smack center, considering they also have got the high ground advantage. This could be a very big game for Carnival if they play their cards right.
Even for the players of Phoenix Esports, because if we look at the position of Phoenix Esports, they are in the eastern periphery of the circle towards the northern side. The only problem could be the players of K9 and Reckoning. If Phoenix Esports do manage to deal with them, I think Phoenix can also have a very good outing. When Gods, Carnival Gaming, yes, the circle is favoring them heavily. Totally agreed, but Hidden Ones. Seems like they've got few foes around the vicinity, and that is going to be the players of Team Just Jelly, as Jelly is trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of Team Empire as well. Actually, it is Team Aiku Soul who lost onto one of the player. Aiku Soul coming under heavy fire, but seems like they have managed to escape from the side of Team Jelly.
Yeah, but that's not the only team now. Even Hidden Ones, they're going to be fired upon a few more shots as well. They're all the way spread out. Was the other long range fight? Ninze, he needed to land a few more shots but could not do that. Alien, smart decision though, but now he's being caught in that one compound. I don't see how he's going to be exiting from that one, considering his team is all the way far spread out. But Jelly as well out in the open now is going to follow the same tracks that Hidden Ones followed, and his vehicle is now about to be bursted down into the flames too. He will survive as of now, but that basically means that It's Team Just Jelly who put themselves in the same place where right now Hidden Ones ran away from.
So many teams trying to traverse from the southern side. Even Carnival Gaming, they are locking horns with the players of Team Ico Soul. Soul, they did manage to escape from the clutches of Team Jelly, but walked right into the compounds where Carnival Gaming was there. And seems like Ico Soul is not having the best of the time as one of the player has been knocked. And maybe Carnival Gaming looking for the confirmation point. Look at the spread which is coming from the side of CG as Viper gets a confirmation with a grenade onto Knuckle, and Ico Soul left with only 2+. Even Genesis and -40, they're also locking horns as Fragger has been knocked out.
Yeah, that's a big problem. But for now, even Carnival Gaming holding it out. They're not pushing recklessly against the members of Ico Soul because they very well know how difficult it could be to deal with those behemoths, with those giants. Team Empire is gonna lose one additional member now. It's only Predator remaining. Team Tamilas, they want to jump in. They want to try and capture this one extra finish point. The blue is going to be hitting them a bit. Predator tries to fire. Rico, he needs to find a perfect timing, but it does not even matter. Eventually, Team Tamilas finally finding that last pick, but Shadow, they lost 2 members in the meantime, and they don't really have a very solid positioning itself, even in the circle, nor on the leaderboard. So they're going to be struggling in this one too. While on the other side, Wildfangs, they hear what's happening all the way in the outskirts. Stray Squad, he knows the pressure is coming onto his way as well. Therefore, they're now going to be rendezvousing together. And in the meantime, Ico Soul, they're going to be trying to hold their ground against the members of Carnival Gaming. But guess what? There's also Godlike hopping in onto the same area. It's Soul versus Godlike, Shadow.
As Some is trying to find some sort of connection with that grenade, but no connection whatsoever. Hero Extreme Godlike, they do have the numbers advantage. Punk having a cheeky position along with Zap as Jonathan is trying to go for the close frontal battle as Mana gets taken down and leaving Some all by himself. It's a 1v3 situation for Some. Seems like Godlike they're going to get one more finish point, but wait a second. Kyolamau with a perfect grenade takes down Jonathan. Actually, it was not Kyolamau. It was a grenade of some other team.
Yeah, eventually helping Some out as he survives for a while too. But now he's going to be collapsed upon Some. He needs to hold his ground. It's Zap and Punk on the other side. While on the outskirts, we still have Wildfang fighting it out. Some gets another knock onto Punk. And it's go all the way down to just Zap versus Some. Will Ico Soul go in for this clutch? That's the big question.
Could be possible. 1v3 has been turned into a 1v1 situation. Some valiant effort from this side. He just needs to find one more connection onto the last player of Hero Extreme Godlike. 3 finishes already strong. And Some and Zap in a 1v1 situation. Zap completely outside the compound, not having a safe cover for himself. He need to find a better position because there are so many teams also present in the close proximity. And Some with the DBS, maybe he can find one more connection. But Zap is also trying to find the connection with a grenade, but seems like Zap is also getting shots from somewhere else.
Yeah, there's just so many teams all the way towards the position of the southwestern part of the circle, and that's a big problem for Zap. He can't stay outside, and that's why he's now being forced to jump inside. Those Molotovs were there to stop his advance. But now there's no possibility. The shotgun in the hand, and Some is the one who converts the unthinkable for Ico Soul as the win against Hero Extreme Godlike. When everything was against them, there was one sign, there was one nade that got Jonathan and eventually converted that 1v3 into a 1v2. And Ico Soul Some makes sure that his team is surviving, and guess what? He's got 4 frags in his pocket, Shadow.
Of course, 4 frags and definitely running high on confidence because when you eliminate such a strong team, definitely that is going to boost the confidence. So a very good clutch coming from the side of Some, and yes, like you pointed out, the grenade was very critical, but we'll come back to that. We have also got the plus of Team Just Jelly in sort of a pickle against the plus of Do or Die as the last player remains from the side of Team Jelly. Even he has been eliminated. Also, a third party coming into the picture from the side of Team Genesis, and Just Jelly, they were pretty much stuck in that situation, but Do or Die, they also need to be careful from the side of Phoenix Esports. K9, even they are also coming under heavy fire from the side of Hidden Ones as one of the player has been knocked out. Lots of smoke cover is definitely there, but Alien is trying to get the confirmation points at this point.
Yeah, they're just trying to fire from all the directions. You mentioned about Do or Die as they're not just sandwiched, but there's I don't really know the term for this, but I'm going to call they're just hamburgered between three different teams as Wingod was stopping their pursuit or their advance towards the safe circle. And that's exactly where they are right now. It will eventually pan down to Carnival versus Wingod, but patience needs to be there. The team that has got the perfect patience right now will eventually win because there's Reckoning all the way up north and there's no one to fight against them. But guess what? That's where Phoenix are now going. So we will potentially see Reckoning versus Phoenix Esports as well. While Wingod take control of this entire southern part of the circle. Carnival Gaming all the way towards that western part. They've got that ground as well. A few solid compounds for themselves. Some, he's just going to try and survive to get those position points. And if I'm not wrong, his team was just a couple of points away from Godlike as well in the leaderboard. So just catching a couple of position points will eventually pave the way for them to move towards that second place. So heroics of week 2 not gonna end in week 2. They're gonna continue in week 3 as well.
Wingod, they need to defend the compound. Like you said, they have the control of the circle. They were the only team which was favored by the circle, but they need to defend the compound with all the tooth and nail. But at this point, Phoenix Esports, Reckoning Esports, they both are looking in the direction of Wingod. As so many teams are trying to traverse from the southern side, as Hector gets a beautiful knock onto Executor. So Hidden Ones, yes, they do have good amount of finish points, but they also need to survive as the journey inside circle is becoming a difficult one for them. LeBron still inside the compound, Phoenix Esports, Carnival Gaming on the other side. Both of them want to have this compound under their name, but Carnival Gaming, they also need to deal with the plus of Team Genesis as Fragger out in the open, and Infinity will take him down.
A good solid spray down by Infinity. Genesis are going to be struggling all the way down there though, because that's going to be a couple of teams in front and their back, making sure that they're going to be stopped. Few more shots being fired. Infinity's position is the key. You talk about the high ground, this team has got the high ground, but at the same time now Carnival Gaming, they've got the covers of those ridges. Phoenix Esports, they've got to deal with Reckoning Esports. They've still got a couple of players out there. We talked about that, but it's Neo who finally finds an opener. Carnival Gaming, they're not stopping. Genesis, Sketch is the only man remaining on his feet, who's going to be now collapsed upon by Yash, by Wingod as he was going. He went in for the spray down as well and will eventually claim the life. But in the meantime, Infinity has been taken down, so that's a big problem. But at the same time, look at the position of Venom Shadow.
Overcommitment from the side of Infinity, which was not required at all. Wingod, all they had to do is just defend the compound. Phoenix Esports, even now, they have been so close. They are coming so close to the plus of Carnival Gaming, although in a close frontal battle against one of the players of Carnival Gaming. Damage being dished out, and finally trades are coming back and forth. Rescue mission is also important, as although from the low ground is trying to fight against the players of Carnival Gaming, especially Viper, a grenade being flung over. But will there be any connection? A lot of Molotovs also being used as the confirmation has been made. Phoenix Esports, even Wingod, they also want to be part of this by doing a perfect third party onto the plus of Phoenix.
What a play by Phantom. He single-handedly stopped the advance of Wingod all the way from the right side of that screen. That is madness. While the entire Phoenix fought against the members of Carnival Gaming. This is just an obnoxious play coming in from Phantom. The hero for the side of Phoenix right now. Making sure that the resurgence is there for this team. The rebirth. And Phoenix Esports now have got the maximum chance to win it out, but the big problem is Wingod. This team still has got the high ground, though not the numbers. And that's the only possibility which can change the outcome of this entire match. Some could be the second one, and he spoils the game. He finds the opener on Infinity, and it's Phoenix who claimed the life of Some. And now it's Phoenix who can eventually rush it down 4v2 on feet players.
Perfect nade being flung over from the side of all two, takes down LeBron and deals with the last player of Phoenix Esports. And Wingod Esports getting a beautiful victory in the map of Miramar. But Phoenix Esports also staging a comeback as they came on the second spot. But Some definitely rained on the parade of Wingod Esports for some time.
That was the most heartbreaking thing that you saw is about to happen, but you can't do anything about that. Because again, we had the map feed, we were seeing everything, we had the spoilers out there, but not the members of Wingod Esports. But what a game by Phoenix. They were struggling over towards the eastern edges and then eventually made their way all the way towards the north, made sure they're not too close to the members of Reckoning. They gate kept them as well, and in the meantime were also stopping any kind of advances from Wingod if they wanted to clear out the south or the southeastern area, and also stopped in the members of Gen X FM to slowly move up forward, as well as the members of Genesis. So that was a big play. And eventually over towards the end, Phantom, man, I know there are a lot of flashy players who get a lot of finishes, but for me it was Phantom who single-handedly stopped Wingod from advancing.
For me, it was Some, because the way he did a third party, he was going for the mid strat because he was the only player remaining. And if at all Wingod had any chance of getting a victory in that situation, I think Some kind of ruined it by taking one of the player down. And Phoenix Esports immediately saw that, and they realized this is the moment we need to rush onto the players of Wingod before they go for the rescue mission. And Phoenix Esports finally a very good comeback coming from their side. But looking at the highlights, we have Hidden Ones. Again, had to face an early casualty, but I think they did good recovery because they have decent amount of finish points in this one.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I probably saw 7 of them. We'll still need to get a confirmation on that. But as you mentioned, losing an early member so far ahead in the game and then transitioning it into a game where you have got 6 to 7 finishes. Necro was talking about those standard points that you need to get, somewhere around 7 to 8. Those are the ones you always need to target. Not a chicken dinner in every other game, but rather those average points. And that's exactly what Hidden Ones are doing. Yes, probably a couple of heroic games will eventually boost their position high up. But for now, this big chicken dinner gameplay by Phoenix Esports, it's going to boost the confidence of this team high up.
Of course, definitely, because they were dealing with the players of Wingod Esports. They were also dealing with the players of Carnival Gaming. Carnival Gaming, they were also pretty much stuck in that situation because they had to deal with Genesis, where they eliminated Genesis. But after that, it was not only Phoenix Esports, it was also Wingod Esports who was kind of doing a third party. And Carnival Gaming, they were pretty much stuck in that situation and made the most out of it. But Phoenix Esports, this was so important. This victory was so important for the players of Phoenix Esports. And they definitely, I think after this game, their graph is going to go all linear.
Absolutely, but for now we're going to have a look at the person who had killed or who had the finishes in a very linear fashion for himself, and that's going to be All2. The man himself from the side of Phoenix. 4 finishes for him, 44% finish contribution, and look at the map impact, 7% as well, Shadow.
Perfect starts being delivered. Phoenix Esports, I kind of like their rotation also, because from the very start of the game, if you notice, Phoenix Esports, they were keeping themselves away from all the traffic. They had the northeastern control of the circle. They were sticking to the edge of the circle instead of committing to the center of the circle where Carnival and Wingod, they wanted to have that center control. And so many teams were trying to traverse from the southern side. That is where Phoenix Esports shined the most, because they managed to keep themselves away from all those fights. And finally, towards the end game, where the circle favored them, Phoenix Esports went on a rampage. As we can look at the stars of the match, it's all about Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, indeed, because it was a game of patience and understanding the fact that there's still another team all the way down in those ridges area alongside you. So Phoenix Esports, understanding they can't really take the fight against the Wingod, so they have to first take care of the members of Carnival Gaming, who also were kind of in a disadvantageous position since the circle was not onto them and they had to move in towards the circle itself. So they took that best part out of the entire cake and put the cherry on top of it and made sure that the cake was their own. But that's probably the second game for this entire group of Group A versus Group B. We still have got one more remaining, and that's going to be another crucial one, because if we are talking about some other teams who struggled in the first game itself, like DE, they kind of struggled in this one too, specifically against Team Tamilas. And talking about Team Tamilas, they're also not in a very solid spot. In fact, they're in one of the most precarious position, because if they stumble in week 3, there will be no chances to make comeback in week 4.
Speaking about Team Tamilas, the decision to kind of go for a stalemate situation in that particular place didn't work in their favor, because like you said, they didn't have enough loot in their hands. They didn't have the position. The blue was also coming in. Team Tamilas had to make a nasty dash inside the circle where so many teams were trying to traverse from the southern side. And when you don't have enough loot, because I saw one of the players was just having a shotgun in his hands and just a single first aid, no utilities. In that situation, you're pretty much doomed. And Team Tamilas kind of called that situation on themselves. Instead of, they could have backed off from the situation or could have gone for the fight against the players of Team Empire, because they needed the secondary loot. But after that, there was no time for that.
Yeah, it just feels like that solid decision making is lacking for them a bit. Maybe this one game is going to help them out figure a few things out, or maybe this break will eventually help them out. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the map number 3 of the SPS BGMI Season 6. But make sure you don't go anywhere, as we'll be back after this break.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So ain't never do the Broncos thing.
हम करेंगे नेक्स्ट शॉट हेडशॉट हेडशॉट तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट मैं नूब नहीं हूँ मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा नूब नहीं हूँ
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी
टीपीपी पे जा एफपीपी टीपीपी एफपीपी एक काम कर टीपीपी पे जा
कौन लूंडरी नासर विनर विनर चिकन डिनर
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है
You've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to place, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's going to be me and Fixes on the desk. And yes, a roller coaster of emotion of that previous game. I mean, with the way things went down, Salme taking down the players of Godlike, you move on forward, Phoenix Esports moving on to win the entire game. And that's the funny part. I was saying it to everyone, Phoenix Esports is going to make that comeback, but a few people did not believe me.
It's all right. I think mostly would be on their side, and it was quite impertinent for them to stage this at such a crucial junction. Especially, this is what we talked about earlier on in the stream, considering the fact that if they do not start building up, if they do not get those chicken dinners, maybe there's nothing left for week 4. So step in the right direction. Now they have to double down on it, get one more. At least a big game, if not a chicken.
But still a few known names. They're always going to be there, a big thorn in the way, making sure that the teams on the struggling side of things will keep on struggling. Hidden Ones as well is one of those names that is choking, that is crumbling down slowly and steadily, Fixes. And if the same performance keeps on moving on forward, then I'm pretty sure Hidden Ones, they won't be the one to make it in the top 16.
See, the thing about Hidden Ones was their ability to play stealthy, be anonymous, do not really expect a lot from their side, and suddenly they go beyond that. And that semblance of being unpredictable was their secret weapon. And since they've been playing for a long time now, everybody knows that, yes, Hidden Ones might be lurking around here, how to deal with them. So I think that has been addressed by all these teams, and hoping that Hidden Ones find some more aces up their sleeve so that they can also pull through.
And still a few more names like Genesis on the struggling side of things. In the previous game, there was just nowhere. Completely vanished into thin air. You've also got M40. M40 is currently at the last spot in the overall standings. Not even a single mistake can be afforded, but already 2 games are done and dusted. At this point, we can't say M40 is going to be the one to not make it in the top 16. That should be pretty much confirmed. But we've got the match rankings on the screen. Phoenix Esports, 19 points out of that game. Pretty much a massive game in their hands. CG2 getting 12 points. That was desperately needed for CG. Wingard Esports already doing pretty phenomenal in the overall standing, so it's completely okay for IQ Soul as well. But Genesis, there we go. 10 points are on the board. For this team, that was desperately needed. Hidden Ones, considering the first game was a bomb, they at least needed somewhere around 15 to 16 points, but they've got 8 points. Now in the upcoming game, maybe if Hidden Ones do manage to compensate thing, that's going to be great.
Can make do with that, at least for Hidden Ones, considering where they are on the overall standings. It's okay. And for Genesis also, getting those 10 points, a good start nonetheless. But for K9, especially having such a great game in Erangel, falling down flat, same goes for Hero Extreme Godlike. Suddenly that solidity is somewhere found missing. Even in the first game, even in the second. First game, they were quite late. Second game, we all saw that spectacular clutch being pulled off by Some, and goes on to show how good this age-old rivalry is and how talented these new players are. Some being one of the additions up against Zap. I think it had to be quite theatrical. But regardless, I think heading on, the next game is going to be Erangel. And another point that we did touch upon before the game started was all these teams, rather the fumbling ones, starting to take a dip. And I'm talking about Team Chelly not having a great day, are they?
Yeah, they're not. Definitely not. I mean, game 1, we saw Just Jelly get picked off in quite a weird manner where the players were just left out all by themselves. Jelly was all the way back in Nova Rupnoy while his teammates were getting picked off. I'm not exactly sure why there was such a big disconnect. And then you move on towards the second game as well. Not that good of a performance. So Just Jelly definitely dipping down in that performance. But for some reason, it feels like Just Jelly is someone that can definitely amp the aggression up when needed. So maybe in this last game, knowing the fact that, yes, they're dipping down positions, Just Jelly can definitely amp up the aggression, get those points in their hands, get a good game in their hands, and once again pin themselves down in a really great spot if they want to. You've got the schedule. Once again, it's going to be the game of Erangel and also the last game for Group A and B. That means today it's going to be the final chance for teams on the struggling side of things on these 2 groups. You've got Phoenix Esports, Team Tumblers. Phoenix Esports have already made the comeback with those 19 points, but you've still got a few names like Genesis on the other side of things, and even they need to be the one to pop off, including Genix FM.
I really hope that at this point, Phoenix Esports really capitalizes on it, because I'm not going to say out loud that, yes, they've staged a comeback unless and until they pull off 2 or 3 very big games and get inside at least top 12 to feel a little bit more safe. But like you said, I think completely agreed with even Genesis trying to get some good points out of this one, because this has been a long-going discussion where all these newer names have been struggling quite massively ever since the challenge season has started, and they're still trying to find their groove, still trying to figure out their strong suits, and some have succeeded whilst majority have failed. And at this point, I think very important games lying ahead for them. The first Erangel, we saw the flight path trajectory causing so much chaos, so much trouble for all these teams. This time, I want things mellowing down a little bit. Maybe give us a generic Gatka circle. Let the teams get in to their good old rotations, and let's see what happens.
I mean, Genesis got 10 points in that previous game. So looking at the average, if Genesis once again get 10 points, that's going to be a great start, at least for the day 1. But knowing the fact that Genesis is one of the most inconsistent teams that we've seen so far, to bring in those 10 points, we do not really expect that to happen. And I understand I'm being a little too rude saying this, but hey, man, that's what the stats say. That's what the past has been saying so far. I mean, at the start of the day, they're on the 27th spot. I'm not exactly sure where they are right now. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we straight up just jump in the upcoming game as well. And this game is going to be the last game for Group A and B, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Stalbert towards military base. It's all going to come down to the circle, my friend. If it's going to be an extreme circle, then it will be super fun.
The gods of BGMI are in no mood to give any relaxing space for all these teams, are they? Another severely tilted flight path trajectory towards the eastern sides are going to throw so many teams for a toss, especially the ones dropping down at Gatka. You've got Carnival Gaming, but Carnival Gaming, they've been making so much out of these situations, right? Have been pretty much very consistent. would be looking forward to Hero Extreme Godlike, and where they drop down this time, there's going to be once again Lipovka. But at the same time, Hidden Ones. I did not see their silhouette anywhere close. I think a smart decision nonetheless, considering the fact this time they want to stabilize a little bit. There's a lot of splash of colors around those central areas. You could see Wildfangs heading over towards Milta. They've got Team Empire around them, minus 40 also. I think Milta is going to be one of those areas to look out for.
Hands down. Two teams right next to each other. And I'm not exactly sure how that one's going to pan out. There's also Team Empire in that same vicinity. You've also got Just Jelly moving in towards Nova Rupnoi. Just Jelly, this game holds a lot of value for them, including Hidden Ones as well. Hidden Ones still outside of the top 16, so something needs to be done. Even Genix FM, they're quite desperate for the points. And off the rip, you do see Wildfangs on the screen. A bit of an iffy situation Wildfangs has put themselves in. But getting out of these spots, Wildfangs, they're quite familiar of doing so. Unfortunately, the receiving side is going to be Team Empire this time around, and Wildfangs, they've already done some damage against Team Empire. But with the way Wildfangs is playing, it does not feel like they've got a lot of breathing space in the first place. So that's where Team Empire is getting a major chunk of that advantage.
Look at this. Team Empire instantly decide to bulldoze it through. And for Wildfangs, have severely limited options over here. Predator trying to be the first man in contact. He knows that Trey Scott is just by the door. Takes a couple of shots and instantly gets lured to their trap. A crossfire set up really well by the players of Wildfangs. And now, maybe Wildfangs, they've got the ball rolling in their favor.
They've got the man advantage, sure. But not the breathing space that I was speaking of. Saf can be caught by Ace. And Saf is all the way in the back lines isolated. He can definitely have the striking advantage if his position is uncompromised, but I'm pretty sure they know where exactly Saf is as well. Team Empire, they're not someone who's going to fall prey like this. While Wildfangs, they have been struggling in the up-close and personal fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wildfangs do get taken down in this instance. Scout OP still looking in the surroundings, making sure that they're not going to be isolated in this spot by too many teams. There are not going to be a lot of third parties on the same spot. While this fight comes to a standstill, there's another fight erupting on the screen. That will be Genesis taking a fight against the players of K9 Esports. And K9 Esports, unfortunately, once again dropping a man. And that's going to be quite the big of a hurt for the players of K9 Esports. Once again, kicking things off with just a 3-man squad.
That's not looking good for K9, especially considering has been the go-to case, but Team Empire, I feel like now they are surrounded with no means of escape. You've got the players of Wildfangs slowly starting to nauseate them. This given moment, as even Sensei, a little far from his back, he's going to get all that loot done, and then maybe he comes crashing in, and that's where Wildfangs will think about taking a fight head-on. As of now, it's all about trying to delay each other. Try to exhaust each other's resources. The revives are definitely there. Trying to patch things around, and Team Empire go in for the round number 2. Trey Scott getting another knock, and that is Scout OP working in tandem alongside Trey Scott as they rip apart Team Empire one after the other, piece by piece, as Ace, his position also compromised, and Sev, he will deal the death blow. This is exactly what Wildfangs wanted to execute without suffering any casualty. Good stuff comes in from WF.
Yeah, too desperate for those elimination points, Team Empire making a lot of those mistakes while doing so. And now it's WinGod Esports up against Genix FM. An interesting fight that's been brewing up for such a long time, and Yesh is the only player that's standing. But the players of Genix FM know they've still got a remarkable amount of players standing for themselves, and that's where Genix FM comes out on top, overwhelming the opponents with their own presence. Beautiful stuff from Genix FM. And this was a desperately needed squad wipe too. You've taken down one of the biggest mammoths in the lobby so far. A big threat has already been neutralized, and that's a great thing for Genix FM. Now they can keep on moving towards a great spot in the future. And looking at the Circle 2 fixes, pretty much the similar circle that we saw in the past as well in the first Erangel.
Such a nice victory for Genix FM nonetheless, considering every single time they have fought against each other in the past. More often than not, it was WinGod always winning these fights, and this was such a major hurdle for them to get past, and now that they've done, Like you said, so much control around the circle, and they can explore. As of the other teams, even IQ Soul on the run, they might engage against the players of Reckoning. As Manya, the first point of contact, two IGLs almost next to each other, and we know he's found his prey. IQ Soul on the hunt, and Gravity somehow trying to get himself towards his teammate so that the cover fire could be provided. As IQ Soul, they might be running into a death trap over here as Gravity steps out instantly. Some dismantling him as IQ Soul get a lead in this fight.
Solid stuff. IQ Soul, they're catching too much hurt upon themselves. It's not looking great, as Ronnie's going to be the man who strikes down the first player. But what just happened? Reckoning Esports, they're dropping down like flies. IQ Soul, they've only lost out on one player so far in this fight, and that too, it's not a complete confirmation. Ronnie comes in to hand out those death blows to the players of Reckoning Esports. He will collect those eliminations, but Reckoning Esports, with no other option left than to just back away from this fight and play for the placement point. And once again, Reckoning Esports, they're in the top 5 already of the overall standings, so this one single game is not going to be hurting them too much.
Given the fact that they've already crossed over 150 marker, they're in rather safer territories, considering so many of the others are still struggling, and Reckoning being handed over a taste of their own medicine, considering they wanted to execute, or rather get the players of IQ Soul baited out, and things did not work out. I could still not process why Gravity stepped off from his vehicle from such a pace, eventually just to get knocked down. Had he made it in to safe covers, maybe things could have been different. Reckoning over there, but regardless, it is what it is. But look at this. The Apex Predators inside the lobby. Hero Extreme Godlike trying to gauge out the situation over here. Just trying to make sure that IQ Soul aren't paying much attention, as they are all coiled up, ready to strike. Admino, Punk, both of them, they've got their crosshairs opened. As IQ Soul still look on taking down Reckoning for good. But this could blow out in massive proportions for them.
It indeed could. Hero Extreme Godlike on the screen for now, and I mean, in the past, in the previous game itself, Hero Extreme Godlike was wiped out by IQ Soul. Or maybe you can't say Same. And IQ Soul, considering they're already one up, Hero Extreme Godlike might just be looking for a revenge. That's what it seems like. They've heard all that commotion, now towards the shelter area. Hero Extreme Godlike looking for a revenge, while IQ Soul completely unaware of the fact that they're being watched. But still, finding the first strike is going to be tough for Hero Extreme Godlike. IQ Soul's way too far away. And at that point in time, going for the spray just means revealing your own intentions. So Hero Extreme Godlike, it's better to just play on the safer side of things. But look at what IQ Soul is doing. They're getting the higher ground against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. They've already spotted them. And this is brilliant from IQ Soul. Just driving the vehicles around, going for the scout. They've got so much intel to play with. Now they know exactly where each and every single card of Hero Extreme Godlike is placed. And that's going to be a game strat now being formed from IQ Soul to how to tackle this problem.
At this point, Hero Extreme Godlike need to get inside the circle. Be the first persons to enter in through, because then IQ Soul will follow up, and that is where you can guard the gates. Because the circle has also taken a shift. Still not confirmed though, but heavily inclined towards a certain side, as Hero Extreme Godlike and IQ Soul just fiddling around with each other. It's all those mind games coming into play. Who gets the better position? Who has more information? And there you have it. They've had enough. Pushes come to shove as Hero Extreme Godlike. The bodies start dropping down. Zap gets a quick trade over here. And IQ Soul suddenly out of nowhere, they've lost out on two of their players.
Indeed. IQ Soul not looking too good and dandy in this fight. While Hero Extreme Godlike for the man up, they're definitely looking much more confident with the approach. But IQ Soul, even they start slapping a few players down. Knuckle was way too low. The placement's going to do its deed. Jonathan tossing this nade. Maybe it's going to be the one to find the right ace. But unfortunately, dishes damage on his own teammate. Not that good of a place nade. Another nade tossed in that same direction, and Punk might just be giving the constant intel on what exactly is happening on the screen. Instead, Salme puts Knuckle in a vehicle and drives away from that spot. So that's going to be the wiser option that IQ Soul is playing with. They want to play for the survival, but look at what Zap is doing. He's chasing him down. Hero Extreme Godlike, they do not care about the world. They know they're already doing too good in the overall standings. They can afford risk like these.
They're going to go for the chase. They know that one of the players is bleeding from IQ Soul, and somewhere down the line, they will have to take a halt. At this point, Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to double down and instead have spotted out. They will be crashing in pretty soon the moment Panka is back on his knees, and there you have it, trying to trigger that revive.
Okay!
Zap did get that running knock. As Some, he'll find a quick trade over there. As Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to rally up their forces and have to march past in. As IQ Soul still outnumbered in this fight. A 3 against 1 scenario, and IQ Soul need to get the revives ASAP. As Punk also starts coming in for the breach as he gets taken down. Some, he's being such an unwanted hero at this point, and he's causing so much trouble. There you go. But Punk always one step ahead, outsmarts him. And now for Hero Extreme Godlike, it is going to be Jonathan who picks up on the pieces. As IQ Soul, they have been exterminated, and Hero Extreme Godlike will savor this sweet revenge.
This was a pure ego battle. Nothing else. It was an ego battle done for the fans. I'm pretty sure. Hero Extreme Godlike knew that the way they got taken down on the map of Miramar, they might have disappointed a couple of the fans, but this was a fight taken purely off of the ego. And hey, luckily enough, Hero Extreme Godlike was the one who came out on top this time around, so it's 1-1 on the books now. Both the teams on the equal side.
For this week.
Yeah. You move on with Genesis, and Genesis, the previous game, 10 points. Decent game, but considering the position they are in, 10 points are not enough. As I mentioned, they at least need 13 or maybe 15 points to put themselves in a good spot, and that too constantly in all the 3 games. But they've just managed to get 10 points in the previous game, so that's not going to be enough. Genesis still needs a lot more.
They do. Given the fact that a lot of these teams, even hidden ones, they've crossed that 100 marker. They will have to push through. And for day 1, of course, it's their last game. So, again, a lot of the other teams would definitely climb up in terms of the rankings. But, yeah, the previous fight, IQ Soul and Hero Extreme Godlike, and so much, again, on Some's shoulders. He's managing it quite bravely, though. But still, the big questions, why does it have to come down to that? Fight could have been executed in a better manner from IQ Soul, and Hero Extreme Godlike just outplayed them. Felt like IQ Soul were never prepared for such an ambush, and when the moment arrived, they decided to fight in.
I mean,
instead of looking at maybe rather safer approaches.
That was quite a scrappy fight, right? I mean, it's a good thing that Hero Extreme Godlike was the one who came out on top. But usually the fights that are taken by the teams, they're quite systematic ones. But that fight was purely off of ego.
Mm-hmm.
No one had their own dedicated roles. They all were just playing to take down the opponents. That's it. All they wanted to do was just wipe out the enemy team. That's it. No one had any sort of systematic roles in that particular approach from Hero Extreme Godlike. Neither did IQ Soul. So as I mentioned, there's a reason why I said it's a complete ego fight. No one cared about anything. All they wanted to do was just win. That's it. That's the only thing they were looking at. So you cannot even say that anyone was prepared or not prepared. It was just an unorthodox fight, a completely unnecessary fight, which just caught the players of IQ Soul off guard.
They've been watching a lot of Blue Lock, just feeding their egos, being the egoists.
Yeah.
And somewhere down the line, it is the right thing to do, right? You need that sort of a fool, igniting that passion once again. As even for Wildfangs, they will have to find means of getting inside the circle, given that we're still quite unsure of where it's going to head up next. Sense of ambiguity taking over Erangel right now, but Gen X FM find themselves in such prime positions as Team Tamilas. The last time they wanted to get down south, they were absolutely blown into smithereens.
This is Gen X
This time
FM's
around, maybe history could repeat itself. Because Carnival Gaming, this time they have delayed their rotation by aeons.
Carnival Gaming survival seems next to impossible if they do not have a boat. If they do have a boat, then maybe a boatation can definitely be possible. But still, it's going to take so much time to the point where they would need so many meds to tank all the damage. K9 Esports soon is going to move on towards the bridge and try and camp it out for as long as possible. Genix FM right now is in the best possible spot. If they know how to hold it, that's the only way they can come out on top. So this is Genix FM's game served on a silver platter. But still, so many teams are on the main island that when they start coming down, there's going to be a lot of fights erupting soon.
For -40 at this situation, given that DOD, both of these teams are well aware of each other's position, it's going to be interesting to see if -40 can walk away with a couple of points to their name, because they're going through such a tough time, have been pulled off, and sitting at just 27 points goes on to show that maybe the journey could almost be over. If they have to latch onto something, this is the match where they have to go big. I'm not just talking about starting to build up on their momentum. They have to get those big chicken dinners. And even that being given, I don't know if they're still going to scrap through. But it is what it is, as the Circle has taken another southern shift, and Hidden Ones, a team that decided to drop down pretty much south, has finally been rewarded. Got such a good position inside the zone. And even Jelly, this time, making a quick few tweaks and getting back to his old drop location, Necro, has earned himself a nice spot inside the Circle. Now, considering so many questions over even just Jelly's qualification, this position really will help them a lot.
Indeed it will. And they're pretty much setting up the same trap that Team Tumulas fell prey to in the previous game. And it seems like Team Tumulas is going to walk into that same trap once again. So welcome, Team Tumulas. You guys are about to fall prey again, but just to a different team this time around. They're walking in that same direction, Fixes, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Team Tumulas, for some reason, they always walk in with blindfolds, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Look at Team Tumulas. I mean, we've got the map feed on the screen, and they're moving on the exact same direction where Just Jelly's position. So if this happens once again, yeah, I would be disappointed with Team Tumulas. But moving on the conversation towards Hidden Ones, as we've got them on the screen, even their position in the circle seems pretty good. All of them are grouped up in the same compound. In my opinion, someone should move out a little bit and just play that scouting role. Play for the information, know exactly what's happening in the outskirts.
I think at this point, they want to go full defense. All their bastions are ready, the sentinels, everything on guard for Hidden Ones, and I think at this point they want to play it a little safe. It's fine, I'm still going to take it. But I feel so desperate looking at Team Tumulas. I mean, every single time you make a move inside the certain circle, you would just be hoping with your hands closed that, please God, nobody I just hope nobody takes me down.
Yeah, they need
and
to change
that's sort
their
of
route.
a desperate situation for Team Tumulas. It's not the first time they've been hammered down like this. It has been happening 3 or 4 times, and the worst part is they've found no solutions for that.
Yep.
So this is something that Team Tumulas need to work on it, or otherwise we're not going to see them in the grand finals.
Will probably happen. And looking at the circle too, interesting shift. It's going to shift in towards that military base. Catching a lot of teams off guard. Just Jelly's going to be the first team to make that rotate. Luckily enough for Team Tumulas, Just Jelly just moved out of that spot. Team Tumulas cannot be any more luckier. So the edge lines are now completely open. Team Tumulas can move in, get their hands on the vehicles, but at this point in time, getting any sort of vehicle secured will be next to impossible. So I'm not exactly sure what sort of a pathway they're going to try to pave here.
I wish they had a hovercraft to work around maybe. But Hero Extreme Godlike and Carnival Gaming, seems like there's another fight on its way with Genesis. Trying to also fiddle in, get a couple of knocks here and there. So much chaos around those bridgy areas. As now it has been cemented that the circle is going to go down south. Carnival Gaming decided not to go for a halt because, of course, it's the smart thing to do. Get inside the circle. Nobody's guarding the other side of the bridge. And for Genesis, they're going to wait it out a while.
Oh
they
my
know
God.
that Hero Extreme Godlike might be coming to crossover. And it's stage 4 at this point, Necro. This is where the zone damage also starts to hurt.
Fixes CG took the gamble, and now they're in a decent spot in the circle. Oh boy. Straight up just taking that rotation from the bridge, do not even care about anything. CG's like, yeah, if we get wiped out, we get wiped out. We just don't care at this point. These military circles, they've been really annoying. And at this point, we just do not care. And somehow, they do find themselves quite a safe rotation in the circle. Do or die? They've got their own problems erupting against Phoenix Esports, and it's a fight that is quite desperately needed for both the teams. Hero Extreme Godlike as well. As they start to make the rotation towards the opposite bridge, do or die, they're going to have another threat approaching soon. And they just need to make sure that they're not going to be the one to attract those bees on their side. But instead, Avnish catches another player of Phoenix Esports, and it's not a great thing. Phoenix Esports is getting dismantled.
Literally down to the last man, and this is not looking good for Phoenix Esports. And Phantom, with no hopes left, he's going to make a run for his life. And just to make matters worse, he's got Hero Extreme Godlike right in front of him. Pretty sure that Jonathan has already gauged him out as Neo. He's going to take another quick dig at the players of Genesis as Shiro. He will strike back. And suddenly things are looking a little awry for Carnival Gaming. Yes, a couple of players have been taken down. But this has come with a cost for Carnival Gaming. As it is the fourth stage. And now they have to put their fallen players on their back seats and have to march inside the zone. It's going to be such a narrow escape as Hero Extreme Godlike deal with the final player of Phoenix Esports, and DOD, they're also there to put a halt even on towards the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Admino already down and out, and do or die. They're literally living up to their names.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing and dying at the same time. Yes, they are living up to their name. But just the problem is they're not getting any sort of sweet success out of it.
5 finishes.
Fine, but looking at the position they are in, 5 finishes are not going to cut it, Vixis. They're on 28th spot. Just getting 5 finishes? No, they need chicken dinners. Or in fact, they need, chicken dinners, just like Ikusol and Godsreen did. 3 chicken dinners back-to-back, and maybe they will stand a chance to make a comeback. But right now, just getting those 5 elimination points, not going to cut it at all. It's just collector in the circle. And the fight between CG and the foes that just happened a while ago, which was Genesis, it was a prime example of tables being flipped. I mean, Genesis was the one who wanted a bridge camp, but then CG moved on and they bridge camped Genesis. So yeah, a taste of their own medicine. And CG was the one to come out on top, of course, because they were someone who had a better positioning on the bridge. And Genesis, as I mentioned, yes, Miramar game, 10 points, really good. But then, look at the transition towards Erangel. None.
And look at this. Mystery Box opened once again. And this time, we get Wild Fangs playing really good. 8 finishes off the hook. Have all of their 4 players alive. And could be the ones commanding the circle from the eastern areas. They have not a lot of foes to deal with. 1 player from DOD, couple of players from Hidden Ones. And they are A-okay. They've got the numbers intact. And even for Team Jelly, they could also look forward to have a really good game in this one. For Hero Extreme Godlike, an early fight against Aiku Soul did delay their rotation timings a little bit. Eventually had to deal with some casualties there. Zap and Admino being taken out. At this point, with much limited options, really go for rather a stealthy outing.
Yeah.
The circle has a very important role to play in this one. Who does it shift upon next? As Carnival Gaming going to be breaching through the compound. Pretty much open. I don't think it is inside the circle. Viper out, and Jonathan gets a knock. Does he get a confirmation, or does Hero Extreme Godlike go in for a pour?
I don't think so. They're going to go in for a pour. I mean, they will get the confirmation eventually because the man ticks to his own death. Xarax is now going to be the last man standing for CG, but his position's compromised, and they're both making the same mistake. I do understand for CG there's not a lot of options left, but still getting taken down that way without even giving a fight. It's unacceptable. Genix FM, a team that had a solid position to play with, but now the table's flipped against them. And now Genix FM on the receiving side of things. You do not expect a team like Genix FM to crumble down in such a manner. But Genix FM, unfortunately, the fight that just happened, they didn't even stand a chance. Hero Extreme Godlike tossing the utilities against Koya, as he's the only player in the front lines of Reckoning Esports. Eventually, Punk finds the right place and the right time, and will eliminate that player. Here, Extreme Godlike with just a 2-man squad still wreaking havoc in the lobby.
Exactly, they are proving so fatal against so many of the other foes, and now Genix FM with severely outnumbered against a fully packed Hidden Ones. It's going to be exciting considering the fact that Genix FM, they are holding on to the doors. At this point, Hidden Ones, they have to thread the needle, find that first opener, and instantly go pushing in. But look at Genix FM bringing all that heat. Daniel already out of the picture, knocked out. It's not going to get any easier for them. As even from the sidelines, it's going to be K9. The players are also hammering down, and Hidden Ones, they are somehow scurrying for some help, screaming, but nobody trying to provide that. As now the circle will start closing in the next couple of seconds. As even K9, they make a move. They want to push in on Hidden Ones, get a couple of finishes because they know that their time is numbered. At this point, Genix FM severely guarding the doors with all their might, and Hidden Ones somehow trying to delay the inevitable.
K9's overheating. With the way they're making the push, they're quite exposed. But if it still happens, it will be miraculous. A pre-fight around the corner still finds that opener, but hey, a return knockout will be there as well. Beautiful stuff from the opponents, making sure that K9 Esports won't be staying alive for too long, and eventually K9 will be eliminated from the game as well. I mean, such a quick burst of action, and it's just Genix FM from that vicinity who stays alive. Wild Fangs, they've got all the 4 players, all the 4 pieces on the board, but as soon as I say so, we just find out it's 3 players standing. For Wild Fangs, with these 3-man squad, winning is still possible. Sensei Slow, he can patch himself up eventually. They've got the man advantage as well. Everything can be good in the hood. You question Just Jelly? They're the one with the major advantage right now. If they keep on moving in that same direction, they can definitely stand a major chance as well to win this chicken dinner.
Wild Fangs, I feel like, are in prime position, especially with Hero Extreme Godlike poking them so much, and Seth being a hero. This time around has got 3 players to work around with. And given that they're the only ones inside the circle, they've got a couple of covers also to work with. As Team Jelly, they will have to look forward on getting that first knock. As Genix FM they're also going to try their hands out. Maybe find Sensei or even Trace got 1 knock, and push will definitely come to shove. But what it's worth, Wild Fangs, they have to defend the circle with all their might.
Oh man, Just Jelly in such a tricky spot. They're laying out a lot of smokes to try and make it inside of the circle. Smoke wall's created. But that smoke wall's not going to be enough to block the bullets. It will just block the line of sight. And Just Jelly slowly and steadily on the move. But they're going to be so exposed. They need more smokes because the previous smokes are now expiring. And Just Jelly, they're going to be exposed within a matter of seconds. Genix FM, even they drop down. This is not a great news because Wisher was all the way in the back lines going for the match strat. He just wants to secure the second spot for his team, while Just Jelly, they finally lock horns against Wild Fangs. But the only player who can play a major spoiler can also be Wishu here. But eventually, Just Jelly's crumbling down. They do not have the cover to play with, as even Sam gets spotted out in the open, and he will be dealt with. But Genix FM, they do manage to secure the second spot in the entire game. And somewhere down line, Wild Fangs know exactly where Wishu is. Wishu pulls out the gun, wants to get the elimination secured, but Trey Scott will be the one to put that nail in the coffin.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Wild Fangs, and this time, the fans are going to be elated, screaming, because one of their players, I believe it was Seth, he was spitting fire. 7+ finishes inside the game, and everything being played down to the T, executed to absolute perfection. The first fight that they indulged themselves in, winning that one to the point where they took the circle in such a commanding fashion, dealing with so many foes, and this time they were prepared. This time they did not drop the ball. Kind of takes you back to that old game of Sanhok where we felt like the stars had aligned. It was a chicken dinner served on a silver platter for Wild Fangs, and they messed it up severely. But this time, they did not leave things to chance, and there was some nice defensive plays coming in from their side, especially with the push coming in from 2 different angles. All of their players prepared, halting Just Jelly first, and then when the more players of Genix FM really showed up, they were well prepared, ready to deal with them, as a result of which they got the chicken dinner. But nonetheless, another certain circle of Erangel, and it feels like it is going to be a little bit of a pattern being formed for this particular week. So a lot of these teams have to figure a way out to play circles down south.
Especially Team Tamilas, I guess, because for them, they're not even standing a chance to move down south. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is finding too many struggles to move down south, because at the end, they did not even have enough man number to sustain all the fights that's going to be upcoming. Now, Team Empire clashed against the players of Wild Fangs off the rip. It was a drop clash, but Team Empire, they took a lot of those desperate measures that were not necessary. They moved on from that same staircase, funneling themselves into a big crossfire, and that's how they got taken down.
And this was another scrappy fight. In fact, one of the scrappiest fights of this week.
Oh, yeah.
You had three big mammoths going up against each other. Hero Extreme Godlike did come out swinging. And even for Hero Extreme Godlike, despite being outnumbered towards the end, I must still say they made a lot out of that situation. I think got that finish onto its Scout, really halted the progression of Carnival Gaming, took down one of their other players, and caused a lot of menace for so many of the rest. As for Carnival Gaming, I think there was some outsmarting plays against Genesis. This is what I was talking about. And at this moment, even for K9 to make such a brave and bold attempt at Hidden Ones, they knew that they're never going to make it inside the circle. So might as well collect a couple of finish points. Look at these grenades perfectly hitting their mark, and Seth this time just doing so much. I think this is what we needed from Wild Fangs. Another man to step up, and Seth being one of them. I think this is where Wild Fangs are feeling much more confident, much more comfortable, and much more prepared for week 3.
It's such a classic pattern. Majority of the teams that do move down south, they do not have any vehicles to play with. And Team Tumla was also one of those, including K9 Esports, that made the push happen against Hidden Ones. Even Hidden Ones themselves had no vehicles to play with. So a lot of these teams, without any sort of means of transport, it's really hurting them down south, especially when the zone takes a drastic shift away from them. They pretty much know they're done for. So playing with their backs completely against the wall, playing on the fate of the entire luck, it's something that I do not really support. I would love them to have those vehicles as well down south. It is understandable if you're going for the botation, you cannot really get your hands on the vehicle, but something needs to be figured out, because you cannot just hope and cross your fingers that the zone's going to shift right on top of you, which the chances are pretty low.
Especially for Team Tamilas, they have to do this, because I mean, it's come down to a point where the ship is almost about to drown, and they need to somehow fix that leak and go for a complete revamp there, because that approach of rotating late inside the circle is pretty much you just hoping that nobody's over there guarding you. But regardless, I mean, surely they might have found a problem and looking forward for the solution. But this man has somehow redeemed himself, getting back to his old BGIS 23 ways. 7 finishes, quite welcoming, quite warm. Good start, in fact, for Seth, considering the fact that he's been going through quite a slump, and that has lasted more than a year.
Oh, yeah.
So for him, this one game could open the floodgates to many other better games for him.
Indeed, a breath of fresh air for this man, right? I mean, we had our doubts on this player that he was not able to play, but finally a decent performance from Seth with 7 finishes and 50% of that finish contribution. So definitely solid performance put out. You've also got Sensei being the best companion and Trey Scott as the finisher. Trey Scott himself getting 5 finishes. So in general, Wild Fangs had a lot of points accumulated from that previous game. And because of that, Wild Fangs, once again, they will be making a major leap in the overall standings too. Maybe somewhere in the top 8 as well, considering they were not that far away in the first place.
This week has to be all about getting good points and keep themselves somewhere around that 7 to 8 position. Try to cross over that 150 marker, because we were talking about how unpredictable this team is. There will be those games where they completely just drop the ball, get eliminated with 0 points, but them somehow making up for all of it in these 24 points, I think that goes on to show that Wild Fangs, a little bit more push from their side. Finally, we're seeing the pieces falling down together. Yeah. But for Genix FM, nonetheless, a very good outing, much needed one, especially that first threat they had to deal with. That was Wingod wiping them out, setting them up for success. 13 points in the back for Hero Extreme Godlike. Like I said, if not good position points, they had a lot of finishes to work with.
Indeed. I mean, match rankings says it all, right? You had Genesis as well, just getting 3 points, while the consistency sort of being maintained by Genix FM, considering they had a decent performance as well in the previous game. Team Empire, once again, on a complete downslope. I'm not exactly sure what's going to be the one to save the day. Team Empire is going to be barely hanging in the top 16, maybe on the 16th spot or on the 15th spot. Considering games are done for Group A and B, now it's going to be completely new set of groups chiming in the action. We all know fixes what's going to be the course of action. We all know how it's going to look like. The bottom 2 teams in the top 16 will be dropped down without a doubt.
They will, and I hope they do, because tomorrow we're gonna have a lot more fun. But now I want to talk about Phoenix Esports. They just got a chicken dinner, and right after they get eliminated with not even a single point in their bag. Now they're back to dead zero. They've got all that momentum taken away from them, if there was anything building up. And this is where you're gonna start asking yourself question, because you do not know how to fix things. You've been trying, you've been hustling, you've been keeping your heads low, but nothing seems to work out. And they promised us a comeback. And yes, in Miramar we saw few glimpses, but the Erangel has been pretty horrid. And that also being put aside, that Revenant X Spark is not inside the lobby. Imagine when they come to play tomorrow, when they are going up against them, what is going to happen?
Exactly. I mean, Revenant X Spark, look, they're quite a storming threat. It is understandable. But at this point in time, the teams that are there on the latter half of the board, they do not need to care about momentum. Just do not think of all those things that can hold you back mentally. Just play to win. That should be the simple mindset for all the teams on the last page, or even on the latter half of the board. Just play to be in the top 16. That should be the main goal, because the amount of teams that are struggling, the amount of teams that are being inconsistent, at this point you cannot even say that they have got the momentum. They do not have the momentum. It does not matter. I mean, even if they do get the momentum, they instantly drop the ball in the second game fixes. So just have the goal to be in the top 16. Phoenix Esports, considering they got a chicken dinner, so I'm going to let them slide. It's fine. They have done the job in day one. They're super close to top 16. No one's going to take that spot away from them. Tomorrow's day, Phoenix Esports does the same thing. They will be in the top 16 once again, so it's not a problem. The real threat is on the last page, and this is where 8-Bit chimes in the conversation. Ash, Oace, two of the experienced players, two of the big brains. In the previous official tournament that we casted, we saw these two players also amp up the firepower by quite a bit, but this time the firepower is completely lost from these two guys.
And this is again one of those games where they head on inside Sanhok, and they have to deal with Gujarat Tigers. Last time we saw them making a couple of tweaks here and there, but are they going to be prepared? Well, the mystery will unravel soon, because you'll have a new set of talents with us. First off, we've got Bhavna joining in, as I will bid my adieu. I'll be chilling and resting. How are you, Bhav?
Well, thank you so much, Fixes. I'm doing really good, and like you said, now Group C and D, they will be chiming in. And we have got the plus of Team Orangutan, Team IQ-Bit, 8-Bit, they have been on the struggling side, but we'll talk more about it as we have got the flight path upon our screens, as it is going all the way towards the northern side from Paradise Resort towards the side of Camp Alpha. But since it's a map of Sanhok, not much problem. But I've also got Scared, who is not at all scared at all of the map of Sanhok at all, joining me on the desk. And I'll ask you again, Scared. I'll keep throwing you under the bus again and again. I want your prediction for this Sanhok.
Oh my god, just throw me under the plane already. The one that's been flying over the lands of Sanhok. I can't really make a guess right now, but given the record of teams like, the ones who really love to go in for those hat tricks, I think so maybe God's Reign. I'm just picking out the best ones out there.
Well, you're picking God's Reign for this match, but looking at the position, yes, they are in a very decent spot, and in fact, in one of the Sanhok, they came so close to getting a chicken dinner, so maybe this time they can do it. But speaking about the teams who are still struggling, are going to be players of For Miracle, because even they are not looking that comfortable, Scared, in the overall ranking. All these players are so experienced, and seems like For Miracle, they had their ups and downs. So this week is going to be super important for them. They're going for a glide towards the complete southern side of the map, going all the way towards the side of Camp Charlie. But at the same time, I'm a little disappointed because there is no drop clash.
It's the map of Sanhok. We always expect a few drop clashes, right? And you mentioned about the fact that For Miracles are right now struggling. I was about to say that's pretty ironic given the situation in this one match, is that they're just having their fun time gliding through the air with their parachutes out on, no one to shoot them down, having their fun out there. You just gotta enjoy what you gotta enjoy, regardless of what's happening all the way in the leaderboard, because you need to be comfortable right now in this match, and only then can you actually transition it into somewhat of a good day, into somewhat of a great week, to make sure that you hit that comeback roads. But at the same time, since we're already talking about the teams who need to hit that comeback road, I want to talk about teams like Bot Army Esports, right? This is a team that came in from the open qualifiers. They were doing a very solid job in that, but have been struggling for that consistency right now. And they're not in that very solid position. They really need to rack up a few important points to try and slowly and steadily move up in the ranking.
Oh, they have to. They have to. The improvement has been there, but like Necro also pointed out last week, that is not enough. They need a big chicken dinner. They need those average points in every single game if they want to propel themselves. But speaking about one more team who is on the struggling side, is going to the players of team 8-bit.
Yeah.
8-bit, they have been struggling a lot. Week number 1, week number 2. Week 1 with only 30 points. Week number 2 also with only 33 points. They're sitting on the 29th spot. And it's not a position where we expect a team like 8-bit to be there. So this week is going to be super important for 8-bit, because if they don't perform in this week, maybe they won't be making it to the challenge finals.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, because they're all the way down right now. And plus, guess what? They're close by to the members of God's Reign themselves, and we've been talking about this team. The praises just never end. God's Reign, if I'm not wrong, they were not even in the top 16 in the first week, and then got those hat-trick chicken dinners and 107 points in week 2. And that's where their comeback journey started, and right now they're in the top 3 for now. Atanki all the way down on his knees as it was Sister Esports taking the fight against the members of OG. Atanki should be taken down, and he will be confirmed as well. So Vasishta firing the first few shots, catching in the first one. You know, before you talk about Vasishta Esports or God's Reign, I just want to say, Shadow, that Ash was just yee-hawing out there on that horse.
We all love that new addition in the game, especially me. I don't know about you, because we are yet to play the game of BGMI together, but I love that horse addition in the game. But speaking about one more team which recently had a very good outing in the map of Weekendy towards the last day of week number 2, Orangutan. But seems like this time they lost on to Atanki.
Yeah.
And an early casualty, a little bit of change in the roster of OG at this point, but let's see what's going to be the approach of OG, because if you notice the position inside the circle, they are towards the eastern side, and so many teams, they've got the players of team VXT right on their tails. If they go a little north, they'll find the players of team 8-bit, even the players of team God's Reign are also in the close proximity. And speaking of VXT, let me remind you, Scared, VXT got the highest points in the map of Sanhok, which was 33 points.
Well. That's just what VXT brings up on the table, right? A team that has got some solid names in the community. The ones who have always been on top. If not on the first place, at least we see them in the top 5 consistently. And the name that all the other people love, let's be honest, Shadow. We have seen some insane gameplays from this team, and at the same time, we have seen some insane names playing in their own roster. Versatile. They've got Espower. They've got Somraj. And guess what? You mentioned about Versatile, right? There's a fact that Espower is right now leading in terms of the total frags. He's got 48 for himself, and he's got 3 more games remaining right now.
Well, he's definitely leading the chart in terms of the Finnish leaders. But looking at the map, look at the cluster which is forming towards the center of the circle. We have got the players of Medal who is in a 2v2 split. Might work in their favor. Then we also have got the players of EXT, OG, then
True.
Gujarat Tigers. And speaking about Gujarat Tigers, they were also struggling in the previous week, because as compared to week number 1, there was a major dip in the performance of Gujarat Tigers. So this week is again very important for Gujarat Tigers, because a team which was looking in top 5 in week 1 suddenly was in the 15-16 spot towards the end of week number 2.
I agree. A team that's constantly been struggling for that form, regardless of the fact how very good of a start they had. You know, I always talk about the fact that all's well that ends well, but right now I'm kind of turning into a place where I kind of tend to say all smooth that starts well. Because eventually you'll have to get that momentum in for yourself, which 8-Bit is still struggling with. Mafia, Ash, both of them down on their knees, and guess what? It's Vasista Esports yet again striking. They know the position of the rest of the players as well. The flushes are gonna come through too. Pukar catching out Mafia itself. Vasista with 3 early opening points. This is a team that you mentioned, Shadow, is also on that struggling end of the spectrum, but considering how they're starting things right now, it's pretty solid. But Fierce being brought down on his knees, that's a difficult thing. He is one of the solid fraggers for this team.
Thing is, I think Oasis is the last man standing, if I'm not wrong, from the side of 8-Bit. And considering the distance which the players of Vasista and 8-Bit are having at this point, I think it's going to be an easy revival for them. But RGC, they are in a dangerous territory as they're surrounded with the players of Team Godson. At this point, as Bunny is coming under heavy fire and surviving on a sliver of HP. He's trying to escape from this situation. And for now, he has made a safe escape, but he also needs to patch himself up. And now Destroyer out in the open, caught off guard by Dope, instantly gets taken down.
That's going to be a big problem right now, RGC. They're going to give the revival to their teammate and also have to stop the onslaught that's coming in from the members of God's Reign, who are still themselves just being caught, a few shots being fired. Sanchit, need to be careful out there. Ninja John has been taken down though, and that's going to be a waste from 8-Bit. So they're playing as a spoiler for this team, and God's Reign and now basically caught in a pincer. RGC can eventually slowly and steadily move up, but guess what? They have to stop the onslaught that's coming in onto their face. Already knocked down one player through the window. Delta takes him down and will eventually go for the flush as well, but he still needs to get the revival in. Destro, Ninja, both of them down onto their knees. Rishi as well. It's only Bunny remaining for RGC. The revival needs to be there, but guess what? Few shots being fired from the stray bullets. God's Reign. Dope out there in the open as Delta finally finds a few more shots onto him, and Dope will be confirmed too. And guess what? It's Omega who steals that one pick away. A big spoiler play coming in from the side of 8-Bit for this fight.
Of course, 8-Bit with only 2 players remaining want to be a part of this particular fight. They have accumulated 1 finish point. God's Reign, they have got all the 4 players back in the game fit as fiddle, but RGC with only 2 players remaining, close frontal battle, and even Rishi gets taken down by Justin with that DB shot right on his face, leaving Bunny all by himself. This is not looking good for RGC. Even they are on the struggling side, but Bunny gets a knock onto Justin with a perfect grenade, and Destro is right there to go for the rescue mission. Look at the off angle where Delta is. He can even deal with the players of Team 8-Bit at this point, and I can see one more team in the close proximity, which is going to be the players of Team Legend Esports. And Bunny finds the knockout to Justin and the revived player as well. Bunny gets a confirmation point onto Destroy as well, and this is a big blow to the players of God's Reign.
Bunny, what a player! Spoils the game. And now it's 8-Bit who can join the fray, but guess what? Delta, all the way from far behind, had to move up because his players was knocked down. And also now was able to take care of the member of 8-Bit. It's Oasis only remaining now. Last man standing, and guess what? Oh my god, a few shots, a bit iffy, but finally catches one more, and God's Reign just get obliterated by RGC and 8-Bit. That's a big blow and not a start you'd expect for this team. Shadow, why did you ask me that question?
I'm not going to say that you jinxed them, because let's be honest, Scared, God's Reign, they're looking fantastic in the overall ranking. This is not going to hurt God's Reign, but it is going to hurt the players of RGC and 8-Bit, because RGC, they are also surviving with only 1 player remaining. 8-Bit surviving with only 1 player remaining. This is going to hurt 8-Bit and RGC more, because they need to accumulate those placement points now. Always the last man standing. Maybe he can go for the mid strat. Even RGC last player can go for the mid strat, because both these teams, they're in dire need of the points.
I mean, even if you go for the mid strat, right, you don't really gain a lot of those position points until and unless you are in the top 3 at least. And if you've got 3 or 4 points, then top 4. But for now, we're going to be talking about the team. Legit. They need to fire in a few shots. Diesel all low. Gets a good couple of knock-in. Gets spot is the third one as he spawns the weaponry. Can he catch the one before? It's a big play. And he manages to do that. Orlo, the man who's firing his cylinders up like anything. Boosting himself on a rocket. What a weapon swap. To the DBS from that M4. Just obliterates his opponent's shadow. What a 1v4 we witnessed.
Cincinnati Kids again on the struggling side, lacking that surrounding awareness. We have been talking about this from day number one, that Cincinnati Kids are one of those teams which lack the surrounding awareness. This time also they were trying to traverse with a vehicle, not aware at all about the position of Orlo. And Orlo, kudos to this guy, he striked at the right moment, dealt with the 3 players of Cincinnati Kids, and after that the way he switched the weapon and dealt with the last player of Cincinnati Kids. Not a start which CK wanted for this week, but it is what it is. And DSL, Diesel Esports, they wanted these points. And I think they are going to be super happy. 4 finishes and a very good head start for the week.
His entire team is just like how we normally see, the officials in any movie who arrive very late. After the entire action is over, when the hero defeats the villain and everything. That's exactly what Orlo did right now. Standing up alone, literally and metaphorically. Taking down everyone from Cincinnati Kids. That's going to definitely give him a big confidence boost. And at the same time, is going to help out his entire team as well in terms of those points. But right now, Orlo just sees that nade being tossed a bit too far away as... It's again another team out in the wild. Bot Army Esports, Monty, shots being fired from behind him as Gokul was there, and guess what? The pincer of the members as Orlo strikes back again. This man is just becoming the god Zeus, raining hellfire and lightnings on his opponent. One more time, DBS in the hand, but will finally be taken down. And it takes Bot Army Esports to finally shut this man down. A scary shot. Eventually will capture and get that confirmation. They wipe out the members of Diesel, but lose Monty in the process.
Of course, the victory was very short-lived, and Diesel Esports with only 4 total points have been eliminated. Bot Army Esports, even this is also one of those teams which was performing really good in the Open Finals. Week number 2 was quite decent as compared to week number 1. But a good start again for the players of Bot Army Esports, but they also need to traverse inside the circle. And they got one of the foes in the close proximity, which is the players of Team 4 Miracle Esports. This is not looking good for the players of Bot Army Esports as a lot of utils are being exchanged, but no connection whatsoever.
Yeah, it just seems that this one part of the map it's attracting every single team from every vicinity. Dragon, he had an opportunity to fire in a few shots though, but he was busy cooking out that nade, and now he takes the position which Orlo was having. He's kind of following his footsteps. Hopefully he does not follow the same footsteps that led him out of this lobby.
I hope not. I hope not. Look at the way the players of 4 Miracle are charging towards the side of Devotee, and Scary Jord as Dragon gets taken down by a DBS shot from the side of Devotee, and Devotee will be looking for the confirmation. Even one of the player of 4 Miracle is on a very sliver of HP. It's a 3v4 situation which has been turned into a 3v2 as one more player, Poco, also goes down, but Weird Baba finds a trade into Devotee, gets a confirmation point as well. 4 Miracle under so much pressure at this point. Only one last player.
Oh!
He gets dealt with, and Bot Army Esports wins an outnumbered fight with total of 8 finishes. A very good head start.
A super solid head start indeed, and through all of that the horse was still standing there. Quite bold of that horse though, but for now another team that's still standing is Revenant X-Park as they finally take another fight though. Now we're going to be finally focusing Sarang as he's the man of action. Out of the window, needs to catch that shot. The man running left and right. Timing is everything, and that's what he's trying to get. But he's not eventually catching even a pixel of the place though. Finally, his HP is the one that's being depleted, so he needs to be a bit more careful. There's no one else to help him out though, and they're all just playing it way too safe. And guess what? It's Maxi who strikes first and should be able to give the revival to his teammate. Even though they were kinda outnumbered, but Myth officials, they're still standing strong.
Myth officials needed these points because they were also struggling. We also have got the players of Team Gujarat Tigers and Legit also locking horns with each other, as Legit, they have lost onto one of the player. And speaking about the circle, look at the position where the players of Team Orangutan are, right in the center. Definitely a good position for them, but Middle Esports are taking themselves towards the southern periphery. They need to watch their six because the players of Bot Army Esports are also trying to traverse inside the circle from the southern side. And I think Prince is also keeping a check, and he finally spots down Scary. Few shots being exchanged and Scary gets taken down from the moving vehicle. Instant confirmation and Legit gets one finish point. A good start.
Yeah, but in the meantime now Middle, they're also on the receiving end of the spectrum. That too from Vashishta Esports, the team that started it all on the map of Sanhok. By taking down Atanki from OG and a couple of players from 8-bit, they are now raining that hellfire onto the members of Middle, who will eventually have to traverse through that entire path as they need to move into the circle itself. And guess what? It's even Vashishta Esports, but OG is the team that's having the best possible position in this entire circle. But this one fight can eventually pave the way of this entire game as to how it's going to flow, because Vashishta Esports, they've lost Pukar, he's down on his knees, and it's Aquanox all the way from behind, who's still being a nuisance. And guess what? It's Kamla Boy as well, firing a few more shots to the team in front of him. It's Medal, it's a three-way trinity. A fight being taken on three different ends.
Middle Esports, they need to pick the battle. Even the last player of Legit Esports can be that ugly thorn for the players of Middle at this point. Look at the amount of teams trying to traverse from the southern and eastern side. Even Gujarat Tigers, they have kept themselves towards the western periphery of the circle. If the circle favors them, that is definitely going to a good position. And finally, Middle, they have been eliminated. One of the strongest team of Sanhok, which is going to be versatile, and already one finish point. But even Raiden has been knocked out.
Nice power.
Look at him. The position he is in at this point can definitely rain on the parade of Vasista at this point.
Yeah, eventually. But in the meantime, Vashishta Esports just yee-hawing out in the way, in the wild, in the open, will be taken down. There's no cover on that horse though, so the horse stays alive. But not the players of Vashishta. Struggling out in the open, but in the meantime, his power is still out there in the swamps. He's going to get his HP back up, but the question is, does he know about Zeus' positioning? Somraj, he seems to be aware. Yes, he's seen him. So they now know where he actually is. Zeus can't really play as a spoiler right now because he should be dealt with. But guess what? You have to deal with the members of OG who've got the only compound in the game, and that too in a very solid positioning.
Seems like this could be the game for the players of Orangutan.
Oh, Aqua.
IST also trying to move inside the circle as Equinox gets taken down and Zeus strikes at the right moment. Espower has to go for the rescue mission. He has to find a good cover for himself. But the circle is also favoring the players of Gujarat Tigers as they're trying to move from the western side. The play zone plays its part and Equinox has been eliminated. BXT left with only two players remaining. Red Ross, the Dark Horses, are also trying to move from the eastern side of the circle.
True.
Maybe OG, especially Visgod, can definitely rain on their parade as shots being fired and Beast has been knocked out from the moving vehicle. The confirmation point is also there, and Red Ross, now they are coming under heavy fire.
Oh, Phoenix. He's got to be careful out there. There's a nade tossed onto his face. But there's a smoke that's about to fade as well, so it's going to be a big problem. Visgod, he's the man who's out up in the front lines, and he knows everything that's happening around him. But guess what? Just a random flying nade onto his position can eventually take him down, and there's no way anyone would be able to save him. But guess what? AKOP as well. A bit out in the open. Just a smoke covering him. Firing a few shots, creating that off angle. Phoenix a bit more close. Behind that, Uaz trying to push out the members. AKOP taken down onto his knees. Just a window in front. He moves up, only to be taken down. Aru make sure that his team is still surviving. Down to just 4 pair of feet. OG, even though they had one of the best positionings, Shadow, they're still struggling a lot.
Yeah, they need to defend the compound. But Gujarat Tigers Gods also finds a confirmation point onto Spear of Myth Esports. Even Aiden has been eliminated by ZF, but Aru is going a little aggressive, trying to go towards the front line and deal with the last player of Team VXT. Red Ross left with only one player remaining. One player going for the heal battle. Gujarat Tigers, they do have the numbers advantage. OG, they need to play their cards right. They have to maintain that southern control of the circle. But look at the position where AKOP is, right on the rooftop, having a lot of information. This is such an important fight. Somraj also hiding himself inside that smoke. But seems like Lucifer is aware about the position of Zverev.
Yeah.
Lots of grenades being flung over, but Lucifer has got no healing, nothing at all.
He's all the way in the smack center of the circle, and that's the crazy part. Everyone just moving around him. Lucifer finally down on his knees. Arto catches AK. No! The cover fire from Visgod saves his teammate. As Somraj now takes a fight against Gujarat Tigers as he will be wrapped from double direction. Taken down on his knees, down to the last two teams remaining. A 3v2 situation. You know the position of GT. This should be a win for OG. But guess what? If GT makes a comeback from this place, that's gonna be miraculous. Less likely. They don't even have the high ground. But they still can make it. It's Gods and Zverev, and we've seen these players make those clutch plays, but guess what? Zverev down on his knees as it's AKOP wrapping around from the other side, and Gods should be taken down as well, as it's going to be the winner chicken dinner game. A solid beginning for the Apes.
Of course, a very good start for the players of Team Orangutan, getting victory in the map of Sanhok. A very good hit start for the week number 3, and OG has been that consistent team since day number 1. OG has been getting those average points, and not just average points, they're also getting those winner chicken dinners. In the previous week, they got a victory in the map of Weekendy. These are the off maps where OG is also shining really well, and I think if they keep continuing what they are doing at this point, they'll be looking super good in the challenge finals as well.
Absolutely, considering the fact that the only team above them were Red Ross previously before the commencement of the week 3. This team now with this one chicken dinner, as you mentioned, the consistency is always there for them, and with this lead they should be able to enter that top 5 potentially. If this keeps up for the next 2 games, I think so they can even knock onto the doors of the top 3 themselves if again they could get a couple of good games in their own pocket. But I'll have to say Vasishtha Esports, with the way how they started the entire thing off, that was pretty solid game for them. I'd really thought maybe they'd be able to convert it into a big one, but they were eventually caught out in their rotations.
Yeah, OG was so much aware about the position of the players of Team Vasishtha as well, and even not just Vasishtha.
True.
I think VXT was also there. So many teams were there as Vasishtha was trying to move inside the circle. Even the last player of Legit Esports could have also reigned on their parade, but he decided to stay away from all that commotion and go for the placement points. That also
True.
didn't really work in his favor. Even Bunny of RGC survived for a very long time, and after that he was also taken down. But Vasishtha, a good improvement as compared to the previous one, but still God's reign. So many fights, so many third parties were happening, as we had 8-bit also in the close proximity, then we had Legit as well coming in. So much was happening, but RGC Bunny, I think he made the best out of that situation.
Yeah, the man just did an insane job, and guess what, Shadow? Even though we did not see some early drop clashes in this one, clashes like these, absolutely miraculous. Faro with that 1v4, it's a highlight for the evening. Until and unless we see another 1v4 situation, I don't think so anything can top this one. And then again, we're seeing Bottom Esports slowly, steadily stepping up, catching in their own picks too. And over towards the end, it was just chaos all around, because there were a lot of teams remaining who slowly moved up, tried to move into the circle where OG had the better positioning. And the reason why this chicken dinner is even more important, crucial, or valuable, you could say, is also because of the fact OG were playing with 3 men. They lost Atanki early on against Vasishtha Esports. So, that too very early into the game. So, starting from that point, with just 3 members with your entire squad, you move up towards the end, the circle is on you, you keep hold of the compound even though you've been slammed in from multiple directions. OG were really resilient in this game.
Yeah, OG were definitely doing everything right, but OG, they're looking comfortable in the leaderboard also. But if
Yeah.
you look at it, there were few teams on the struggling side of the leaderboard who are not looking that comfortable, and they had to take an early exit, like the players of Cincinnati Kids. They were at the 17th spot, and this game, after this game, I think they'll be somewhere towards the 18th, 19th spot. Even the players of Team 4 Medical, Diesel Esports, this entire week, not just this game, this entire week is so pivotal for all these teams, and getting early elimination is not going to favor their case, especially Cincinnati Kids. They can't keep making this sort of mistake. Getting 1v4'd by Orlo is something that is going to haunt the players of Cincinnati Kids, but one player is going to be pretty happy, and that is MVP Gods.
Absolutely. From Gujarat Tigers, you've been mentioning about this team. Gujarat Tigers, they've been struggling a bit as well. Before the week 3 began, they were on the 15th spot, which obviously is going to be a bit more up and down. But I think so, if this kind of performance is being kept up from their team, they should be able to move up, considering how they've also got 5 finishes, and that too just by gods, maybe a few more by the rest of the teammates, and catching in those 6 points with the position. They should be somewhere around 12-13 points. Maybe, again, considering they've got a few extra eliminations though. So I think so that should still put them just above that cutoff. But you really need to keep this consistent performance up. We've been talking about Gujarat Tigers. Their week 1 was really good. But when they moved into week 2, that transition, it did not really happen as they kind of would have expected, and they started to struggle. But we've been talking about struggling. A team that has not been struggling at all is God's Reign, definitely, after that entire turnaround of week 2.
Of course, God's Reign, they're sitting comfortably in the top 5 spot, and I think no one is going to challenge them at this point. But speaking of Gujarat Tigers, definitely a good performance coming in from their side, because like you said, they were struggling in the previous week, and in the Sanhok, they had very good rotation, because if you notice, when all the teams were trying to come from the eastern or the southern side, Gujarat Tigers, they had the complete western control, the western edge control of the circle, and that did help their case, because when Myth officials, they came towards the center of the circle, it was Gujarat Tigers who dealt with the remaining players of Myth Esports, got good finish points, especially Gods. It was Gods' grenade which took down one of the player of Team Myth Esports at that point. So Gujarat Tigers, a good recovery, and I think they're looking more refined for week number 3 at this point.
I agree. If this kind of performance is kept up from them, I reckon that they would probably move in over towards the 10th spot, maybe 11th or 12th spot, right? But we've been talking about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's all the speculations, and I know that these teams really need to create a few changes in their strategies, and guess what? We'll be seeing them, but after this very short break, make sure to stay tuned.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा, ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, and we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. So we're just gonna do our thing, ain't never do the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down, if you think you'll stop somehow. Just let us do our thing, so never do the Velcro thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break. And yeah, that game of Sanhok mixed with a lot of spice. That's all I can say. Getting 1v4'd like that, Cincinnati Kids is not going to feel good after that. I mean, especially you talk about the confidence of Cincinnati Kids. Yeah, in week 2, decent performance. But now getting slapped down in such a manner, it might just be tough to recover, at least today.
A tough pill to swallow nonetheless for Cincinnati Kids, considering you would expect them to get off to a very good start. And this was the last thing that you would expect yourself to fall into. So at this point, I mean, for Cincinnati Kids, heading on, they still have a Weekendy game, one of their strong suits, but they need to recover very fast. You need that mental reset, otherwise they're done for. Now, when I'm talking about the mental reset, I'm still going to bring the conversation back towards 8-bit. It's so difficult to even comprehend or even accept the kind of a state that they are in. It kind of feels like they're really not ready or prepared for this tournament.
Yeah, for some reason, the players just not able to find themselves in the groove. It just does not feel like it's the same 8-bit that we saw in the past, right? Even the previous lineup was doing much better compared to the performance that we're seeing right now from this 8-bit. It's not even the grand finals yet, and still they're struggling so much, struggling to find any sort of footing, struggling to find any sort of points in the game. That's a really bad thing. And knowing the fact that this lineup was doing so good in the officials, this is one of those lineups that managed to get that podium finish. Now the transition is just unbelievable.
Exactly, especially after you've been signed by a new org or a much stable one than your previous one, where you were still getting hurt, being thrown off, and now that you have all the amenities, I'm starting to ponder what's going severely wrong for them. But ranked and nothing wrong for them. A flying start nonetheless, 17 points, a good chicken dinner, and we have seen them execute all these quarry circles to victory. Yeah. For Gujarat Tigers, I think this was a much well-fought game for them, considering they did not have the best of the zones. Despite that, making it in, getting decent amount of finishes, and Versatile off to another good start. 10 points, the leaderboard toppers. They're just doing another job today. There's nothing really out of ordinary for them.
But GT desperately needed those points, by the way. They were on the 16th spot in the overall standing, especially after Group A and B were done. And now after this game, GT's going to put themselves in a decent spot, maybe on the 12th or on the 11th. That's going to be more than enough for GT, at least for now. In the upcoming games, they can try and follow it up with more consistency. You move on towards Myth. Even Myth had some brilliant moment in that previous game, right? Myth getting 10 points from that game. That's a great start as well. Myth, they need to constantly keep on moving on with that same average. Right now, they're on the 27th spot. A comeback definitely seems possible.
For Myth officials, work in the right direction, but still a long way to go, I must say, because we have constantly been betrayed by all these teams. They come out, give us a good performance, in the next game, they are barely even found. So at this point, I think we're going to let Myth officials cook a little bit. Yes, there has been that potential. Maxioso, one of those players, is constantly delivered for his team, especially withstanding so much ambush coming at his way, still getting out on top of that. Goes on to show that they have that potential. What they need is a little bit more consistency. And speaking about consistency, I think Revenant X Park, again, there have been situations where they have us in awe, and then somehow they tend to drop the ball in the games of Sanhok.
I mean, it's Revenant X Park. Come on, Fixes. I do understand. Not in that good of a spot. They're there underneath 12th spot. But still, it's Revenant X Park. How can you not believe that they're not going to make it in the LAN Finals? It's not even a question. With the glimmers that we're seeing from this team, we know Revenant X Park is someone that is currently not taking the competition that seriously. I mean, I don't want to be the one to glaze them a bit too much, but that's what it seems like. Revenant Spark, we know they can easily spiral up in the overall standings if they want to. The first game, yeah, getting caught off guard by the players of Myth, and honestly, that was quite a brilliant outing for the players of Myth, coming out on top against Revenant Spark. Great thing. But as we know, the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Vikendi, where Revenant Spark do tend to be pretty strong. I think so that's where they can easily make the comeback. Now, the real eyes are going to be set on teams like CK, Metal Esports. You can also say 8-Bit, considering this is going to be desperate times, and now they need to make the desperate measures.
Literally dance with destiny for all these teams. And, you know, I never doubted Revenant X Spark, even for once, that if they're not going to make it inside the grand finals. The big question is in what fashion? Because we are waiting for that little consistency from their sides, and the argument from the other side would definitely come in that, yes, you know, they've been the reigning official champions, they've created history, they've broken records, they've done all of that. Put aside, now we're heading forward to a new year where anything can possibly happen. Look at 8-Bit for once. So you would not want to leave things at chance. You want to make sure that your qualification is certain. And after that, do whatever on earth you want to do inside the battlegrounds as we set sail into the frozen tundras. It is going to be Vikendi this time around. A flight path trajectory. Very interesting one at that. Because when you look at it, severely tilted towards that eastern side, and teams dropping down maybe towards Dobromesto, Muvatra, Vihar. And considering the last Vikendi circle we saw was completely on the edges of the western side, I am kind of waiting for the circle to really form in front of me right now.
A potential drop clash between two teams, and I would love to see that happen as well. Red Ross going up against Revenant X Spark. They're super close, and we have seen that happen once in the past. So if it does happen once again, it will be a sight to witness. You've also got OG right underneath. Bees will definitely be attracted. A few teams would want to have that piece of the pie. And right now, Revenant X Spark, they're super close to a major threat. Red Ross doing really good in the overall standing, so they can't afford to go for threats like these. While you've got CK dropping in towards Villa without any problems. Legit as well moving down south, right next to 8-Bit. And both these teams are on the struggling side of the spectrum. 8-Bit, they need the points. They need to go for the heavy games. They cannot just play defensive. While Legit, you got to say the same thing for this team as well.
We've seen the last outing where Revenant X Spark went against Red Ross. Of course, Red Ross did some severe casualties, and Revenant X Spark answered back right after. So this is one of those fights I think both these teams must be well prepared for. But looking at Metal Esports, Necro, you could see Cyrix, the lone wolf around Trevno, whilst the rest of his squad is around Peshkova. And as of now, we do see legit esports, like you said, a little bit of a kerfuffle. Duking it out, trying to create some space, some sort of an opening. Because the circle has gone heavily favoring towards the eastern side. Gujarat Tigers have got a really strong footing, and even the records dictate that GT has been one of those teams that is really successful in the games of Vikendi. Now that the circle is on them, surely they have to double down.
Fixes, I got a question. If you were on the same spot as 8-Bit, if you're doing bad in the overall standings, not able to find any sort of footing, you do not have the momentum, you do not have anything favoring you, what would be the right measures you would take to try and make a comeback? You've still got 2 weeks to go.
I think all they need right now is a good pep talk. I'm not really the right person to be giving them that because, honestly speaking, they have it in them. It's not like they're new players or anything that's been a huge change inside of 8-Bit. Of course, the addition of Tommy. If he's one of the reasons why things aren't working out, maybe just look forward to other options. Try subbing him out a bit. But other than that, it has to be Mafia and Omega that need to really amp things up. Because this entire tournament, there hasn't been a single instance where we could even talk about them. And especially going on to talk about the fact that both these players were in the top 10 of the highest fraggers in the previous in the previous officials, has been a severe dip. So I think it's all about trying to boost their morals, get their confidence up high, and try to execute a little bit more better fights. And I'm still, circling around the fact that Team 8-Bit really decided to let Ninju go, who was such a crucial part of the team.
We don't exactly know what happens in the backlines, right? what happens on the management side. Did they let him go? Did he leave? What exactly happened? Compatibility issues? We do not know what happened there, but something must have happened. That's why Ninja's not exactly a part of this roster, considering he was already doing so good with the playing four. Moving the conversation on, if I was in the same spot as 8-Bit, I would have targeted the weaker bunch. I would have went for teams like Team Legit. I would have dropped Clash against RGC, Myth. I mean, that's one of those points where you really do need to sharpen your firepower, and considering you're going up against the inexperienced ones, you're automatically going to have a little bit of that mental edge that, yes, you are the experienced one, you've got the firepower as well, you have proven yourself in the previous tournaments, so you can make it happen once again. You can use those teams as a stepping stone, as a confidence booster for yourself when you face off against this almighty.
Listen, this has happened. I mean, not really exactly against a rather weaker team. Takes you back to that game of Erangel and Kyolamau. That 1v4, a slap on their faces. So I'm starting to highly even doubt that 8-Bit are going to go off for such another shenanigan. Because this time, nothing has been working out for them. Anything and everything they're trying, they tried to take a drop clash, did not work out. They tried to change a drop location, that also did not work out. They've been trying to third-party teams. That hasn't been working out either. They've gone against the weaker foes. They've been slapped right back. At this point, it's all about...
I wouldn't say Kyolamau is a weaker foe. He's got one of the strongest teams in the entire competition.
Yeah,
so
you're not hearing me out, right? I did mention that, yes, of course, he was not relatively a weaker foe. But if I take you back to that situation, no chance on earth that 8-Bit would have lost that fight. Everything was against Kyolamau, and he still came out swinging. So that is what I'm talking about. All these players inside this lobby, everybody is well adept in getting those aggressive plays, pulling off those clutches. So can't really rule out Legit and RGC. They've also earned their righteous spot. But for 8-Bit, it's more than that. They're missing their fundamentals. They're missing their core players starting to deliver or even have any glimpses of showing up.
To sum it up, they're missing their skills.
Everything.
Correct? Yeah. So, for 8-Bit, they need to get their lost progress back in their hands. They do not have time now. But even what I said, they can try and do that as well. Use these teams as the stepping stone. If you do manage to get the first squad wipe in your hands, you know you're doing good. You're going in the right direction. If 8-Bit wants, they can go for the aggressive side. If 8-Bit wants, they can play even more defensive. But 8-Bit's been playing defensive since the start, and it's not been working out that well for them. So, in my opinion, 8-Bit should definitely try and bring in a bit more of that mixture of aggression. Should definitely go for a few more drop clashes against the weaker foes, against the teams that are already not doing too great, because 8-Bit, they do not have a lot of chances anyways to make a comeback. So you might as well just take the gamble at this point. But hold on, GT up against quite a stronger foe this time around, and GT Armand gets slapped out. It's not a great fight for the side of GT, but they still need to try and flip the odds against the players of GDR. You're speaking of Godsreen, a team that is doing so good in the overall standings in the top 4, while GT, they just made their comeback a while ago.
And they're not the only ones to be here. You've also got Army Esports circling around, readying up to strike. As Gujarat Tigers, they've held their forts really well. GDR being kept at bay, and Destro, the man in contention, he's still lying on his knees, just hoping that somebody is going to come up and trigger a revive. That's far from being possible, as Gujarat Tigers, maybe they've been aware of the fact that Army Esports could be lingering outside. Because we know this is the tendency with a game like Vikendi, where a lot of these teams love taking up the central spaces. Now, getting back to our conversation, we are practically playing on ifs and buts. Now, imagine they go up against a rather weaker team, and suddenly they fumble there also. Then what? That would be even more devastating enough to just, have you out of this tournament. So, for 8-Bit at this time, I think they've got some experience. Ash and Oves and Mafia Omega have also played in the competitive scene for quite some time. Surely they need to find their mojo back, and all we can do right now, Necro, is just hope.
I mean, if 8-Bit's thinking that way, what if they fall? Then, I mean, that's not a good mentality to have. 8-Bit needs to move into a fight with a winning mentality. They should have the assurance that they're going to win this fight and no matter what, come out on top. But if they do lose that fight as well, then it's done for. I mean, I don't know what to say. At that point, for 8-Bit, you might as well just wave the flags and surrender. But you've got the circle forming on the right side of the map. I mean, once again, it's just the stage 2 of the map of Vikendi. Not a lot's going to be switched up just yet. Stage 4 and Stage 5 is where we might just see a bit of that action amped up. Majority of the time, Stage 5 is something that reveals or breaks the ice. And right now, CKOG right next to each other. You've also got 4MV towards that castle side. If the zone does shift towards castle, it will be the best possible outcome.
This is again one of those circles that has the tendencies to maybe even take a shift towards hot springs. And versatile, they might find themselves at a real good spot over there. But again, 8-Bit, they do not have enough number of matches remaining now. They began this week with 18 games to play. Now they've got merely 17. Out of which, considering the position, sitting at just 65 points, they at least need 5 or 6 matches where they decide to go big. And that is where they will bring themselves back into the competition. So a lot at stake, a lot on the line. It would be such a shame if 8-Bit did not make it inside of the grand finals, because the last time they did come to play in this LAN, we saw them have a really respectable position, I think in the top 4, if I'm not wrong. And that was all done without having any sponsors, without having a proper stable org. Now that they've been given everything, there will be big question marks on what is going to happen with that roster next time around.
Indeed. I mean, you know what? At this point, there's just a lot to say, but at the same time, we know we should not say it, so it's better to just focus on something else. And looking at the circle and looking at the way things are forming out right now, outside of the blue, there's still so many teams. You've got 8-Bit, you've got Diesel Esports, Revenant Spark as well in the mix. The fact that Revenant Spark is going for such a late-game rotation, I don't exactly know what the game plan is going to be for them. The zone's pretty far away from the place that they are right now, but considering it is the map of Vikendi, we're not going to see a lot of those hard shifts happen instantly. Red Ross as well towards that northern side. They've gotten not a lot of that good place to play with, considering they're all the way in the blue, but still, at least they can move easily in the circle if they just follow that same pathway.
For Revenant X-Park, what I really feel is they have got to make some movements, especially cross those little bridges.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there will be a point when the circle goes away from you, there will be a lot of keepers holding the door. So at this point, I think something that Red Ross has been doing, injecting themselves from that northeastern corridor, that is the go-to approach. For Revenant X-Park, we know there have been times where they've been tested and they somehow come through swinging. Somebody pulls off a clutch, or you see an entire team displaying everything that they've got. So for Revenant X-Park, I'm not really worried about considering their situation right now. Pretty much they'll bounce back. But as things are, even Board Army Esports, another team we need to touch upon a little bit. Still in the middle pecking order, just around 103 points accumulated at the 20th spot. Now, what they need to do is get some good position points in this one. Given the circle, Necro, I feel like they can do it if they play their cards right.
They indeed can. Without a doubt, they can. The next zone, they'll fix this. It's going to be even more crucial. It will be important as well for the teams to know what sort of intention the circle has. And considering it's going to center on up once again, not that drastic of a change in the zone. Revenant Spark, they can easily rotate still. You've also got Diesel Esports right next to him. And looking at inside of the circle, I highly doubt we're going to see any sort of major shifts in the placement as well. It's just VXT making a move, trying to close on towards the Centrix part. You've also got Red Ross slowly and steadily making it inside of the circle. Vasista Esports on the northern side. They need to get rid of OG, and that's the only way they can find a good breach from that northern side. But still too many foes stacked up on that end.
All these teams just clumping up sort of makes me go really paranoid. Yeah. Because we know what happens later, right?
Yeah, random.
Miami spots, spotting out Cincinnati Kids, Mighty, under some fire, frees himself, gets out of harm's way at that spot. But for Bot Army Esports also, I feel like they're not really feeling comfortable with the position they're holding. A little bit of those hearts over there, still quite an exposed position. One player gets knocked down and suddenly a lot of the teams will just swarm in. So for Bot Army Esports at this point, it's quite important to get a decent position. As legit, again, the troubled days are back. Bonnie instantly taking the life out of Zeus and sucks him to abyss. As RGC Esports, already one finish secured. Can they get in a couple more?
Definitely can. Depends on the position, though. And right now, the man's at the top. His teammates, though, nowhere near close, and that's going to be a bit of a concern. Bunny needs that cover fire. It is there, but the line of sight, I highly doubt it's going to be there. Beautiful Molotov. It's going to cook that player, and that's what happens. Proton gets cooked. Slowly and steadily ticking to his own death, and legit, now they need to get the revival on the fallen comrade. They want to make the push against Bunny, but Bunny already finds a return knock as even Choco gets knocked out. Unfortunate stuff for Team Legit. Curse God, he does want to get the revival, but it's a bit too late considering RGC, they've already followed up. And now it's time to eat and devour the last standing player as well. For how long can he keep himself and his position put? That's my question. As the entirety of Legit will soon come crashing down. What a big blunder that was from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be quite hurtful. To the point where Legit Esports really haven't been giving us enough opportunities to talk about them. There have been days where in Vikendi they've made it ever so close, getting a chicken dinner, but have been third-partied. But this time, it was a frontal battle where they came in completely unprepared. Did not know about RGC Esports and their information and just gave their lives away. As for RGC Esports, quite a stark difference in terms of how they played in the Open Finals and now in the Challenge season. Sitting at the 28th spot, not a lot of points accumulated, especially with this team. Had a lot of high expectations because this was one of those teams that really expertised in going in and getting those frags done. Clearly that has been missing, or maybe that frequency hasn't been there from their side. As look at this, a lot of these teams, and rightfully as anticipated, Revenant X Park taking that northern route. Now they've got some good avenues of entering in, but they might also have to deal with the likes of Orangutan, and they are going to be such a tough nut to crack.
They will be. Cement Factory seems pretty solid. You've also got CK. I mean, CK at this point in time, they've learned their lesson in the previous game. They do not want to be a part of the extra action. CK would just try to keep themselves pinned down in that same spot and try and play it as defensive as possible as long as they've assured some sort of points for themselves. And that's the only time CK will have that confidence to go for the fight. So CK at this point, in my opinion, would not be a big threat, even if Revenant Spark does decide to brute force. So that should be an easy one. 8-Bit on the opposite side as well. And for 8-Bit, I mean, completely lost of confidence. I'm not exactly sure what sort of approach is going to be the one to save the day for them. But speaking of the approach in GT, they're approaching towards a fight against the players of VE, as they've already found the first opener. Bakarab Crosland personal, and Gods is not a person you would want to challenge like that. One by one, Gods is getting challenged. Eventually, he gets shut down as well by Gumla Boy. And the finisher will be there. Gujarat Tigers, there's a big split between the players too, not exactly up close and personal. But Vasista Esports, they've already taken down the separated player.
Good stuff coming in from Vasista Esports, especially we know that they're also quite strong in their Vikendi games. Having secured also a chicken dinner in the past. Goes on to speak that this time they caught the players of Gujarat Tigers off guard. And suddenly all that central position advantage goes into thin air. And this is what I was talking about. Our worst nightmares have awakened once again as Ash already done and dusted, and 8-Bit. They are looking so lost in the frozen tundras. As already losing out on players one after the other, left, right and center. Gone away for good as their life gets sucked away. As they might be down to their last man standing.
What are they doing? What just happened to 8-Bit? I mean, they're taking some of the most weird rotation routes. They're taking the most riskiest rotation routes without having any sort of intel. They're just straight up hoping for the best, and that's not the way to play. They're just leaving it up to God. I mean, even there's a saying that you were taught in school, God helps those who help themselves. So 8-Bit, you got to gather that intel, and that's the only time you can have a safer rotation.
I do not know what to on this, because this is quite disappointing. Can't really even sugarcoat, can't really even make any excuses of what really happened. Just getting caught off guard like that. But hold on, Versatile. In fact, it's going to be Vasista taking on Revenant X Spark as now even Vasista getting themselves into the mix, and Sarang, he's been caught astray, already down on his knees. Pray God being dealt with, and Vasista Esports, they surely are cooking to the point where they want to initiate this push. Joker, last bastion, just waiting. And now he spotted out Fierce. Has to duke it out, and no trouble whatsoever for this fallen assaulter, who's surely readying up his comeback as Vasista Esports have no trouble dealing with the forces of Revenant X Spark.
I was so ready for a 1v3 from Joker, but then that happened. But it's fine. Metal Esports, legit. Here we go. The man strikes once again. Legit has been proven himself time and time. This man is also currently in form. So going up against Legit this way will be tough to take him down. Dope in the front, and Legit is going to challenge a fight against Dope. He will manage to sort of dish out a lot of damage to Dope and eventually shuts them both down. What just happened? Turns around, takes care of Dope as well. And even the man in the window. This is insane from Legit. In the moment you think this man is not going to come through victorious, he clutches that and still saves his entire banner.
Certainly built different, isn't he? Every single time, maybe you rule Legit out, he bounces back and surprises you. As Versatile, Somraj devouring one of the players of Diesel, but hold on, that finish has been stolen. There's going to be GDR, and that is enough to make Somraj go mad right now. Of course, Versatile, they want the heads of the players that did steal their finishes, but a little ahead of themselves. The moment they tried to initiate that push, quickly down to an abrupt halt. As Somraj already down on his knees, Raiden, he is being hammered. And Destro looks like a man who is on a mission.
Indeed he does. Godsreen, they've got a decent position to play with, but not exactly inside of the circle, so even Godsreen will need to leave this cover and move towards the safety line soon. We did see a while ago that the players were coming out on top. I mean, especially with the way they were taking the rotation. It's not going to work out that well for Versatile. They were trying their best to leave the compound, move in their merry way, but then Godsreen is the one to completely disrupt that flow and slowly and steadily dismantle VXT. As now they don't even stand a chance to survive in the game. It's just down to that one last man, Raiden, who's all the way in the back. And you cannot expect a lot from a lonesome survivor.
I still cannot make a reason out of this push. Of course, they had to get inside the circle. Could have maybe used a bait and switch strat, but that massively backfired. And now Versatile, having no other option, but with letting Raiden survive till the very end. Does not have a lot of meds to play around though. Just 2. So maybe he has to look for a couple of more openings over here. Maybe try to cripple the players of Godsreen down. As even Red Ross, they're looking for a march in inside the zone. They found themselves in a really nice position to play around though. Godsreen, really want to see what Raiden can make of this situation.
Red Ross on the screen towards the southern side. And even if Godsreen wants to make the most out of it, Red Ross is going to be the one to put the halt. It will be tough. Red Ross is definitely taking too many shots against him. Beast now knows the surrounding lines aren't too clear. As 4 Miracles, they wanted to pull off a miracle with this rotation, but instead it backflips upon them. Unfortunate stuff for 4M. They can make it out alive from this one, considering they were catching too many strays. And 4 Miracle eventually on the verge of being wiped out as well. They're not going to be able to survive that wrath. Just 2 men standing. Godsreen, even they're on that slow and steady move, but look at Raiden from VXT's in the back line. He can definitely be the one to surprise the players of Godsreen. But as soon as I say so, A man turns around and puts that nail in the coffin.
Now, for God's rain, really out of options, out in the open, just around the smokes is what they have to play around with as Cincinnati kids. They go for a frontal battle against Bot Army Esports with Mighty already down, Juicy and Flock, 2 members alive. Now with standing this entire push coming in from Bot Army Esports, CK, they are heavily outnumbered. As those grenades keep pouring on, Molotovs constantly chipping their lives out. As Bot Army Esports with Henry, they decide to initiate and go in for a push. Maybe trying to run over somebody, but then Bot Army Esports, they gather themselves back. They know that CK, they are heavily pincered down. Another grenade comes in from Scary Jord. He gets Mighty down once again as Flock and Juicy. They will have to work it out. As here comes Henry Boy trying to run over Juicy as Flock. He's got his attention elsewhere. As a result of which, Scary Jord instantly deals that death blow, and Henry and the boys, they've got 8 finishes to work with in the final circle before it commences.
All the efforts that they showed in the week 2 now down the drain. CK were so close to cracking it in that top 16, but now look at the position they have gotten. It's not looking good. Just 1 point from this game as well. The previous one was a complete blunder. I mean, right now, Bot Army Esports feeling good, looking good. Vasista Esports too, in a decent stance. But still, Vasista Esports, they need to move out in the open towards the zone. And that's where a majority of these teams are now going to be caught. Bot Army Esports, still they need to get rid of the players of Red Ross, because that's going to be a bigger threat that will approach them soon in the front. And with the way Bot Army Esports is playing, a newer bunch showcasing so much confidence, you really do not expect this from the players. But still, Bot Army Esports, they're showcasing so much confidence in taking every single fight.
11 finishes in the bag already for Bot Army Esports. And they seem nigh unstoppable at this point, having so much vision around with as they are taking down forces left, right and center. As Arthur could be next, the last player surviving from the side of Red Ross against a fully boosted up, fully amped up Bot Army Esports. Scary Jord leading the charge, of course waiting for his teammate Devody. As Arthur looking for means to strike, there goes that first shot, does not really connect, and now the retaliation is going to be even heavier. Red Ross, they've got their hands full as Bot Army Esports will devour them and free them of their miseries, as now they will somehow get themselves back inside the circle with Myth Officials up next on their hit list.
Indeed. Bot Army Esports, look at the stance as well they've got to play with. Unfortunately, Monty was the casualty a while ago, but Monty can be brought back upon his feet. He's still revivable. Utilities are being tossed out, but unfortunately, Monty gets chipped up in the end. It's Myth once again who prevail. The same Myth that we saw in the open finals. Myth is doing really good. That defensive posture, once again, we're seeing the same Myth that we saw in the open finals. The exact same play style. Keep yourself hidden from the start till the end, and then in the end, start a strike. Myth was anyways good in their firefights. The Myth were anyways good in their 4-on-4s, but they were just not able to find a good positioning inside of the circle, and they finally have done so in this game of Weekendy. Vasista Esports, though, they can play a major spoiler. They can put a major spanner in the works for Bot Army Esports, only if things are not being played well from Bot Army Esports.
Look at this. Look at Pakar. He's gone completely unchecked, and maybe Henry's got some doubts on his mind. Where are those utilities coming through? Surely he spotted Pakar out, hasn't he? That smoke has to be a giveaway, as even for Myth Officials, they are well aware. This retaliatory Molotov does make it evident that Pakar, his position compromised though, but now, still, regardless, he gets an opener. He takes down Henry, and now Bot Army Esports seems like the tables have been flipped, as the other player is also going to get taken down, and Pakar almost on the verge of pulling off a 1v3 as Scary Jord. He's also been dealt with, and Vasista Esports are almost pulling off the impossible.
I mentioned this. A big spanner in the works can definitely be there if situation's not being played well, and that's what exactly happens. They get taken down eventually. Bot Army Esports were not able to survive that wrath, but look at the top 3. Even Metal Esports eliminated from the game. Vasista Esports, they got a second place in this game too. Fierce just going for that Met strat. He's only got 3 more first states to go. And Fierce in the end decides to reveal his position, considering he spots out the player in the open. Unfortunately, could not get a +1 in the end, but it's completely okay. Still, a decent outing from them, and a good outing from Myth Official. They needed this chicken dinner to once again give them the booster in the overall standings.
And this is going to make things also worse for the teams that are somehow struggling in the bottom of the overall standings, considering Myth Official. They've also bounced back. And especially with Borami Esports having a really good game of Vikendi, does not make it any easier for their foes, the likes of 8-Bit, the likes of Cincinnati Kids. Surely they will have to take a page from their playbooks. Surely they will have to redeem themselves. But for what it is worth, Myth Official have managed to pull this one off in the bags, especially considering how calm and poised they were in those final few circles and let it cook. Really did not force that fight against Borami Esports. Now, this is what happens when you are quite young and quite inexperienced, right? You get a bit ahead of yourself. And I'm not really going to blame the players of Borami Esports, considering they were running high on adrenaline. They knew that every single man they're going to face, they are going to take them down. And of course, after you've collected 10 plus finishes, that is the kind of persona you need to exude out. But somewhere down the line, Pucar, with all that experience, constantly poking them, constantly inviting them one after the other, just taking everybody down. I think that goes on to show that this is where experience somehow takes over aggression.
The situation that Borami Esports was put in was pretty much simple to deal with, because Pucar had the lower ground to play with, and considering he did not even have the manpower, they should have focused on Pucar first and then go for the bigger picture. But instead, they kept themselves pinned on that same spot, and that's one of the main reasons why they got sandwiched in the end and they got taken down by both the ends. So, once again, it's a learning curve for this team. Borami Esports firepower's on point. 4-4 fights as well. They've been looking really good, but Borami Esports, it's all about the experience, especially when you're put in those type of pressure situations. You should know what sort of moves you need to pull out to be in the good spot. CK, once again, a lot of mistakes made in the fight, and that's one of the main reasons why CK2 got taken down. It was also 8-Bit from the backlines who was constantly stabbing them.
And, you know, at this point, considering where all these teams are, and for Cincinnati Kids, that was pretty much a donezo situation. Because Borami Esports pretty much had them pinned, and they really had no means of escape, and it had to be an uphill climb. And going in from any other direction, Necro, that would have pretty much led into their demise. And I think one of the only solutions to such situations where it gets really clumped up towards those end circles is you need to be taking those initial fights, which a lot of these teams are really reluctant in engaging. And they're thinking that they might lose out on forces, but they could have so much control towards these end circles. But whatever the case is, Devotee, take a bow. I think every single player of Borami Esports really played their hearts out, and Devotee has definitely been one of the front runners of being one of the MVPs of this team. We wanted some stability. We got those finishes, and this time, along with the position points, Borami Esports really are delivering and looking like a very interesting prospect to watch out for.
In Group C and D, we're already seeing some major comebacks. Myth has made a good comeback. First game of Sanhok was really good. Now this game as well, Myth, they get a chicken dinner. You move on towards Vasista Esports as well, finish second in that game. Borami Esports too, getting a lot of elimination points. So we're already seeing those big comebacks being made from these teams, or at least we're seeing those efforts. But in Group A and B, those efforts were barely spotted. But for now, stars of the match are there on the screen. Oxen's going to be the player who got the finisher too, so Myth Official, of course, they were the one to get that chicken dinner, so it makes a lot of sense with 4 finishes racked up and just 2 assists. And as I mentioned, this was the Myth that was missing in Week 1 and Week 2. Now, finally, the Myth is back. They finally figured out the game strat.
They have. And at this point, I think for Myth Officials, they will have to bank up from here. They will have to get a couple more good games, at least not leave things to chance before the commencement of Week 4. Because if that happens and they're somewhere around that 14th or 15th spot, that might be up for grabs, because we have constantly been harping about the fact that a lot of the experienced lineups do possess the ability to bounce back in such tough situations. You never know. All it takes is one good day. I think the biggest example of that has to be God's Reign, when they were literally in tatters. And one good day where they get 3 chicken dinners, they bounce back. And now they are positioned in the top 3. So it goes on to speak that all you need to do is get some of that stability, if not that much of consistency in getting those chicken dinners. But Myth officials, they will be, they have a target, that is to be in the top 10 by the end of this week.
Indeed, and a few teams, they're already going to be there in the top 16, right? Metal Esports, yeah, they're currently outside of the top 16, but we know what they're capable of, so you can't say Metal Esports, they're already going to move up. And keep this thing in mind, as I mentioned, from 12th till 16th, we're going to see major shuffles. A lot of teams will be kicked out, new entries will be there as well. Those new entries, once again, will be kicked out, and a few more new entries might just be there. We are going to see those ups and downs happen, but that will be for the future. What's for now, it's going to be a short little break. You guys don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the back of the thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Velcro thing.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे
तो नूब नहीं है
नूब नहीं टाइम आ गया है सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे नेक्स्ट शॉट हेडशॉट हेडशॉट
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा नूब नहीं हूँ
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी
टीपीपी पे जा एफपीपी टीपीपी एफपीपी एक काम कर टीपीपी पे जा
कौन लूंड्री ना सर विनर विनर चिकन डिनर
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Velcro thing. We're gonna bring
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 3 and Day number 1 with last game remaining for Group C and D. This wrangle is going to be super important, and there is someone very excited on the desk, and that is going to be Scared. Why are you so excited, Scared?
I mean, it's the last game of the evening and it's going to be the map of Erangel. Why should I not be excited? Specifically, it's the, come on, let's be honest, it's the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI and that to India Season 6. So obviously, I'm going to be super excited. Plus, it's my day 1, so everyone's excited for the first day of the job.
Oh, everyone is, and I think along with you, someone else is also super excited. All the teams who are staging comeback, Group C and D. These two groups are really staging a comeback because all the teams who are struggling, like Bot Army Esports, Smith Official, they're having a gala time, and that was completely missing from the side of Group A and B. They are still struggling, but C and D, I think they are on a roll, especially Myth Official. Seems like Myth Officials are again back on the track.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for them to get another good game because they really need that in order to make sure to take that big leap into that rankings itself, right? We've been constantly talking about that, and since you mentioned about Myth Officials, they've got 19 points in total for this one chicken dinner game. But guess what? Bot Army Esports had 12 finishes in their hands. Only 4 placement points because eventually there were some heal battles going around as well, so could not really rack a lot of them up. But thanks to that heal battle, Vishista Esports slowly moved up onto that third spot in this entire match ranking with 15 points.
Of course, and Middle Esports with also just 9 points. A decent run for Middle, but Red Ross with 7 points. RGC got an early elimination, but they were super aggressive. 7 finishes to their name. God's Rain, this one didn't work entirely in their favor, but these two off maps, Sanhok and Weekendy, have been a problem for the players of God's Rain. I think they'll rectify and they'll work on it in the challenge finals. Diesel Esports, after delivering a good clutch in the map of Sanhok, this time with only 2 total points, Diesel Esports, they really need to work on the consistency. The legit 8-bit is one of the team which is really struggling. Because for a second I thought they have rectified everything in the previous week, but seems like 8-bit and Cincinnati, their struggle is still continuing.
Yeah, it's not stopping at all. You mentioned it perfectly as well. And I kind of wanted to talk about the point of God's Rain being the team who's struggling on the off-map. I still remember during the glory days of Destroy and his boys, and also even in the almost entire previous year, we used to see God's Rain actually do very good on those off maps. But before we move forward, before we talk more about it, let's quickly have a look at the overall rankings as well. Versatile yet again on top, 186 points in total with 1 match to spare. So they can very well increase this lead even further. And thanks to that ego fight of Godlike up against Soul, they managed to move up 167 points in total to Soul on 164 points at the third place, with God's Rain just far behind, not that far behind, but rather just quite close with 162. So catching at least, let's just say 6 to 7 points, and this one will eventually put them on the second spot directly.
See, that's a different battle, but this is the page where my interests are. Because look at the position where Bot Army Esports are. They have propelled themselves in the top 16, and now they've got 118 points. Team Empire on the 15th spot. Revenant X Park. I expected this team to be on the first page, along with Gujarat Tigers. Seems like Gujarat Tigers, they're really struggling because today also they're not having the best of the time. And if this keeps continuing for the upcoming games, maybe Revenant and Gujarat Tigers, they can be out of top 16.
That's the big thing, right? This could very well be a place where we will see a lot of changes, specifically when teams like Middle, Vishista Esports, Phoenix, and HS, all of these teams, they made a pretty decent leap as well. But let's be brutally honest, in terms of being in a very comfortable spot, if you're not in the top 8, that means anything could happen depending on how your games are going to go. So again, third week becomes one of the most important weeks. Yes, fourth is always the arguably most important one, but in terms of analyzing, whenever I try to think of it, I think so week 3 is where you sit, or you basically start your comeback. That's the main stage, which normally goes unseen. So that's why focusing on this one, specifically the very last game of the evening, is going to be very crucial, specifically for teams like Just Chelly, who haven't really racked up a lot of points.
See, Jelly, I think he's still in the contestation. He can qualify for the challenge finals because of the heavy lifting which he did in the week number 1. Week
True.
number 2 also went decent. At least they're getting those average points every single day if they're not shining entirely in the game. But
Yeah.
8-bit was struggling to even touch the mark of 100 at this point, right at the bottom. Cincinnati Kids, these are the main problems. Good Star Tigers, Revenant X Park, they also need to accumulate those points. But looking at the schedule, in the previous one, Myth Officials, they got the victory, and now we are into the last game of the day where Group C and D will go up against each other one more time. That means one more chance for the players of Team 8-bit to stage that comeback.
I mean, we always talk about the teams who are on the bottom end of the spectrum whenever we think that they need to stage that comeback. Yes, indeed, they have to. But I like to see the battle that's always over towards the top. I know I'm the kind of guy who always is the glass half full kind of person. But at the same time, if we really talk about the team, specifically Gujarat Tigers, we mentioned that, yes, they had a pretty decent first game with 14 points. The second one was not that good. I mean, it's alright. Vikendi, understandable. But Erangel is basically the home ground, Shadow. You are the stats queen. How have they been doing on that map? Because I think so. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for them on Erangel.
Yeah, agreed. Even Erangel has not been looking that comfortable for all these teams who are struggling. But I appreciate that you're optimistic. Optimism is something I can manage with. But being delusional is something I can't work around with. So
Hey.
all the teams who are right at the bottom, like M40, they need to wake up. This is a very serious wake-up call for the players of 8-bit as well, because even Vasista, they have also started staging a comeback. Bot Army Esports, they were struggling, but the last 2 games were entirely in their favor. But now we have got the last Erangel, as we have got the flight path up on our screens. It's going all the way from the side of Stalber towards Military Base Island.
Absolutely. A pretty decent plane flight path. If in case you want to go towards Zarki, sorry, maybe next time, maybe tomorrow. Even George Pole is pretty far ahead, so you might want to take a pit stop, get a few vehicles, and then move in over towards that direction. I mean, I think so for some other teams, specifically like Godsdane, they're going to be pretty happy. Military base already in the place where they would want to jump into. At the same time, Gujarat Tigers also taking the early drop. Slowly and steadily moving up a bit more towards that north, just a bit wide on the left side of Rozox. I don't think so they're going to be facing any kind of contest. There's absolutely no team who's going there, but Military Base is definitely a place where we might possibly see a contest between Godstrand and Myth, or rather it's going to be Bot Army versus Myth.
Oh, we have seen Godstrand and Bot Army Esports go up against each other so many times. It was twice that Godstrain took down the entirety of Bot Army Esports. Once it was Bot Army annihilating Godstrain. So this is a love story which has been brewing between both these teams. Sometimes even the players of Jelly also chime in. But like you said, this time we have the players of Team Myth Officials also going towards the southern side. But let's see if these teams will lock horns with each other, or they'll just directly move inside the circle. And speaking about the circle, it's an interesting circle. Since a lot of the circle is in the water, I'm already loving it. And just look at the position where OG is.
Oh my god, you're pretty devious person out there, man. That's evil to say. If most of the circle is in the water, you like it. My god. Alright. To be honest, I kind of like the chaos as well, so can't really blame you. But yeah, there's still a lot of land being covered, specifically of the main island, and all the other teams who went all the way towards west will have to take a decent amount of way. Maybe those roads will have to go probably over towards the northern rotation. I don't really feel that they're going to go for a double bridge rotation all the way down south until and unless you're 8-bit, because we have known Ash to always call his team to jump in towards Ferry Pier and then move towards down south on that military base island, where guess what, Myth is already ready, and they are the ones who are actually moving a bit more north from the military base island. We might possibly see a clash between 8-bit or Myth, and Myth are the winners of the previous one. So
What's happening? Sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
just look at it. 2 of the players of Myth Esports are in school apartments. What's happening?
a 2-2 split possibly.
Such a huge split.
I mean, they are kind of going into rendezvous with the members, but it feels like 8-bit kind of caught. They've sniffed the players out, so they will potentially fire a few more shots too. But the members of Myth Official, they need to be very careful making this rotation because they will not be revived if in case one of them gets knocked down. And there's also Vasishta Esports up close. Fun fact, Vasishta and Versatile, they both jumped in towards Pochinki, and Versatile then just retreated all the way back, moving up north where Gujarat Tigers, they already have claimed control over the Georgia Pole containers as well as the apartments. So Versatile are not going to get a lot of loot out there either.
It's okay, Versatile. They'll find their way inside the circle. They can head over towards the northern Georgia Pole. They're an experienced team and they have been doing fantastic. Sometimes they go for the little off rotations, but they do find their way inside the circle every single time. But Myth Officials, this is surprising. 2 players towards military base, 2 players in the school apartments. Yes, they're trying to regroup, but that was such a risky move from Myth Officials at this point. Yes,
I agree.
They're running high on confidence because of the victory in the previous one, but still, I'm sure something might have happened, some miscommunication or some other issue would have been there, which we will find out later on. But CK, Cincinnati Kids, even they are in one of the prime spot. Scared, let's be honest, they dropped in towards the side of Lipovka. We have an eastern circle, so Cincinnati can really stage a comeback in this one.
I wanted to know where Jelly would bring his team to drop. Would it be Primos where he normally would drop with his previous lineup when he was all the way playing in 8-bit? But this time around, yeah, as you mentioned, towards Lipovka, Mansion area, controlling those parts of the map. And the circle is also on them, so they don't really need to go for any kind of nasty rotations. They can just hold that spot. But there's a lot of teams that we constantly were talking about, right? Middle Esports on that 17th spot right now are looking pretty solid into the circle. Down south of that farm will move a bit more towards Milta maybe, or over towards the mountains where they can take that real estate and have that control. At the same time try to get a bit more cover, but they need to make this a big game in order to make sure they are in at least 13th spot.
They have to. But speaking for the team which is up on our screens at this point, Vasishta Esports, even they are having a fantastic time. They had a good outing in the map of Sanhok, then in the previous one, in Weekendy also, they had decent amount of points. So I think Vasishta has also figured out what was really happening wrong. And CK, Cincinnati Kids, Juicy, you need to be aware, Diesel Esports. They were holding on to the center, but Juicy finds a knock on to Gokul, but he also gets traded off. And seems like a confirmation point will also be there. CK, what's happening?
Cincinnati Kids right now struggling for the form. Diesel, they'll be getting the revival of their man. That directly gives them that advantage. The nade tossed in, but absolutely no damage apart from blowing their ears. There's a third party coming in though in the meantime, so it could be possible. But at the same time, Cincinnati Kids finally rendezvousing with his team. They've already lost that one member, so that's going to be a bit of a bummer for them. A disadvantageous fight, and now Mighty is going to be pounced upon. The man has got the shorty in the hand. Sends out a nade on the outskirts. Was able to take down Orlo, the man who did a 1v4 in the previous one, so that's a big pick. But at the same time, the support needs to come in. Mighty has got the nade in the hand. Finally brings out the DPS. Needs to find a few more shots, but the timing, it just was not there. Sham catching the man in action. And with that, there's still a few more trades. Gokul was taken down though, Shadow.
This was such a scrappy fight from the side of Cincinnati, but we also have the plus of Team Legit Esports also locking horns, and seems like Legit Esports, they have been eliminated from the lobby. Legit is also one of those teams which was in dire need of those points. This was a very important game for Legit Esports. An early exit with 0 points. I don't know how this team is going to qualify for the challenge finals, but they need to rectify those mistakes. But coming back to the players of Cincinnati Kids, this was so uncalled for. Cincinnati, they had a decent control of Lipovka. They went all the way towards the side of Mansion. There was a linear split. They were not even together. And yes, initially Juicy was able to find a knock onto one of the player of Diesel Esports, but after that he got traded off because there was no one to provide that backline support. After that, Mighty went for the flank angle, leaving Aditya all by himself. He also got individual fights Cincinnati Kids are giving to the players of Diesel Esports. Now, Flock being the last man, I don't know what all he can do. Yes, Diesel Esports, they're trying to find a better spot for themselves inside the circle and not going for the hunt to the last player. But CK, this was a very bad start.
Or rather, we can say this is just a very bad ending for the evening of the third week's opener day. Because as you mentioned, they need those points. 23rd position right now, only 101. If in case Flock gets lucky, maybe 1 or 2 position points max. That's about it. Will not change their position whatsoever. But in the meantime though, there's another team, 4 Miracles, who are also on the struggling end though, but have got a very solid start in this game. 4 finish points already into their bag. And one of the player as well just popped off into the feed. Going on a bit of a rampage out there. So this could very well be one of the big games that we were hoping for Miracles brings out in front of us. Because this is again one of those teams where we all had high expectations. We were all hoping, kept them very high onto that pedestal. But they have been struggling.
They are. But I like those 4v4 fights which 4 Miracle are taking recently, because if you remember, in the previous map of Sanhok also, 4 Miracle did try to engage in that fight. But they, as compared to week number 1, there has been a certain dip in their performance. For now, they are going for the late rotation. And Vasista Esports, RGC, even they are also going for a very late rotation. But look at the position where the players of Team 8-bit are. Even God's Reign, they have finally started to take that move. But Revenant X-Park, they need to be very cautious as they have got the players of Team Orangutan. But look at the circle, a complete eastern circle. Milta Power, I think their real estate prices have gone pretty high at this point.
The cover fire being provided by Aru to his teammate to help them retreat. Spray God will have to respect that, and also a smoke out there in the open. No more vehicle, but eventually the players are going to be hopping in, saving the life of Aru. But Revenant X-Park versus the members of OG. Both of these teams, they're not that far behind each other in terms of those standings. Only somewhere around 27 points differentiating both of them. And guess what? There are at least 8 teams between them. That's the difference in their positionings too. Only 28 points separating so many teams. So anything could happen in these standings, in these leaderboards. Not even a single team out of this entire lobby can be complacent.
I'm just loving the circle. I can't appreciate it more.
God.
It's going to bring so much chaos. Still, water in the contestation. Bot Army Esports towards the side of Novo Ripnoy. I'm just waiting for the next circle shift, because all hell will break loose in the next circle shift. So many teams are still in the blue, like the players of Team VXT coming all the way from the northern side, but seems like Flock has been spotted down by the players of Team Red Rose. And Flock finds one. Can he find the second one? And the answer is no. Even he gets dealt with. And CK, Cincinnati Kids, have been eliminated on the 15th spot with just a single point. The misery, the problem.
Yeah.
CK is still continuing. Call it whatever, but CK, they need those points.
101 points for them. So hopefully the lucky number that we always talk about. In our language, we say the Shagun. Maybe that's going to be their case. Eventually, it might help them out. Work really well. Make the comeback story for tomorrow, day after, and then week 4. But that's a very far-fetched storyline.
201 can be the lucky number as well.
I agree. But if you already have 201, I don't really feel that you need a lot of luck, because you'd probably be qualified. Overqualified, if anything. These teams will eventually reach that mark. You know, we've always talked about what cutoff do you think we're gonna reach. I kind of want to know what's the highest point that you think we will reach.
Highest, I don't know, but cutoff, I believe, could be around 170.
I think so. Yeah.
Few games are still remaining, and Bot Army, they've already accumulated 118 points. And I think 170 something should be the cutoff. Somewhere around 170. What are your thoughts?
I think so, 180.
It's close to 170 only.
It is close, but still, I mean, 180 is more close to 190 than 170. So if it goes to 190, that means I will win.
But now Revenant Xpark are winning the fight against the players of Team Red Ross. Just look at it. One of the player from the side of Red Ross already down on his knees. And seems like Spray God is trying to get the confirmation. But Red Ross, they're in no mood to pick up the fight. The rescue mission has been made. But wait a second.
Wait. Huh?
The player has been knocked again.
Yeah, was he knocked or did he just jump out of the vehicle? That's the question, because if the player was knocked, I think so Revenant Xpark would have fired in a few extra shots to probably get the confirmation. So, yeah, that's not going to be the case. Though they're still seeing those vehicles move, so Revenant Xpark constantly firing those few shots. But I don't really feel that's the best decision, because yes, even though they're in a position where one side is entirely just water, you still are letting your opponents know about your position. So, not the best possible decision out there. But look at the cluster that's forming in the center of the circle, Shadow. So many teams out there. Will probably see numerous third-party fights. But for now, we're going to be focusing down on middle. Taking those shots yet again. Gujarat Tigers as well. They were fighting against the members of OG, where Aru just got a perfect confirmation right now. Gujarat Tigers losing one member. Not exactly how they wanted their beginnings to go.
Just waiting for the next circle shift. Oh my god. I love it. It's going to be so chaotic, Scared. It's going to be so chaotic. Yes, ZF is on the northern periphery, but 40% of the circle is still inside the water. In fact, more than 40%. 40% is the real estate and 60% water. Not enough space, not enough land to accumulate all these teams.
I just want to be a bit annoying and want to say it's probably 38% land and 62% water. But you know what? I agree with your point, because this is the chaotic circle that we always love to see. Every other team is just going to move over towards the edge. Those boats are going to be super crucial right now, because you probably not just want one, but maybe 2 or 3 at least to spread your entire team out. But how are you going to decide to play? Because this is so unconventional. The entire northern part is going to become the battlegrounds. Probably the entire Kurukshetra out there, man.
You know what? So many teams would want to stick to the shorelines, just like the players of Diesel Esports and Orangutan are trying to do so. Red Ross, they are also in the close proximity as Atanki has been knocked out, and Visgod is trying to pip a few bullets toward the side of Red Ross. OG, they need to be careful, because one side it is Diesel Esports, the other side is the player of Team Red Ross. Diesel from the higher ground, Sham, trying to get the confirmation point onto Atanki, but all the backline support which Aru is providing is keeping all the foes at a distance.
I was just about to say Atanki is going to face the same thing that happened to him all the way back in the first map of Sanhok, but his team has been saved. And guess what? AK gets a confirmation onto the members of Diesel, who are now pincered into their own positioning, because in front of them are the apes, and also on their flanks are the apes. So that's a big problem. Gujarat Tigers as well facing a lot of fire from the backlines. It's going to be such a precarious position for them to be at. Just a ridge helping them out. But guess what? It's going to be bombarded with utilities pretty soon. OG in the smack center, dead center of the circle. And they've got the compounds that everyone's going to be trying to fight for. And we mentioned about the third parties. That's exactly what's happening. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's Manchester Esports as well. Guess what? In front of our screen, Visgod shuts down Spray God right away. The fight that began when this match started is now probably coming into the conclusion as well, or maybe is the most suspenseful spot. OG versus Revenant Xpark. Who's going to win out that duel is probably going to control the winner, or rather the entire flow of this entire match.
Knocks and trades happening all over the board. Even the players of God's Reign are in sort of a pickle against the players of Team RGC at this point. There's one finish point already in their favor as Sanchez deals with Justin. Delta also goes John, and RGC, they are winning this fight against the players of God's Reign. What is happening? RGC Dope also finds one, but Destro deals with Sanchez, and Dope as well gets a 1v2, but Destro also goes down. This fight is going in the favor of RGC. Ninja Jod is the last player remaining. He gets Dope taken down, but he also needs to go for the rescue mission at this point.
Yeah, there's only one more member remaining, but we were talking about the third party, Bot Army Esports. They don't know what's happening. They're gonna just ignore everything and move ahead. I really thought that they're gonna jump in for the third party as well. Maybe we're gonna see some more action, but guess what? It's on the other part of the map. It's just the Esports up against Versatility. Versatile, they're slowly and steadily bombarding that entire compound. Versus the Esports. They've got to be a bit more back as Power out in the open. My man is just barely walking, now is literally crawling. His team needs to go in and hit that revive, but that's going to give a bit of a breathing room to members of Ashista Esports who now really want to just gather those extra bit of points as Versatile. Not in the best spot out in the open. Somraj all the way back providing cover. Aquanox dodging that nade. Lucky to be still standing on his feet.
Just look at that, the position where Godstrain is, Destro and Ninja Jord. They can easily gatekeep the plus of Team Vasista and VXT and even can do a third party. But somewhere else, 8-Bit and Revenant X are also locking horns with each other, with 8-Bit winning that fight. A perfect nade on to Rage God. And now Gamla Boy all by himself. Not a good situation. Vasista, they were doing so good in the previous two maps, but seems like this time they might have an early exit as Gamla Boy's position has been compromised. All the three players charging towards him with the S12K in his hands, and Equinox shuts him down. Even Vasista bits bye-bye on the 14th spot, but how VXT will move inside the circle because it's 4 Miracle also coming from the blue.
Just behind them, Dragon, he's got the perfect idea. Somraj, he's the man who provides the cover. He's the spotter, and the spotter has been spotted. Are they going to try and take those shots? I don't see that happening. Dragon, he had the perfect opportunity. But it just seems like he does not want to give his position away. Shadow, I don't doubt this decision, to be very honest, because all the attention is right now on the members of Versatile. And they're just being those sneaky assassins all the way in the shadows.
So chaotic. Look at the position where Bot Army is. Everyone wants to stick to the shorelines.
Look at where Bunny is.
It's in the water. I don't complain at all because RGC, they also need the points. If you can get those placement points by staying inside the water, why not just go for it? I'm all up for it. As long as you're qualifying for the challenge finals, just do it. But God's Reign, even they are sticking themselves on the periphery of the circle. They have got so much information to work around with. But for Miracle, they can be that ugly thorn for the plus of God's Reign. Because they are coming from the blue and God's Reign are not even aware that there's someone in the blue.
Yeah, that's the entire commotion happening over towards that part. But in the meantime, Shadow, if you really look at towards the southwestern part, it's entire Bot Army Esports. Big amount of real estate for them. And they know what's happening in front of them. They have the entire idea. They're away from the commotion and they can also get in a few more scraps over towards the end. So this could be a pretty decent game for Bot Army Esports. Unless Diesel, of course, they try to move in a bit more close to spoil it out. But for now, God's Reign's game could eventually be ended. Or maybe it's going to be spoiled for 4 Miracles. A 2v4 situation. This needs to be properly done. They're slowly and steadily pushing up. Ninja Dot, Destro, both of these players are very much capable of taking down this entire army. Nades being tossed in. They're just trying to clear out every single room one after the other, slowly and steadily. Systematic approach. 1 minute and 45 on the clock for them. They have to make their moves smartly. Dragon being chunked down a bit. The question is, which team is going to lose their patience first?
Kind of a stalemate situation. Destro, Ninja Jord, they do realize that they're outnumbered. For now, they're not trying to give any sort of sound cue to the players of Team 4 Miracle and play with that surprise factor. But just look at the amount of utilities which are being invested. But Ninja Jord, he finds a perfect knock onto one of the players of 4 Miracle. This could be a great opening.
Exactly.
And
it's also Hesperos, the man who has been out-fragging everyone on his team. So that's a big one. But no one to follow up on the back of it, so it's still 4 Miracles. But the big question is, Shadow, the longer they hold this position, the worse it's going to become for them. Because guess what? Versatile is also around the vicinity who can gatekeep them. And Dragon, he's been brought down on his knees, and that's even bigger problem now for them.
Oh, certainly. And Destro, finally, he also gets taken down. 6 finishes and 4 critical. Definitely having a good start. But the problem is, the compound is not inside the circle. God's Rain, they are still on the top of the leaderboard. But 4 miracle, definitely a good head start. 6 finishes. But how they're going to transition inside the circle, they need to pick a battle with the players of Team Myth at this point. And for now, they're trying to do the exact thing. As Oxen, his position has been compromised. Beer Baba trying to find a knock onto him. The circle is favoring the players of Team Myth heavily. Even the players of Bot Army Esports are being favored by the circle. But it's not only Bunny who was inside the water. It's also the players of Team Diesel Esports as Pari and Orlo. They're trying to go through the waterways.
Yeah, they're trying to reach towards that circle from that water. But the thing is, for Miracles, they've just decided to leave one player behind and carry on forward as a two-man squad. They're going to try and play in for the heal battle as well. They're going to leave that one player behind. We saw them sharing out those utilities and the first aids. And guess what? Beard Baba has been taken down as well. He was the first person to try and move in. And for Miracles, with just that, it's only Hesperos remaining now. Slowly and steadily, the shots are being fired. Yet again, Aquanox is also moving into the center of the circle. And it's again Bot Army Esports who will eventually try to gatekeep. OG Atanki will be taken down. And that's the end of the OG's wrath. 8-bit is doing very solid. But now 3 members are down. And it's only a couple of members remaining. Both on their knees, one standing strong. Omega tries to fire in a few more shots. Arman has been taken down as well. It's only ZF remaining. 8-bit have done so well in this one game. Shadow, we were talking about the one game that can eventually spark their comeback. I guess this is it.
6 finishes only, but they are on the verge of getting eliminated at this point. The way they were joined at the hip, one single grenade marked an end for 2 of the players. This was not supposed to happen. 8-bit. There should have been a little bit of the split, but nevertheless, Omega is still surviving. And for now, he's going for the rescue mission onto Ash. Yes, the circle is favoring the players of Myth and Bot Army Esports. This could be one more victory for the players of Myth Esports. But as I say, Bot Army seems like they have found a knock onto Myth, and the confirmation has also been made onto Aiden. But Middle Esports, even they are in the close proximity, and seems like they might slam directly where the players of Team 8-bit are at this point.
Yeah, Medal. I was about to say that Medal need to take care of the members of 8-bit, and this is the perfect opportunity which they capitalized on. But now this eventually sparks the chase of Versatile as well, who are close by, probably at the position where Medal were holding. The question is who's going to move in closer faster. The battle inside the circle is going to be between Myth and Bot Army Esports. While Orlo, Serif, they're all going to play in as the spoiler, including Puri as well. And guess what? Medal's player has been taken down as well. They're out in the open too. And Serif is the first one to fire in a few more shots there. Can he find something more is the big question. Up, out in the open. Blue dealing a lot of damage. He still moves first. He's going to be taking down Sarvit as well. Serif outdoes himself, and that's a big one. Important points coming in for his team. Oren needs to survive, needs to win the fight, but he will not, and will bow down to his opponents.
Even they are also trying to do so much, but the entire circle control is in the hands of the players of Bot RP Esports, as Henry is trying to find some sort of connection with that Molotov towards the side of Myth, as Maxi also surviving on a sliver of HP. Myth, they are becoming the patty in the sandwich. One side it is VXT, other side it is Bot Army Esports, as Scary Jord hiding himself inside that smoke. Maxi also inside the water, leaving Spare all by himself. A lot of smokes being invested at this point. VXT, they need to play their cards right. Monty Bay having that little bit of the cover from the tree trunk, having an off angle as well towards him. But this should be the game which Bot Army Esports need to get in their hands.
It's going to be important. Bot Army Esports should on paper win this one out, but anything could happen. I'm not going to take anything away from the members of Versatile or even the members of Myth. Yes, Sphere is in a pretty precarious spot right now, but if he plays his cards right, he can let Versatile fight up against Bot Army Esports and then can probably get a few scraps. Slow and steady approach is going to be the name of the game. A long nade, a three-pointer. Spear is going to be obliterated. Order big from downtown. Bot Army Esports. They're playing like pros right now, and guess what? They probably are. In the meantime, Aquanox had to make his move, will be taken down on his knees. It's all the way down to Somraj. The leader needs to make a play. Up on top, Scary Jaws. He's very scary. Jumps down only to be knocked down as well. But Somraj is going to be taken down finally, as it's Bot Army Esports getting the chicken dinner in the last match of the opener day of week 3.
Well, certainly, Bot Army Esports, they had it coming. The way they were playing today, the comeback was already there. Seems like the Bot Army Esports we saw in the Open Finals is again back in the action. Yes, they were struggling in the previous weeks, but this week, they started on a very good note. And this victory is definitely going to help them propel themselves in the top 16. They just need to keep the next upcoming games with the same consistency. But the way they dealt with so many players, the rotations, and this circle scared, it was so difficult to play because from the very start, there was a little bit, not little bit, there was a lot of water also involved in the very first circle.
Not just the first one as well, even the second and third, if you talk about it, most of it was literally water. And over towards the end, it was again towards those shorelines itself. And guess what? Bot Army Esports understood the assignment. They avoided entire early conflict with every other team, directly moved towards the southern edges of those cliffs and those shorelines, and took control of that entire area, and slowly and steadily moved towards that west-northern part to make sure that they've got that real estate. They knew where the fights were happening, and they played with that information perfectly to take that control. And eventually it was the real estate that got them the perfect position, and they already have those firepower in them to eventually close out that game.
Well, certainly, even they dropped in towards the side of Novo Ripnoy. They took a complete southern route where all the teams, they were trying to move from the eastern or the northern side. God's Train and Bot Army Esports, they were the only team, and along with that, Myth officials, who took the complete southern route. And that did work in their favor. God's Train, the problem was they came under heavy fire. There were so many fights which was happening in that compound. First, they dealt with one team, then some other team, 4 Miracle also did a third party. So much was happening around God's Train. Otherwise, Bot Army Esports, they love their positioning, they love their rotation. But this was such a good comeback game for the players of Myth also, because Myth, they also had decent points in this one.
I would agree. Myth, even though they could not grab that chicken dinner for themselves, they still were able to grab in some good amount of elimination points along with a decent positioning. So I would have to say that the way how Myth Official played those previous 2 games, they have outdone themselves. And this can definitely be that one evening or that one day from where they can start their comeback story. So I think so maybe they can also get in a good solid positioning into the top 16, or rather the top 8 itself, if in case they continue this kind of performance for the next 2 days towards the week 3.
Well, certainly, if they continue the same performance, they can be in the top 16. But VXT, even they were also engaging in so many fights, especially against the players of Persistent. Then God's Train also tried to do a third party. God's Train, whatever they could have done in that situation, they did. But 8-bit, my complaints are towards the side of 8-bit. Yes, they were able to eliminate the entirety of OG, but that single grenade from the side of Zeref marked it in for 2 players. Omega, he was not able to do much in that situation, but after that, Metal Esports, they rushed directly onto the players of 8-bit, who were outnumbered. So, yes, a good start, but at this point, 8-bit, they need a bomber start. They don't need those 6-7 points. They don't need those average points. They need a chicken dinner with too many finish points.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you on that one specific segment to itself, Shadow, but I just have to wait and see how things eventually move forward.
And that's our Hindi Dusk, our lovely casters. I'm sure even they're also discussing about the plus of Bot Army Esports and how their rotations was so perfect. And it's always, I always love to see that Hindi Dusk because, let's be honest,
I like the
Johnny
English.
Shave.
I did notice that.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. I actually did. And I was like, I was sent back a couple of years because that's how young Johnny is now looking. I'll have to say, I mean, it's for men, man. It's for men. Whenever they shave, they eventually become younger. But for now, we're talking about the teams who really need to bring that early power in, you know, that youngster blood in, because for Miracles, with the way how he played, Hesperos was just absolutely insane. I remember Hesperos, the moment this entire match started, he was the first one to pop off, if I'm not wrong, 3 early finishes for his team, and then eventually added one more to have that 57% finish contribution and 7% map impact. So again, if this is the way how this team is going to play, I think so for Miracles as well, we might possibly see them slowly and steadily climbing up the ladder in the leaderboards.
That's what I was saying. The way for Miracle they are engaging in those 4v4 fights, it's actually working in their favor. The late rotation towards the first few circles, and after that try to breach into the compounds. I think whatever for Miracle are doing at this point, they might be in the top 16. But along with that, we have the best companion as Sham from the side of Diesel Esports, and Devotee obviously the finisher because he landed the final blow. And Diesel Esports, I think they were also doing quite decent because they also tried to stick to the shorelines instead of the center of the circle.
I agree. They were slowly, they kind of lost those early members, and that's why they were struggling eventually. But yeah, I think so that fight was also a bit of a scrappy fight, which they could have probably won in a much more decent manner. But it's absolutely fine. What the position that you're put in and how you move out from it, that's what matters. So Diesel Esports, understanding the terrain, understanding where they might have the advantage, they moved up forward. But over towards the end, it's Metal Esports again on the 9th position with 5 points, OG 3. This time OG is struggling a lot. And over towards the end, we constantly saw the teams that have been struggling a while. Shadow, I don't really feel that there's still any possibility for teams like 8-Bit to make that comeback, but I am hopeful. I really keep my fingers crossed. If in case this is how they played, they can try and tune it up a bit more, notch up. Yes, there were some struggles in their performance, but I still feel that they should be able to pull their prime performance back in.
See, the thing is, 8-Bit, they need to do something which God's Rain and Ico Soul did. Get 3 back-to-back chicken dinners.
True.
Maybe that can propel themselves in the top 16, because without a chicken dinner and just by average points, I don't see 8-Bit qualifying for the challenge finals. They really need one strong chicken dinner, and more than one, I'll say. And 8-Bit, yes, definitely one of those teams which everyone wants to see in the challenge finals, because they are an experienced bunch of lads. They have got quite experience with the veteran players, so these sort of mistakes are not expected from their side. Even the plus of Cincinnati Kids, for a second I thought in week number 2 they have rectified all the mistake, but seems like that's not the case, because this time Cincinnati Kids on first day of week 3 they were really struggling.
Yeah, and they struggled a lot today. We clearly saw, you could say, those jitters in terms of the team fights as well, which we normally see very structured. We did not see that happen today at all. If anything, if I'm not wrong, it was Cincinnati Kids only who back in the map of Sanhok were just obliterated by Oslo from Diesel. That was a 1v4. Again, understanding how the terrain works, understanding where the other team might be, that's the main key. Information is always the main key whenever it comes down to these competitive strategic games. So you have to have the idea of what's happening around you, and you need to create a plan in order to, you could say, follow if in case things go all the way in the southward direction, and that's what's happening to them. But if we talk about the teams, right, we know that there are so many teams who lack that experience but still are doing pretty decent in terms of those standings, while there are teams who have a lot of experience and are still facing those problems. We've been constantly scratching the backs of 8-Bit with the same fact that this team has got a super solid potential to be at least in the top 8, but they're just not there.
I also love the healthy rivalry which is also building up. Previously we thought it's Bot Army Esports in God's Train, where Jelly also chimes in sometimes, but it's also one more rivalry which is brewing up, Diesel Esports and CK, because it was not only Sanhok, it was Erangel also. Both these teams, they locked horns with each other, and every single time it is Team CK who is on the receiving end.
Absolutely, I agree that this Team CK, they are always on the receiving end, while Diesel are the ones who slowly and steadily come out on top. But guess what, there's going to be one big pro player out here who's going to be on the receiving ends of the questions that we'll throw to him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kyo Lamau from Just Jelly. Hello Kyo, how are you doing?
I'm fine, how are you guys?
Oh, we're doing really good. Thank you so much for asking, man. Kyo, you know, I don't really want to throw the questions right in front of you. First of all, tell us, how is your experience for the entire series?
It's been quite an experience. Because the team, like, we haven't played so good right now. We are like a medium team. What I'm trying to say is we have played average, like, so we are trying to put up some good performance, but right now we are not there yet. So it's been like, you know, sometimes I get sad because of the performance, but it will get better usually.
Don't be sad, man. Don't be sad. I personally enjoy seeing how you guys play because yes, there are some struggles, but I think so. You guys are doing pretty good. Shadow.
I think एक चीज है जो कियो लमाओ को बिल्कुल भी अपसेट नहीं किया होगा, दैट क्लच अगेंस्ट 8 बिट क्या चल रहा था उस टाइम आपके दिमाग में?
उस टाइम ऐसा कुछ बहुत ज्यादा तो नहीं स्पेसिफिकली चल रहा था, बस ये था कि उनको मारना पड़ना था हम लोग को, बिकॉज वो थर्ड पार्टी कर रहे थे और हम पे कुछ ब्यूटल्स नहीं बचा था, तो उस टाइम तो वही था कि लाइक सीधे जाके मार दो, मार दिए तो मार दिए, तो बट फिर क्लच निकल गया वहाँ पे, लकी काइंड ऑफ थे, ऐसा बोल सकता हूँ।
वही थोड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट क्लच भी था।
हाँ सॉरी, मैं ये पूछ रही थी, ओपन फाइनल्स में आपकी टीम इतना अच्छा कर रही थी, तो चैलेंज सीजन में आने के बाद क्या स्ट्रगल्स आपकी टीम फेस कर रही है? स्पेशली वीक 2 का अगर परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें, वहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा डिप आया एज कम्पेयर टू वीक 1।
एक्चुअली मैं वीक 1 के बाद हमारा थोड़ा सा लाइक एक मोमेंटम में भी इशू आ गया, थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे हो गया मोमेंटम भी हमारा, और लाइक वीक 2 के फर्स्ट डे में हमारा अच्छा गया था, उसके बाद भी हमारे डेज इतने कुछ अच्छे नहीं गए, लाइक कम पॉइंट्स आए उसके मुकाबले, हम लोग मोमेंटम थोड़ा सा बिगड़ गया, हम लोग मोमेंटम को वापस ले आएंगे, हम पे सेल्फ बिलीव है हमारे प्लेयर्स में, हम लोग अच्छा करेंगे।
वेल अच्छा तो आपकी टीम ये हम सब ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि करेगी, एंड एट द सेम टाइम आपने भी बताया कि मोमेंटम में थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल्स चल रहा है, आज भी गेम्स उतने अच्छे नहीं गए जितने आप चाहते थे कि चले जाए। आप ये बताइए कि अब आगे स्पेसिफिकली कल के लिए, क्योंकि वीक 3 इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कल के लिए आपकी टीम क्या कुछ अलग करके लाएगी या फिर यू आर गोना फॉलो द एग्जैक्ट सेम प्लान जो कि आप अभी तक फॉलो कर रहे थे?
ऐसा कोई स्पेसिफिक चेंजेस नहीं है, हम लोगों से ही गलतियां हो रही हैं, उस वजह से चीजें गलत जा रही हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई हमारा स्टैट गलत है दैट्स व्हाई हमारा पॉइंट्स नहीं आ रहा है, बट हम लोग ठीक कर लेंगे, वो कभी कभी गलतियां होती हैं, इट्स पार्ट ऑफ द गेम।
All right. चलिए, thank you so much Kyolamo join करने के लिए, and again I wish your team all the very best for the future endeavors and hope to see you guys in the top 16.
Thank you.
Good luck.
A sweet good luck out there, but ladies and gentlemen, a brief summary as to what Kyolamo was talking about. We'll talk about that in a few seconds, as first we're going to have a look at the overall rankings as well, with Versatile yet again being on top, 198 points. Shadow, that's a 30-point lead from the second position team.
Of course, Ghost Rain, they were struggling. That's where there is so much difference between both these teams. But I think they're sitting comfortably on the second spot. Nothing to complain about. But Mental Esports on the 16th spot with 120 points. Just Jelly, yes, they are in the safe spot with 133 points on the 12th spot. I think they're doing everything right. But I really wanted to know how all these teams are now going to cope up with the upcoming zone shifts, because every single time, especially in Erangel, we have been witnessing some crazy circles.
True.
So that is also a difficult thing to deal with in the upcoming matches.
I 100% agree. These circles are just obnoxious with the way how they constantly move. But for now, there are some teams that really have to move in an obnoxious manner to move up in the top 16. DE, Worcester Esports, Smith, Phoenix, HOS, all of them, they're in a position where they can barge in that top 16 spot all the way till CK. I think so even Cincinnati kids, if in case they play good, they should be able to knock onto those doors. But again, you have to start your performance now. It needs to be consistent, and with those 12 to 13 points is what you should be looking at. For any other team who's on page 4, I think so now you need to rack up at least 2 chicken dinners for the next 2 days.
I like the approach of Team Diesel Esports, because if you notice, Diesel, they have been getting those 4v4 fights. The rotations which were a problem, the shot callings were a problem in the previous week, and seems like Diesel, they have rectified it. Yes, they're sitting on the 25th spot with 95 points, but one chicken dinner and a high fragging game, I think they can easily come to the third page, and then we have week number 4 also, and Diesel can be in the top 16, but 8-bit, the concerns are for them -40. The concerns are very much for -40, because let's be honest, I don't see -40 in the top 16.
I mean, I could say the same thing for 8-bit as well, just with the way how they're all the way down, and the gap keeps on increasing. It's not like they also have got those consistent points, right? Because normally we see, yes, if in case the team on the first spot gets around 20 points, all the teams over towards the down last spot, they
have an average of 15 to 16 points, maybe 17 points, if not that good, 12, 13 points if they're having a bad day. But that is not the case with any teams who are in the bottom 5 right now on that board. So I don't really see them making that big leap of a comeback on just 1 or 2 days. They need to get a big performance that just blows the mind of everyone on the last 2 days of week 3 and also on week 4. They have to carry that forward. And Shadow, I'll have to say, week 4 is a week where the pressure is just going to be insane on your head.
I think I said this after week number 1. The more you delay it, the difficult it will be for you to stage a comeback. And
True.
week number 3 is already too late for few of the teams. They need more than one chicken dinner, a very high fragging game. Only then there is a possibility of them propelling themselves in the top 16. So 8-bit, yes, they need to buckle up. They need to figure out what's really happening wrong ASAP, because they need a performance like God's Rain and Aiku Soul if they want to be in the top 16. Along with that, few of the names are also there who are on the struggling side, but this time Group C and D, especially those teams who are struggling, have staged a good comeback from these two groups. Bot Army Esports, Vasista Esports, they had a very good day number 1 of week 3. If they continue the same performance, I think they can easily be in top 16 after week number 3.
I agree, and we would potentially see all of these teams who've been having some good performances maybe have the similar performance tomorrow and day after tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen, as again for the first day of week number 3 in the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge season. It's gonna be it. My name is Kariat. Alongside me, I was accompanied by none other than the most amazing Shadow. We'll be catching you guys tomorrow as well at the same time, so make sure to stay tuned and have a good night.
So we're just gonna do our thing.